Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wicked as Lies by Shayla Black, narrated by Troy Duran. Prologue, January 26th. Chase Garrett, known to most as Zyron, stepped off his bike and locked up his helmet. His hands fucking shook. On a long walk up the shadowy path to the familiar front door, he let out a slow breath. Calm wasn't happening. He'd waited forever for the right to touch Tessa Lawrence. He'd been her friend, her co-worker, and her protector. But most of all, he wanted to be her lover. Today, everything had changed. So tonight, that might finally happen. Night enveloped him, chilly, still, and clear. Stars winked in a vast midnight sky. The world seemed to have stopped, as if it held its breath in anticipation. Or maybe that was just him, working to keep his lungs functioning and his head screwed on straight. Thoughts of Tessa made him hungry and desperate. Always had. He'd never craved a woman the way he did her. Would she finally say yes? At the front door, he knocked and told himself he wasn't making a mistake. He wanted to do this. Yeah, but he had to do this. His bosses hadn't left him any choice. It took a minute, but the porch light came on. He sensed Tessa on the other side, saw a shadow pass in front of the peephole. Finally, she eased the door open. Her face was bare, her blonde hair in a messy bun on top of her head. Her bottom lip was rosy and puffy, as if she'd been chewing on it nervously. She wasn't wearing anything fancy, just a plain set of long-sleeved cotton pajamas in a muted green with a simple satin trim. But they hugged every curve of that body he'd craved for 10 seemingly endless months. They also told him she wore nothing underneath. All his blood rushed south. He started to sweat. "Zai," she sounded surprised, but she looked as if she'd half been expecting him. "What are you doing here? It's getting late. Is everything okay?" "Did you really think that, after today, I wouldn't come?" "No." "Is Hallie asleep?" he asked of her infant daughter. "She fought some, but I got her down about 30 minutes ago." He enjoyed spending time with the little girl, but she was a distraction they didn't need tonight. "Good. Can I come in?" She hesitated. "I don't know if that's a good idea." "Did you get a new contract today?" Another hesitation before she nodded. "Joaquin emailed it to me." "Did you sign?" "Sigh." She bit her lip again, this time as if she tried to stop herself from answering. He wasn't letting this go. He'd waited for her. He'd wanted her. And he intended to take her. "Did you?" She sighed. "Yes." "So did I, first thing this morning. The restrictions keeping us apart are gone." "They are, but—" "There are no more buts, Tessa." Finally she nodded. "How did you know?" "The bosses told me." "Why?" She wasn't asking why they'd rewritten the employment contracts and rescinded the clause that had prevented them from having any non-work contact of a sexual nature. No doubt the trio of bastards they worked for had fed her some story. They were good at that. Probably why they were successful. No, Tessa wanted to know why they'd told him about her contract. "Because they want me to get close to you, to fuck you, and find out if you've been selling us out. Right now I hate my goddamn job, but I want you more. Because when they changed mine, I asked about yours. You know why." "I do." "Good. Can you think of a single reason I can't come in, strip you down, and make love to you? Tell me right now." Even by the dim lights of the porch, he saw color flush her cheeks. "Did you mean what you said on Christmas Eve?" "Every word." Tessa dragged in a shaky breath as she stared at him with big green eyes. Finally, she stepped back. her baby pink toenails a soft splash of color against the white tile of her foyer.
Then there's no reason at all. Come in.
Chapter 1. March 3rd, the previous year. Welcome to the jungle. A smile played at Caleb Edgington's mouth as the one-man welcoming committee waited, hand outstretched, just inside the office. He shut the door behind him and shook it. Thank you, sir. I'm happy to be here. Come on in. Before I introduce you around, do you prefer Chase or... I'll answer to almost anything, but most people call me Zyron. Mr. Garrett is my dad, and Chase is a stupid-ass name. Not sure what my mother was thinking with that. The former colonel and his new boss laughed. Zyron it is. Mind telling me where that nickname came from? He kind of did, because he'd probably get ribbed for it. But since one of the people who had stuck him with that moniker worked here, Zy knew he wasn't getting out of it. Some of the assholes I served with in Afghanistan decided I looked like Zac Efron. I'm not sure it was a compliment. Since they basically called you pretty, I'm not sure it was either. You poor bastard. Yes, sir. How long have you been stateside? Flew out of Qatar 3 days ago. Still enjoying that jet lag, are you? Yes, sir. It had been particularly wicked when his alarm went off at 5 a.m. for his morning run. Then you'll probably need some coffee while I introduce you to the others. Zy nodded. I'd appreciate it. You got it. The colonel stepped aside and settled a big, war-worn hand on the nearby desk and directed his attention to the woman behind it. This is Aspen, our temporary receptionist.
Hi.
The woman, a 30-ish brunette with big glasses and a granola vegan vibe, smiled. Nice to meet you. He nodded her way. She'll be here for another couple of weeks. Our usual receptionist, Tessa, is on maternity leave, so Aspen has been filling in. And you know this guy. Zy saw his old buddy, Forrest Scott, lumbering in his direction and met him halfway. Hey, man. Now I remember why everyone calls you Trees. It's been a few months, so I'd forgotten how damn tall you are. The big guy pulled him in for a bro hug. Bite my ass. You're not my type. He slapped Trees on the back. Yeah, they sometimes exchanged insults and pretended to bust each other's balls, but Trees was more like a brother to Zy than a brother with whom he shared blood. He was grateful for the day Uncle Sam had introduced them. In the last 9 years, Trees had saved his life, in more ways than one. Hell, he wouldn't have this job now if not for his best friend. Instead, he probably would have jumped from contracting gig to contracting gig in one Middle Eastern war zone after another, a little more miserable each day. But Louisiana was good, and it was far from Silicon Valley, exactly what he needed to return to the States in peace. Back here you'll find a coffee bar. I have the office to the left. The colonel pointed down the hall. In the corner by the window. The guy on the phone? That's Cutter Bryant. He's former military and a local from nearby Sunset. The whip-lean guy with the angular face and blonde hair held up a hand and waved. Zy waved back. The guy settling into the desk beside him is Josiah Grant. The colonel dropped his voice. Former CIA. Big buff Josiah stood and held out his hand. Don't hold that against me. Zy shook with him. You got it. What's your background? Served with Trees. Been out about 18 months. Contracting. I'm demolitions. Oh, so you're crazy, Josiah teased. Zy smiled. Because I like to blow shit up. That and you're friends with him. Josiah pointed at Trees. Everyone laughed, even Cutter, who ended his call and shook his hand. After they exchanged a few pleasantries, the colonel escorted him down another hall, then pointed to a darkened office. Copy room here. Down a bit farther, they passed a closed door. Storage. And down here, he trekked to another alcove with 2 desks. Is where I sit, Trees finished, then pointed to the empty desk under the window. You'll be here, buddy. Great. Truly it was. Trees was used to his kind of crazy. They'd never had angry words or a disagreement they couldn't end with a good-natured punch, a fart joke, and a beer. So if you want to set your backpack there, Yeah, that's desk, sweet desk. The colonel smiled, then motioned him to follow around a corner and past a concrete pillar. And this is Pierce Walker. As the brawny guy with intense black eyes rose to his feet, Zai wondered why Walker was alone, and looked perfectly happy about it. 1 mile, he corrected, extending an inked arm and a big hand his way. He's our resident sniper, the colonel supplied. Instantly, the guy's nickname made sense. Zai took his hand. You have a 1 mile kill shot to your name? A little over, yeah. A few years back. Sadr City, Iraq. Shit, I heard about that. Of course, by the time I heard the story, your name was classified. The loner tugged at his beard with a cynical smile. And that's the whole happy family at this point. Why don't you grab that Java and meet me in my office? Sure, thanks. As his new boss strode away, Zai gave 1 mile a head bob, then headed to the coffee bar with Trees. What do you think? His buddy asked. You weren't lying. It seems like a good fit. Zai poured himself a big mug of Java, steaming hot and black. Anything else I should know? His buddy did the same. So far, no one seems to be in anyone's hair or under anyone's skin. Happy to hear it. Unfortunately, Tree's tone said there was more to the story. But? Trees pulled at the back of his neck. But I gotta be honest. The colonel got remarried not long ago, and since you agreed to take the job a few weeks back, there's been a lot of talk. Nothing confirmed that the colonel might retire. Oh, shit. And what do you think would happen to this place? Would he sell it? Shut it down? I don't know for sure. He's got 2 sons, both SEALs, so maybe they'd take over when their hitch is up. Trees shrugged. That's my gut instinct anyway. I just have this feeling change is coming. Since his buddy had proven to have a good read on people, Zai nodded. Sounds like. Anything else important? Yeah. Avoid Aspen. Any particular reason? When they'd been introduced, she'd seemed all right. She's slow. And I know your impatience. She'll drive you crazy. Zai knew himself well enough to concede Trees was probably right. Thanks for the heads up. Don't get me wrong, she's really nice, but she sometimes mixes up paperwork. And she sometimes gets confused about tasks, so it takes her a while to finish. It's not uncommon for her to be the last to leave. Don't start me on how often she manages to lock herself out of her computer. I think all the guys have helped her at least once. The colonel would probably have let her go if it wasn't for the fact that she's really good with potential customers and single-handedly talked some city inspector out of coming down on the colonel's head. Besides, Aspen will be gone in a couple of weeks because Tessa will be back. He cocked his head. You'll like her. She's your type. Not if she's settled down with some other dude who knocked her up. I'm good, thanks. Trees laughed. Which means you already met a girl in a bar and spent a meaningless night with her. When? Saturday. And it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I remember her name. That's progress for you. Madison was fun. Trees raised a brow. How fun. You going to see her again? I got her number, but... He shrugged. Probably not. Nothing against Madison. She was what he'd needed in the moment. A good-time girl. She was into parties and fun and seeing where any given night took her. Zai didn't know exactly what he wanted out of life, but he knew he wanted more than that. Plenty of fish, right? What about you, man? You've been stateside longer than me. Well, I can't snap my fingers and find a flock of women eager to date a gawky as fuck 6'8" computer nerd. It's cool. Working is keeping me busy anyway. I have a feeling I'm about to be in the same boat. He clapped Trees on the shoulder. Speaking of which, Colonel is waiting. Lunch later? Yeah. Coffee in hand, Zai made his way to Edgington's office. The older man sat behind his desk, phone pressed to his ear. I have to go, Lottie. I'll think about it. Yeah. He paused. We'll talk more tonight. Bye. As the colonel pasted on a smile, Zai had a feeling his buddy was right. Change was coming. Have a seat. The older man gestured to an empty chair. Let's talk for a few minutes. You get settled yet? Find a place. Working on it. I'm in a hotel this week. Trees will help me look for something more permanent over the weekend. He nodded. I suggest you do it fast. I think we'll be out of the country soon. Zai wasn't shocked. That was the nature of being a personal security specialist. Anywhere fun? Unless you like a Mexican desert, no. It's cool. I'll be ready. What's the objective? I can't say more now. Once everything is nailed down, I'll share. In the meantime, I've got some exciting paperwork for you. The colonel tossed a flat envelope his way, and it smacked the desk between them. I need those finished ASAP, so bring them back to me when you're done. Aspen has your login information and your computer up front. I'll get everything set up today. Anything else I should be aware of? Edgington shook his salt and pepper head. You've already signed the employment contract, so you know the rules. I do, and I don't think you have to worry about me fraternizing with anyone on staff. I'm not ragging on anyone who's gay, but hairy butts aren't my thing. The colonel looked as if he suppressed a laugh. I paid a lawyer for a boilerplate contract. They inserted that clause, but now that you point it out, I don't see much of an issue with this crowd. Probably not. Expectations I should be aware of, sir. I don't like bullshit. I expect ops to be run smart and clean. I expect you to follow orders. But I expect you to think for yourself if shit goes south and situations get hot. I hired all of you because you're good at your respective roles and you're smart. Yes, sir. And don't yes, sir me. I know your reputation. A rebel, a maverick, a big stick when shit needed stirring. He wasn't surprised it had preceded him. I can't promise to be a perfect operator, but I can promise to be honest, do my best, and work for the collective good. That's all I can ask. Anything else we'll figure out as we go. Sounds good. Zai snatched up the paperwork and finished the last of the coffee in his cup, wishing he had more. Dismissed. Get the hell out of here and start thinking about ways to make our clients safer. You got it. Thank you, he called as he left the office. As he approached the coffee bar, tucking the paperwork under his arm, he found Trees stirring a little powdered creamer in his brew. How did it go? Good. He refilled his mug and gulped half down, the fresh caffeine hitting his bloodstream, feeling like pleasure. Edgington doesn't seem like a dictator. He's not, but he can be a hard ass. No surprise there. Any boss worth their salt could be. I gotta pick up some crap from Aspen, then I guess I'll be doing paperwork today. What about you? Reports from my last couple of jobs. I'm behind. Sucks. I'd rather be out in the field. Zai got itchy behind a desk. Same, buddy. After topping off his mug, Zai set it and the envelope on his desk, then headed to the front of the office. Aspen sat there, scowling at the computer screen in front of her, shoulder-length hair now wrapped in a messy bun and held up with a pencil. Hey, he greeted, trying not to startle her. Her head snapped up and she lowered the lid of the laptop before plastering on a chipper smile.
Hi. I've been trying to get everything ready for you, but your computer is giving me fits. It will be just another few minutes. I'll bring it to you.
Given what Trees had said about Aspen's abilities, he didn't think that was a good idea. Don't worry about that. I've got it.
No, really. Let me. I need to fix this mess I made so I can learn how not to do it again.
If she was only going to fill in here for another couple of weeks, why? Seriously, it's no problem. I'll have it done in a few.
Please. This is so frustrating. If I figure it out, I'll learn something, she huffed. I'm not stupid.
You're not, Zai placated. But if the woman wasn't good with this kind of machinery, maybe she'd be better to take a step back. But I have a lot of experience. How about you let me help? He rounded the desk to stand beside her chair. Aspen slammed her hand on the laptop lid.
I need to do this.
The woman looked ready to cry, and Zai didn't want to create drama on day one. Okay, I'll just stand here and whisper hints. How's that? The woman let out a breath, looking as if she'd like to object. But when she studied him, she closed her mouth again. Yeah, he wasn't budging, and that probably showed.
Fine. If you'll just give me a minute to get back to the beginning.
Absolutely. He crossed his arms over his chest and leaned against the wall behind him. Let me know when you're ready.
I'd do it better if you didn't hover.
Wow, she was touchy. I'm not hovering, and I'm not judging either. Just hanging out, looking at Trish's pictures.
Tessa,
the woman automatically corrected. Yeah, that's what I meant. He lifted a silver-framed snapshot of a trio of smiling girls. Some embossed Greek letters underneath told him these might be sorority sisters. The brunette on the left was pretty, as was the redhead on the right. But the blonde in the middle, with the sparkling green eyes and the fuckable mouth, shoved his heart against his ribs with a thud. Man, he'd love to meet her. He set the photo down, and seeing Aspen's still suspicious glare slanted his way, Zai chose to pluck another photo off the desk. In this one, the blonde wore a white sundress and reclined with a fluffy gray tabby, both with their eyes closed, almost nose to nose. She looked happy in this picture. Peaceful. Gorgeous.
You should probably put that down. I don't know if Tessa would appreciate anyone messing with her pictures. I've tried to avoid touching them for just that reason.
Tessa was the blonde. Have you met her? He gestured to the woman in the photo. Aspen shook her head.
Only talked with her over the phone, but I wouldn't want my stuff touched.
Yet she felt free to mess with his computer? Screw this. Time to end the standoff, snatch the machine up, and fix it himself. But another framed picture on the far wall caught his attention. A dude with sandy hair and a matching goatee stood beside the gorgeous blonde, wearing a cocky smirk, his arm hooked around her shoulders. This must be Tessa's husband. And in Zai's view, she could have done better. This guy looked a little smarmy. A little shifty, too. But whatever. Maybe Mr. Tessa was a great human being and a supportive husband. It just sucked that the first woman Zai had felt a jolt of attraction to in forever was taken. I'm not hurting anything. He set the picture back down. Just admiring the nice couple. Aspen turned to him and dropped her voice.
They're not a couple anymore. Apparently, he ran out on her a few weeks before their daughter was born.
What a scumbag. On the one hand, Zai was kind of happy to hear the news. That meant she wasn't weighed down by a horrible excuse for a man anymore, and she was free to date someone else. Like him, for instance. On the other hand, that meant she was a single mom with a newborn and maybe even a broken heart. So probably not ready to date anytime soon. Just his luck. And the longer he stood at her desk, checking out her random pictures, the more that fact annoyed him. Thanks for the FYI, Aspen. He snatched up the computer. I think I'll take it from here.
Wait!
She lunged out of her chair.
I really want the chance to fix it.
I'll handle it and give you some pointers later. Log in credentials. He held out his hand. She slid the slip of paper into his palm, looking almost tearful.
Please give me the chance to fix this and learn from my mistakes.
Maybe if he'd been feeling less agitated, he would have obliged her. Next time. Zai hiked back to his desk and sat with the computer. When he opened the lid, he scowled. What the hell was she doing? Instead of a login screen, Aspen had somehow gotten behind the interface and maneuvered herself into the back end, into the terminal itself. What the fuck was she doing? What? Trees looked up absently. Zai flipped the laptop in his direction. His buddy laughed. She did that with mine, too. She tries. I think she's really lost. She had to be. Getting here usually took a know-how he doubted she possessed. She won't be touching my computer again. Good call. Silence fell, and Zai knew he probably shouldn't stir up trouble, but he didn't feel like letting this go. So, Aspen told me Tessa's husband ran out on her? Boyfriend. Yep. His name was Cash. Trees snorted. And yeah, he was as douchey as his name implies. How did she take it? His friend shrugged. Tessa is hard to read. Zai didn't know what to say to that. He wanted to know more. Hell, he kind of wanted to know where she lived so he could find out if she was all right. But that was ridiculous. He'd never met the woman, and she likely wouldn't want a stranger intruding. Besides, they were going to be co-workers. Why start something in the office that, contractually speaking, neither of them could pursue? It would be better off if he didn't go after her. It shouldn't be too hard. This job would be dangerous, and a fair amount of his time would be spent away from Lafayette, gun in hand, kicking bad guy ass. That's where he needed to focus, not some hang-up he had for a blonde he'd never met. So what's good for lunch around here? Monday, March 10th, 6 a.m. Mexico. What the fuck are we doing here? Zai hissed at Trees as they trekked around a scrub-dotted desert hill in the chilly pre-dawn. I know this is a rescue mission, but I'm in the dark too. I don't know much except this is part of an ongoing effort. Rescuing someone related to the head of a drug cartel? Why? Not sure. But if we're here, I'm guessing someone close to our scumbag, Emilio Mantilla, wants to talk. Maybe turn evidence over to the feds, who probably don't want to get their hands dirty by taking a foreign citizen out of their country of origin to further their case. Or maybe us busting in is all for optics, so Mantilla doesn't know one of his own stabbed him in the back. He shrugged. But I know that when the feds can't or won't greenlight missions, we often get the call. That made sense. And Zai didn't need to know why he was shivering in the middle of the damn desert before sunrise, trying to extract a woman he'd never heard of. He'd done clandestine before, and a paycheck was a paycheck. But it helped to understand the players, the lay of the land, and the reason for the mission objective, especially when things went south. Roger that. How much farther? Tree stared at the sat-map device in his hands, then scanned the horizon with a scowl. Almost there. What's wrong? His scowl deepened. I don't know. Maybe nothing. But if something had spooked Trees, that worried Zai. He plucked the radio from his belt and turned the volume up just enough to hear. Almost in position. Copy? Roger that, Cutter murmured. Same. The plan was simple, in theory. A few hours ago, Zai had planted explosives around the camp Intel said Montana was currently holed up in, along with their target. In a few minutes, as the sun edged above the horizon, they would launch the first part of their attack. Less than a mile to the east, Cutter was spotting 1 mile on a series of shots that should be a breeze for him, to take out the trio of heavily armed guards watching over the compound overnight. Then, while pandemonium ensued, Zai would detonate the preset explosives to draw out the rest. Trees had come along to scramble the cartel's devices and make their communications next to impossible. Then Zai was supposed to rendezvous with Cutter just outside the compound, rush in to grab the woman with 1 mile providing cover fire, then get the fuck out and back to the extraction point before 8 a.m. It wasn't terribly complicated, and the mission shouldn't be hard, but he was nervous. Because it was his first assignment for the colonel? Because he wanted to prove himself to the guys he'd pledged to work with for the next 3 years? Holler when you're ready, he told Cutter. We'll initiate the sequence on your go. Got it. Zai glanced up to see Trees peering through the charcoal morning with infrared binoculars. He was still scowling. What do you see? Same 3 guards, still in the same basic place. Makes Walker's job easier. I guess. It also makes me uneasy. Why aren't they patrolling? Laziness? Trees scoffed. Show me a lazy member of a cartel, and I'll show you a dead one. He had a point, but we've no indication they're on to us. We don't. But Trees didn't like it. Zai had known his buddy long enough to read the signs. Shit, the big guy beside him hissed suddenly. What? A 4th guard just emerged. Dread pinged Zai's gut. That wasn't normal. They'd been watching this compound for days. Over an hour early? Yeah, and he's not empty-handed. Abort! Cutter screamed over the radio. The warning had Zai on even higher alert. Trees? He paused, peering through the binoculars before whipping them away and bending to scoop up his pack. Abort! GTFO now! Zai didn't stop to ask questions. just secured his gear and ran after Trees. "Did you hear me? Abort!" Cutter's voice urged over the radio. "We're out," he shouted into the handheld unit, legs pumping across the desert sand. "Run fast! They're on to us and they've got an RPG!" Oh, fuck. Somehow the cartel had figured out they weren't alone in the middle of nowhere, and they were coming for blood. Behind him, Zai heard the hum of an engine. The growl told him their vehicles weren't standard issue. Unfortunately, he and the rest of the team were a good half-mile away from their stashed vehicle, and even longer to reach the chopper. A dozen questions sat on his tongue, along with at least that many expletives. Now wasn't the time. If they lived, then he'd want to know what the fuck was going on. Details, an explanation that made sense. The truth. The sound of tires eating their way up the side of the hill carried over the sawing of his breath and the pounding of his heart. He ran every fucking day, but not at this pace. Not on sand that shifted and slid beneath his feet. It was going to wear him down, probably before the cartel caught up. And that scared the shit out of him. They weren't known for their hospitality. To his left, he caught a glimpse of Cutter and Walker sprinting, as he and Trees were, for their vehicle, which stood a few hundred feet in the distance. Behind him, the sounds of the engine grew louder. Next, he heard an explosion, followed by a whine and a whoosh. An explosive landed in the soil half a football field in front of them, kicking up sand, rocks, and brush. Zai squinted and covered his eyes as he approached the brown cloud of dust, then tried to outrun whatever came next. It would take the crew behind him less than a minute to reload and launch again. "We're fucked!" Trees shouted beside him. "We're almost there," he tried to encourage his buddy. But deep in his heart, Zai feared his buddy was right. They were fucked. The engines roared closer as the second explosion filled the air. Zai craned his head over his shoulder and saw the fucking grenade coming straight for them. "Drop!" he shouted as he rolled to the sand, trying to avoid the explosive's arc. Trees hit the deck. Cutter started to do the same, but Walker either didn't hear or intended to be the hero, at least until his spotter tossed him down with a tug on his arm. The grenade hit the sand not 20 feet from them, too close to their vehicle for comfort. "Go, go, go!" Cutter demanded. They all raced to their feet in an all-out dash for their Jeep. If they couldn't reach it and hit the gas in the next 60 seconds, they were toast. Finally, they managed to reach their open-air vehicle and dump all their contents in the back. Over his thudding heart and everyone's furious breaths, he heard the tick, tick, ticking of a silent clock in his head, counting down the moments to impending death. It blended with the snarl of engines closing in as they tore off the camouflage covering and all hopped in, Cutter taking the briefest glimpse to ensure they'd all piled in before he stomped on the gas and the vehicle lurched forward. Zai's ass barely touched the seat before they began tearing through the desert, jockeying their way toward the public road, which was at least 10 miles away. "We're not going to fucking make it," Walker spit. "You should have let me shoot the son of a bitch with the RPG. We didn't have time. The fuck we didn't. No one made you mission commander, Bryant, and you don't have the first fucking clue what shots I can make. Stop whining and fire back at those assholes. That's the only way we're getting out of here alive." Zai whipped his stare around. In between the clouds of dust their race through the desert had kicked up, he saw something that made his blood run cold. "They got a mounted 50 cal. Motherfucking son of a bitch," Walker cursed as he jerked out his Glock. "Don't ever stop my shot again, and if I die, I'm going to haunt your ass." There was no way anyone was hitting the enemy vehicle with that weapon at that distance. "Are you out of your mind?" Walker glared at him like a bug to be squashed. "You got a better idea, new guy." Zai didn't, and that sucked. So he closed his mouth, drew his own weapon, and sent up a prayer. The sun inched up the horizon, and Cutter wisely drove east, straight into the blinding light, fishtailing the back tires to kick up as much dust as possible. They had no other way to obscure their position. If they got out of this alive, it would be a fucking miracle. Then came the sound he goddamn dreaded. Another bang, followed by another high-pitched howl. Then a flash, followed by a deafening sound as the explosive landed inches from the back right tire where Zai sat. Then fire ripped into his shoulder and across his back seconds before something bashed in the side of his skull. Pain exploded. Darkness tunneled his vision. As he fell back, his unsteady gaze landed on trees, whose eyes widened with horror. He seemed to be shouting, but Zai heard nothing. His panicked friend grabbed him, moved him. All Zai knew was that he suddenly had something solid at his back. Something warm trickled down the side of his face, and he'd probably fucking die a failure. Then, nothing. Chapter 2. March 16th. Tessa Lawrence sighed as the doorbell rang. She set down the spoon she'd been using to stir her potatoes and kissed her infant daughter, cradled in one arm as she lowered the heat on the burner.
Hopefully that's your diaper delivery, Sweet Pea. You're running low.
Hallie slept on, blissfully unaware that being down to a handful of Pampers was something close to an emergency, at least as far as a new single mom was concerned. But it wasn't the end of the world. Would she have liked to have an extra set of hands to hold Hallie while she cooked, to keep the baby calm while she took a few precious moments for a shower? When her daughter woke up for the third time between midnight and 4 a.m., of course. But Cash Bennett apparently had better things to do than be a dad to the baby girl he'd unexpectedly fathered on one of their handful of dates last May. No time to wallow now. Grab the diapers, stir the potatoes, make it through another day. Tomorrow will be better. At least that's what Tessa told herself. As she neared the front door, she peeked out the peephole. No one. The delivery driver must have dumped the box on the porch and left. And honestly, that suited Tessa anyway. She'd probably scare anyone but the blind right now. She was still wearing yesterday's leggings. Her hair was piled on her head in a messy bun. The dark circles under her eyes attested to her lack of sleep. And since Hallie was a few minutes past due for her feeding, her breasts were leaking milk, which must be obvious on her blue shirt. Letting out a sigh of relief, she opened the door and looked down for the box she so desperately needed. But it wasn't there. Instead, a familiar man peeled away from the wall beside her front door with a groan and wobbled onto the mat as he faced her. "Hey, babe." He looked her up and down, then gave her a glassy-eyed frown. "You look like shit." This was just one of the many reasons she'd stopped seeing Cash. She'd mistaken him for someone attractive, kind, and marriable for their first couple of months together. As soon as he'd proven unreliable and irresponsible, she dumped his ass. Unfortunately, she realized she was pregnant after that.
What do you want, Cash?
Shouldn't I get to meet my daughter?
I gave you chances, and you didn't take me up on any of them. I don't want you here when you're drunk.
Drunk? I've had a couple, but I'm not drunk.
Your words are slurred and you smell like a distillery. You're drunk. You should go.
What? No. I haven't seen my daughter yet. He directed his unsteady stare at Hallie. Is this her? How many babies did the idiot think she was capable of having at once?
Yes.
Something on his face softened. Can I come in and hold her? She held back.
Where have you been? I haven't seen or heard from you in 2 months. I called the day she was born. I called when I left the hospital. I called when I set a baptism date.
I know, babe. I'm sorry. If you just let me in, I'll explain. He tried to step inside, staggered, and ended up pushing the door open as he lurched. When Hallie started, Tessa guided him back onto the porch and blocked the entrance. Thankfully, the baby settled back down.
I already said I don't want you here. You couldn't be bothered to go with me to childbirth classes. You couldn't be bothered to show up when Hallie was born or when I needed you after I came home from the hospital. You definitely haven't bothered with child support.
Come on, babe. You know too much responsibility freaks me out. And before the baby was born, you were beginning to look like the side of a barn. Big old pregnant. He made an exaggerated gesture, showing a rounded belly, and grimaced as if he found it all horribly distasteful. Apparently he didn't grasp that he'd been the one to make her big old pregnant.
It's time for you to go, Cash. Next time you want to see Hallie, call first.
Oh, babe, don't do this. I've missed you.
You're getting your body back, and look at those tits.
He lifted his hands to her as if he had every intention of squeezing them. She jumped behind the door and tried to slam it shut. His foot, wedged into the opening, kept her from closing the portal.
Don't, Cash. Say goodbye and move your foot. We don't have anything else to discuss tonight.
Fine. You don't want me to touch your tits. Whatever. I just want to see you and hold the baby.
Maybe when you're sober.
When he still didn't budge, she tried to nudge his foot out of the doorway.
Babe, come on. 10 minutes.
I've missed you. He swayed closer and leaned in, lips puckered. I'll make you feel good again. He hadn't done a spectacular job the first time, and Tessa was done messing around with his drunk ass. She kicked his shin. He cursed and hopped back, removing his foot from the threshold. Quickly, she slammed the door shut and locked it. Predictably, he pounded on the door.
Don't shut me out. I know I didn't show up when I should have, but I'm here now. Doesn't that mean anything?
Nope. Whatever emotional capital he'd had by virtue of being the father of her child, he'd pissed away by being absent when she needed him most. And she wasn't about to rely on his good nature when he clearly had lost his in an alcohol haze. She reached for her phone.
Try being sober, respectful, and sincere. Make a child support payment or 2. Then I'll reconsider.
So you're going to squeeze money out of me before I can see my own daughter? You know, my first impression of you is right. You're a bitch. Tessa watched through the peephole as he missed the front step and stumbled to his hands and knees. Slowly he straightened up, wobbled, then reached into his pocket and pulled out his car keys. Shit. She couldn't let him drive. He was a danger to himself and others. She dialed 911 and reported the make and model of Cash's ride. Since there was a police station about 4 blocks from her duplex, it wouldn't take them long to get here. They'd undoubtedly find him at his vehicle, and at the foot-dragging rate he was moving now, probably before he could even pull away from the curb. She didn't want to see him arrested or have to dig himself out of legal trouble, but he didn't belong on her porch or on her property, where he could harass her. If he wanted to talk when he was sober, she might consider that. To her shock, he stopped suddenly and whipped his head around, catching the sight of a piece of siding that had come loose during last night's crazy thunderstorm. She'd called her landlord to fix it. Tessa wasn't shocked that, so far, he was a no-show. Was Cash delusional enough to think he was going to prove what a good guy he was by fixing it for her? Tessa rolled her eyes at that, until Cash picked up the board and swung at the window, which overlooked Hallie's crib. A scream slipped from her throat as glass shattered. That's right! I'm not leaving without holding my daughter! Let me see her! He shocked her all over again by knocking more shards out of the casing, then clutching the sill and swinging a leg over like he intended to hop inside. Thankfully, a pair of vehicles with flashing lights appeared at her curb, and an officer from each squad car hurtled from the vehicle and sprinted for Cash, hauling him away from the window before he could climb inside the house. You call the cops? Her ex shouted in accusation, like he was shocked she would do that to him. It had to be the drink talking, because if he'd been sober, he would have known she would never put up with his crap. She yanked the door open. I don't want you in the house, and you shouldn't be driving. Cunt! I'll be back. You'll be sorry. That's enough, buddy, a cop snarled as he cuffed Cash. You're coming to the station. What? No, fuck that! Fuck you! He struggled to no avail as one cop took him away. Another exited his vehicle to assist. As the sounds of his struggles dimmed, Hallie stirred again, this time seeking food in her sleep. The cop remaining on her porch flashed her an understanding smile. I'm Officer Mills, ma'am. My wife is breastfeeding our newborn, too. You need a few minutes? I think so. She's past due. I can wait. Then I'll need to ask you a few questions. Until then, I'll go, help with him. You know this guy? Ex-boyfriend. Mills nodded. I'll let the others know. Tessa shut and locked the door. Did that matter with the front window now wide open? Sighing, she turned off the potatoes. Dinner would have to wait. Quickly she fed Hallie, her head spinning all the while. How the heck was she going to board up that window with dusk coming so quickly? Hell, she didn't even own any tools. Wasn't that what she had a landlord for? Once Hallie seemed sated and had given her a good burp, Tessa set the infant in a jumper seat, quickly changed her shirt, then opened the door again to find Officer Mills. There he stood, along with the man who had been next on her list of people to call.
"Colonel Edgington, you're here?"
He gave her a fatherly smile. "I know most of the guys at the station, and they know you work for me. Can we come in?"
"Of course."
"While Mills asks you some questions, I'm going to figure out how to patch up the window."
"Thank you so much."
Tessa would be forever grateful if he could figure out how to keep her safe tonight so she could get it repaired tomorrow. The colonel patted her softly on the shoulder, then headed into the kitchen and down the hall to the first bedroom on the left. 10 minutes later, Mills had asked her all the questions he had and was apparently satisfied with her answers.
"That's all for now, Ms. Lawrence. I appreciate y'all coming so quickly."
He nodded, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "You didn't hear this from me, but I doubt the charges will stick. When I stepped outside so you could feed your daughter, one of the other officers told me your ex is the nephew of a city councilman." So the local wheels of justice were selective, and the system was two-tiered. Tessa closed her eyes against rising defeat.
"So he'll be out by tomorrow?"
If they lock him up at all. Just then, Tessa glanced across the open space to see the colonel standing there, listening. "Don't worry, I'll help you out. I've got an idea." Zai sat on the stiff sofa of his budget all-suites motel off the side of the freeway, absently watching a college basketball game and grimacing at the scent of leftover Chinese takeout when his phone rang. He lifted the device. Colonel. He should have guessed, since Trees had already called about 30 minutes ago. Those were the only two people who called with any regularity these days. What did that say about his social life? With a sigh, he answered. "Evening, sir. I'm fine. No more effects from the concussion, and the stitches are healing up." "Good to hear, but that's not why I'm calling. Wait, before we move on. I've had dozens of hours to sit alone and replay that mission in my mind. I have some questions." "All right, hit me." Everything seemed right on schedule, and then suddenly it wasn't. I don't know how Emilio Montilla and his thugs figured out they weren't alone or knew exactly where to find us, but that mission went south for a reason. The colonel sighed. "I'd like that answer, too. It was a shit show, despite the fact none of you did anything to compromise it. But now Walker is seething at Bryant for yanking him out and aborting the whole thing. Trees was a wreck for 2 days, and until your banged-up body heals, I'm short an operator. But the only explanation that makes sense is they had eyes somewhere we couldn't see." Zai didn't like it, but Edgington was right. In the dusty town they'd had to skirt to reach their compound, along the long, bumpy road to their hideaway. Any of that was possible. He just didn't like not knowing. 20 minutes later, Zai was out the door, speeding on his black Ninja through the inky night toward the address Edgington had given him. But beyond telling him to pack up and check out of his motel, the man had been short on details. The ride through the chilly, humid night revived him and cleared the last of a nagging headache. Yeah, he hadn't been completely honest about the injuries he'd sustained in Mexico not bothering him anymore. But they didn't bother him enough to bitch, and he'd be damned if throbbing temples and a few stitches were going to keep him from returning to action. This sitting around shit bored the hell out of him. He pulled into a working-class neighborhood and stopped in front of a traditional brick building with 2 doors, one on either side of the structure. He parked his bike at the curb, hopped off, secured his helmet, and headed up the long concrete driveway. The colonel met him halfway, hand outstretched. "Thanks for coming so quickly. You look way better than the last time I saw you," which had been as he was getting discharged from 2 days in the hospital. "I feel better, sir. Mind filling me in?" "Come with me. It will make more sense once you see the situation." Whatever. Edgington was the boss, and he was trusting him with this assignment. Should I grab my gear? He scanned the street. It should be fine for now. Come in and see if you think you can handle this. Handle it? Sir, I'm trained to handle most anything. You wouldn't have hired me if I wasn't. This is different. When the colonel turned away and headed up the walk along the left side of the house, Zai followed, wondering where the hell he was and what the hell was going on. Halfway up the path, he saw a busted-out window with a big sheet of plywood propped up beneath it. Zai studied it as he continued following his boss to the door. After a perfunctory knock, he let himself in. "He's here."
"Thank you,"
a soft female voice with a hint of a southern accent said from just inside the duplex. The colonel entered, then turned to motion him inside. Zai followed, stepping over the threshold onto a little tile foyer that immediately gave way to a great room with white walls and high ceilings. An oatmeal-colored sofa, a pair of soft gray chairs, accented by a multitude of decorative pillows and a TV mounted to the wall, gave the place a homey vibe. But what caught his attention was the young blonde looking as if she held herself together by a thread. The sight of her, bare-faced and tense, was a gut punch as his heart banged against his ribs. "Tessa?" She blinked in surprise, nodding as she looked Edgington's way with a question in her wide green eyes.
"Yes. How did you—"
"Your pictures at the office." That didn't sound too creepy, dude. Way to go. In her photos, she'd been perfectly made up and smiling, and he'd thought she was gorgeous. Now she looked real and vulnerable, with her hair piled on her head and cheeks pink. And damn if she wasn't somehow still beautiful to him. Even dressed in sweats when she was obviously sleep-deprived, Zai felt himself staring like a idiot.
"Ah,"
she sent a welcoming smile.
"You must be the new operative. Chase Garrett, right?"
"Yeah, but call him Zyron," the colonel cut in with a laugh. "Or just Zai." Tessa sent him a confused frown. "Stupid nickname. Long story," he explained.
"Zai, sure. Come in, sit down."
"We'll explain the situation," Edgington assured in answer to his unspoken question. Together they made their way to the seating area. Zai held back, waiting to sit until his boss took a recliner, and Tessa settled on the sofa. He slid into the remaining chair. "What's going on?" Tessa and the colonel exchanged a glance. Then she spoke.
"My ex came by tonight, intoxicated."
Zai listened to the whole story, getting more pissed with every word. Cash Bennett sounded like a dipshit of the first order, and the fact that his uncle would lift his crooked finger to have the douche freed before he even made it to the station annoyed the fuck out of him. "I'm worried he'll come back," the colonel said. "Drunk is one thing, but the kind of anger it took to bust in the window with a flimsy board worries me. And he threatened her." That sent Zai's temper soaring. Sure, he'd always hated assholes who bullied women, but this felt somehow personal. "Absolutely. What would you like me to do, sir?" Hopefully beat the shit out of her ex. That was a public service he could feel good about. "You two can help each other for a bit. Zai needs a place to stay temporarily. He didn't get to look for one before he got injured in Mexico. He also needs someone to help him change bandages and check the gashes on his back. As you can see, Tessa needs help repairing the window, protection, and a deterrent in case this asshole returns. What do you say? You up to hanging here for a few days?" Zai looked Tessa's way. She nibbled on her plump pink lip, and he swallowed back lust that didn't belong in this conversation.
"Are you okay with that?"
Tessa looked worried that he'd object.
"I only have a sofa for you to sleep on and a newborn who still has her days and nights confused."
Zai didn't think twice. "Sure. I'm not picky about where I sleep, and noise doesn't bother me. I've got my stuff on my bike. If we're a go, I can bring it in." While he figured out how to resist coming on to the intriguing blonde who probably didn't have sex on her mind, Tessa let out a sigh of relief and smiled.
"Great."
The colonel stood. "Why don't you grab your gear so you and I can board up this window? Then I'll leave you two alone." 10 minutes later, the window was boarded, and the colonel had gone with a wave and a promise to check in. The moment Tessa locked the door after him and turned back to Zai, the room felt too small, the air somehow hard to breathe. Not just because he loomed tall, though he did. Not just because his probing blue eyes asked 1,000 questions without a word. Not even because his massive shoulders filling out an athletic shirt above his obviously strong body made her realize how unnervingly male he was. It was everything about him. The tribal tattoos that peeked out under his sleeves, his large, capable hands, the hawk-eyed way he watched her. Even the stitches on the side of his head and the dark bruising that flared from his temple down to his square jaw. The last thing she needed or wanted was to be attracted to any man, especially a hot one, seeing her at her unbathed, sleep-deprived worst. And he would be here for nearly a week.
So,
she gave him her blandest smile.
Thanks for coming to help me.
No problem. He sent her a concerned stare. You okay? His gaze, like his question, felt too perceptive. The longer Tessa stared back in silence, the more tongue-tied she felt. He stood too close. Her nerves buzzed. Even her skin tingled.
Cash rattled me a little, but I'll be all right.
You sure?
Yeah.
She assured him as much as she assured herself. She had to stop being ridiculous and think responsibly. Think like a mom.
Make yourself at home. Have you eaten dinner? I was just cooking, and I'm sure I have enough for two.
Sharing with him was only right since he'd come to help her. Besides, she couldn't starve him, especially after he'd been so recently injured. All true. But eating with him meant she'd have to stay close to him. My stomach would appreciate it, he accepted. I couldn't bring myself to eat Chinese takeout leftovers.
How does meatloaf and mashed potatoes sound?
Like heaven.
Good. Since it's a little chilly tonight, warm comfort food sounded good.
Warm comfort food always is. And unless you count hospital food, which I don't, I haven't had a home-cooked meal in forever.
It won't be much longer. Feel free to get yourself settled while I finish up.
I can do that later. Need any help? He wasn't too macho for domesticity.
Mind setting the table?
She gestured to the little nook beside the kitchen. It needed to be done, and it would put space between them. I'll take care of it. Tessa turned back to her potatoes and started the burner. She couldn't deny that she was pleasantly surprised. Then again, Zai wasn't Cash, and she shouldn't have assumed that if her ex would shirk a simple task, the big bad warrior would as well. After all, she and Zai worked for the same man, who would probably threaten to peel his hide from his body if he was anything less than polite. From the holder on the counter, she plucked up a pair of napkins, then grabbed a couple of forks from the drawer before setting them on the kitchen island between them.
Salt and pepper shakers are in the sideboard next to the table, along with the placemats.
He scooped everything up.
On it. I don't have a beer or anything hard to offer you. Sorry.
She wasn't drinking while she was breastfeeding, and after what happened tonight, she didn't really want to encourage any man imbibing. I'd rather have water. Zai worked with relative speed and stealth. Tessa couldn't deny that having him nearby made her feel a lot safer, and strangely content. She'd grown accustomed to the only sounds in the house belonging to her, Hallie, or the TV. Hearing another adult made her feel less lonely. But the fact she couldn't tune out his all-male, all-warrior vibe rattled her. Then again, what woman could ignore any 6'4" man full of buzz cut and muscle? Less than 2 minutes later, the table was set. His competence shouldn't surprise her. Cash had been a talker. Zai was seemingly a doer, and the colonel only hired the best. "Where's your baby?" he asked.
She fell asleep shortly after Colonel Edgington arrived. I expect we'll have just enough time to sneak in a meal before she wakes. At least I hope. Mind pouring us each some water for dinner? Glasses are to the right of the sink.
You got it. By the time he finished and they danced around each other in the small kitchen, she pulled the meatloaf from the oven. She'd made it big, hoping she'd have leftovers tomorrow. Wishful thinking now, but she was safe tonight, and she had Zai to thank. If Cash made the mistake of coming back, the sight of her temporary bodyguard would have her ex pissing his pants. She laughed. "Something funny?" Zai asked. Tessa looked up from whipping her potatoes.
"I was just thinking that if Cash returns, he'll be mighty surprised."
"He won't find me very welcoming."
"I'm pleased as punch to hear it."
She put a heap of butter on top of the potatoes, added a bit of pepper, then stirred, grabbing a pair of plates, and dished them up their dinner.
"Honestly, I don't know why that man thought I'd welcome him back in the first place."
"Some men have difficulty with the word no, but if he turns up and struggles to comprehend, I'll set him straight." She believed he would, and his protectiveness made something in her belly flutter.
"Oh, hell, don't start that business. Giving into flutters over a fine form and a pretty face is how you became a single mother in the first place." "Thank you."
She set the plates on the placemats, then reached for her chair. Zai sidled beside her and pulled it out. "Let me." As Tessa sat, she couldn't seem to unglue her stare from him. That flutter strengthened to something more like a kick.
"Thank you. Just because the man has manners doesn't mean he likes you, and you don't need another Romeo."
He sat beside her and dropped his napkin in his lap. "Everything looks and smells fantastic."
"Dig in,"
she encouraged, doing the same. He forked in a bite of potatoes, then moaned. The sound was so sexual it sent a shiver down her spine. "Oh, this is amazing. I'd forgotten how much I love good mashed potatoes."
"You didn't eat them much in the service?"
"Their version, sure. But comparing yours to those would be like comparing a Da Vinci to a kindergarten art project." Tessa laughed. Zai had a sense of humor, too. Where had he been when she'd had the misfortune of meeting Cash? In retrospect, she couldn't be altogether sad about that. Without him, she wouldn't have Hallie, and she loved her daughter almost more than her heart could contain.
"I don't know if I've mastered potatoes the way Da Vinci mastered art, but I appreciate the compliment."
He took a bite of the meat and shook his head as pleasure spread across his face. "And I might have to compare your meatloaf to a Shakespearean sonnet because it's that damn good."
"Now you're just buttering me up. If you were hoping for dessert, sorry I didn't make any. I'm still trying to lose baby weight."
He lowered his fork and stared. "You look good to me." Tessa turned hot all over.
"Thanks."
The moment hung between them, silent, still, full of awareness. Or was that in her head?
"It doesn't matter, girl. Stop making eyes at the man. And remember the rule about fraternizing with operatives? The colonel had it written into his employee contract, so he must take that seriously. You need this job. Don't screw up. Besides, Zai can't possibly find you attractive when you're dirty and half awake."
She cleared her throat.
"So, where are you from?"
"California. Bay Area. You?" The way he spit out the words suggested he had no intention of going back, but she didn't pry.
"Never been there."
He shrugged. "There's some good stuff, but mostly, you're not missing much." "Where are you from? Where did you get that soft drawl?" The caress of his voice made her shiver. "Rocky Top, Tennessee." "Never been there." Tessa couldn't help but smile. "It's beautiful, and I have to be honest, you're missing a lot." "I probably am." He shoveled in another couple of bites. "Tell me what I need to know about your ex." She hated talking about him, but Zai should know the basic facts in case Cash wasn't in the mood to give up.
"We met at the post office. The colonel asked me to mail some things for him, and he was picking up a package. We got stuck in the same line."
"So you started dating?" She nodded.
"I hadn't lived here long, and he seemed nice enough. It probably sounds stupid now, but the fact that he knew a lot of the locals and always had a wave and a smile convinced me he was a decent guy."
"How long before you suspected he wasn't?"
"That happened over time. I didn't like the way he treated wait staff. He was dismissive, like they were beneath him. I waitressed a lot in high school, and I knew the type. But I made excuses for him. In every other way, he seemed all right.
And she'd been so lonely. The pain of being a stranger when she'd always had so many friends had made her vulnerable to Cash's smooth words. What then?
After we'd been out a few times, and I'd spent a couple of nights with him, he stopped calling as much. I was out to dinner with one of my neighbors and saw him pick up a redhead. When they left together, I knew where they were going, and sure enough, her car was parked in front of his apartment for the next few hours. Cash and I weren't exclusive or anything, but
She shrugged.
I had convinced myself what we had meant something. Clearly it didn't. I called him the next morning and left a message not to call me anymore.
Did he?
Yeah, but I didn't answer. And he didn't come around. It seemed fine until I realized I was pregnant, so I had to call him again. He didn't say much when I told him, but he promised he'd be there for me.
Was he?
For a while.
He'd certainly stayed for the hormone-induced sex at the beginning of her second trimester. In fact, he'd been so there for her then, she'd convinced herself that maybe they had a good relationship after all.
He disappeared for good around the middle of January. Hallie was born February 4th. I hadn't seen him again until today.
He just showed up. Wanting what?
To see Hallie, according to him. But he seemed all too happy to tell me that he'd left because by the end of my pregnancy, I looked like the side of a barn. But lucky for me, I'd got my body back and he wanted to pay particular attention to my breasts.
His eyes scowled. What the?
Fuck? You can say it.
Since he sounds like a first-class asshole, I don't know how to avoid saying it. The colonel said he threatened you?
Vaguely. I'll be back and I'll make you pay. That kind of stuff.
Is he mean enough to follow through? Tessa considered the question.
Mean? I don't know. Vain? Yes. I kicked him out and had him arrested. There's one thing that man can't take, and that's an insult to his pride.
I know his type. He'll be back.
I expect so. But you'll have to be careful.
I will. I heard about Cash's uncle, but all I have to do is get the bastard to throw the first punch. They finished their dinner, and just as she pushed her plate away, Hallie started to fuss.
I'd better go get her.
Do what you need. I might have seconds. Tessa smiled back at Zai. Despite the fact she was feeling awkward and too aware in his presence, she found him surprisingly easy to talk to. Easy to be with. But that only made her more aware of him. She wouldn't make the mistake of underestimating him. He might seem polite, but under his facade, he was all warrior. If she weren't a single mother who shared office space with him, she'd be damn interested in unleashing him between the sheets. But that was impossible.
Help yourself.
She eased away and headed into her bedroom, where Hallie lay in her lacy bassinet, little legs kicking and tiny hands flailing as she gave her lungs a workout.
Hey, sweet pea. Good nap? You hungry?
The sudden dampening of her shirt with Hallie's next cry told her it was definitely time for her daughter to eat. After scooping up the infant, she kissed her forehead and sat in the glider in the corner, opening her shirt and nursing bra as she settled in and flipped on the TV. As Hallie latched on hungrily, Tessa held her tighter and changed channels until she found a semi-entertaining cooking show. 20 minutes and a good burp later, she changed Hallie in her attached bathroom, then peppered her baby's soft face with kisses.
You want to play?
Hallie's big eyes lit up. They were still blue, but a hint of green was creeping in. Tessa hoped her daughter got her eyes, but she still saw bits of Cash in Hallie's darker hair and wide mouth. In fact, her baby was changing more every day, at a pace she could hardly believe. It was almost too fast for Tessa to keep up with. She spread out Hallie's favorite activity mat for newborns and positioned a few strategic pillows around, just in case, then set her daughter down, tummy first.
Have fun, sweet pea. Mommy's going to take a quick shower.
Hopefully she'd feel less dirty. But it seemed that no matter how often she grabbed a quick rinse, she still felt grungy all the time. Given her leaking breasts and having a baby who spit up more often than not, she wasn't surprised. Throw in sporadic sleep and an unseasonably humid day, and Tessa felt positively grimy. A few times during her shower, she peeked out to make sure Hallie was happy and okay. As usual, the baby seemed fascinated by the pink elephant with the teething ring around its neck and the bright page of the cloth book. Funny how perspective changed everything. In college, a hot shower had merely been something she'd taken to get clean. Often, it had been her first step in getting ready to hit the bars with her girlfriends. Now it was a lovely luxury she looked forward to each night. Hair washing day was an extra special twice-a-week treat. But tonight she reveled in massaging her scalp and a slow combing of her deep conditioner. The experience was almost soothing and sensual. How much better would this shower be with Zai? The thought blindsided Tess, and after the ridiculous thought, she rushed through her rinse. He wouldn't be interested in her. Hell, she didn't recognize her own body anymore. Her breasts were heavy and subject to gravity in a way they hadn't been before. During her last 2 weeks of pregnancy, the cocoa butter had quit working. Now a handful of stretch marks spread low on her belly. Her middle looked doughy, and she still had nearly 10 pounds to drop. At the follow-up appointment with her obstetrician yesterday, she'd gotten the green light to start exercising again. Now she needed to find the time and energy. Unfortunately, when Hallie went down for her evening nap, Tessa often needed one too. How would she find the energy to go back to work next week? She sighed. That was a problem for tomorrow. Things would get better eventually, right? And if she never got back the kind of body that looked great in a clingy lycra dress while she danced the night away, well, the time to grow up had come, and she wouldn't trade her little life with Hallie for anything. Sure, she'd pictured having a husband and children while surrounded by her family and friends. That would have made everything so much easier and happier. Not having her mother to rely on as she'd become a mother herself had left a hole in her heart. But she couldn't change what was. She could only start over with Hallie, and together they'd trek this adventure called life. Tessa prayed it would be a good one. A few minutes later, she stepped from the shower and wrapped herself in clean towels. Hallie squealed in delight as she played on her mat, making Tessa smile. Yeah, everything would be all right. And if Zai unnerved her, well, he wouldn't be here for long. Not nearly long enough to make an impression in her life, much less a dent in her heart. She slipped into the pajamas on top of the clean pile, pink cotton with a V-neck trimmed in soft lace. There was nothing sexy about them. As she braided her wet hair, she sighed. Zai probably dated hot women, the sort people used to consider her, the ones in those stretchy dresses that clung to every sinful curve, the kind who could pull off false lashes, red lipstick, and stilettos. Yeah, that wasn't her anymore. Not that it mattered. He was a temporary bodyguard and a future co-worker, period. Once she'd secured her braid, she scooped Hallie up and kissed her pink cheeks. Her baby returned her big smile, which turned Tessa's heart upside down. Then she took up the activity mat so she could set it in the living room while she did dishes. But when Tessa opened her bedroom door and glanced into the kitchen, she stopped short. Zai stood at the sink, washing her potato pan. The table had been cleared, the flower arrangement back in the middle, the overhead light off. The stove was spotless. The island, too.
You didn't have to do that,
she said, settling Hallie on her hip. Zai flipped the water off and set the pan on the drying rack. No sweat. You looked like you could use an extra pair of hands, and I've got them, so why not? Besides, if I sit too much, I get itchy.
Thanks. But aren't you supposed to be healing?
He waved her away. I'm healed enough. These stitches will be gone soon, and the worst of the soreness is behind me. Clearly I'm going to live, though there are a couple of Mexican cartel thugs who are bummed about that. Someone had tried to kill him, and he joked about it. Maybe he had to in order to process the day-to-day danger. Or maybe it really didn't bother him.
Wow, and I was just wishing I could extend my showers a bit longer. Your trouble makes mine seem silly.
Hey, I don't have to worry about any human but myself, so that makes my job way easier. You have precious cargo there. He smiled softly and caressed her baby's cheek with a big finger. Hi, Hallie. Aren't you a cutie? Tessa's heart flipped. Sexy, protective, and good with kids.
Or he feels sorry for you and thinks babies are cute. Don't read too much into it.
A glance down told her that Hallie stared at Zai with huge eyes. The infant didn't interact with many men. Her pediatrician was female. Same with most of the people who had visited since she'd been born. Well, except the Colonel. Was it Zai's deep voice that had her baby girl so entranced? The flash of his white teeth? Those intense blue eyes?
Looks like she's a flirt, too,
Tessa quipped. Hallie blinked and went right back to staring at Zai as if he were the eighth wonder of the world. He laughed and stroked her chin. She's good at it. Aren't you pretty, girl? Her baby smiled and giggled, batting her wispy lashes at Zai, which made them both laugh.
I'm going to have to teach you to be a little less transparent about your flirting, Sweet Pea.
She kissed her daughter's head.
Really, thank you for doing the dishes.
I should be thanking you. I appreciated the meal. Tessa didn't know what to say. A silent moment passed. Neither moved or spoke, and she felt herself falling into his eyes.
Wrong, bad, and so stupid.
She cleared her throat.
If you'll follow me, I'll show you where to find everything you need for a shower.
He backed away with a respectful nod and followed her down the hall. Tessa was aware of him, mere steps and breaths behind her. She tried not to let his nearness rattle her, especially since this attraction was surely one-sided. When she reached the spare bedroom, she pointed to the cabinet above the commode.
Towels and washcloths up here, along with a fresh bar of soap.
Thanks. She turned back to him with a nod and noticed a few things. First, the spare shower was the size of a postage stamp. She'd never realized how small it was before. Would Zai actually fit in there? Second, he seemed somehow closer, and she couldn't quite breathe. Third, he was blocking the door.
If you, have any trouble with the shower, let me know.
Trouble?
You're big and...
Picturing him naked with water sluicing down all those undoubtedly hard, bronzed muscles was derailing her train of thought. She'd known her hormones had been screwed up since giving birth, but having him so close wasn't helping. His sexy smirk had her heart kicking up a notch. I'll manage.
Okay.
Still, he didn't move, didn't speak. Their eyes met.
I need to,
She gestured toward the hall. Oh, sure. He stepped aside to let her pass. Once she exited the little bathroom and put space between them, she could breathe again. Her body temperature seemed to drop about 10 degrees. How was she going to prevent making an idiot of herself around him?
If you'd like to shower up, I'll look at your wounds and change your bandages afterward.
That's not necessary. She gave him a wry smile.
The Colonel made me promise I would at least once a day.
That underhanded bastard.
He was fairly sure you weren't doing it.
Zai sighed. So he made sure you would.
Pretty much.
All right, give me 10.
I'll just be watching TV.
And trying not to imagine you naked. Zai sent her a mock salute and stepped inside the bathroom again. Tessa settled into a recliner with Hallie on her lap and turned on the TV. She'd missed the end of the cooking show she'd been watching, but found another one with the same brash British chef. Absently, she bounced her baby on her lap and picked her phone off the nearby table to find a text from the Colonel. Quickly, she assured him that all was well. And then, she had nothing to do except think about Zai, stripping off his shirt to bare his strong torso, removing his jeans and sliding down his underwear to reveal hard muscles. He'd be hot everywhere. Hard everywhere. Big everywhere. And good Lord, her imagination was getting the best of her. She grabbed the remote and changed channels, finding a silly show about one man dating a horde of women in his supposed attempt to find a wife. He pranced into the swimming pool, followed by his harem, all seemingly vying for his attention, or media exposure. The guy wasn't unattractive, but Zai was way hotter. And she needed to stop thinking about him as anything other than her bodyguard and co-worker. "I'm ready," he called behind her. Given how achy her body was in places it shouldn't be, she was too. But those were her rebellious hormones talking. She wasn't having sex with him. "Doctor cleared you to resume all normal activity." She had, but nope, not happening. Tessa stood. "Let me set Hallie on her activity mat and find my first aid supplies." As soon as her baby girl was happily engaged on the bright mat, Tessa turned to face Zai and stopped. Moving, breathing, thinking. He stood in front of her wearing a pair of black low-slung sweatpants and nothing else. His 5 o'clock shadow inched onto his thick neck, which gave way to 2 thick slabs of bronze muscle. Both bulging shoulders were covered in tribal tattoos that ran down his beefy arms, flanking abs so ridiculously taut, calling them a six-pack would be an insult. He even had those notches above his hips that made her drool. Mercy me. "Where do you want to do this?" "On the bed? Against the wall?" But he wasn't asking about sex, and she needed to stop thinking about it. "Why don't you sit on the sofa? Are the wounds on your back?" "Mostly, yeah." He sauntered closer. Closer. Sat on the edge of her soft couch, then sent her an expectant stare. "First aid kit, right. 2 seconds." Tessa whirled away and drew in a breath, trying to calm herself. On the top shelf of her pantry, she found her first aid supplies. Since she wasn't sure what he needed, she grabbed everything, washed her hands, then turned back to Zai. He watched her, stare unsettlingly direct and unwavering. "You okay?" "Of course." But his question implied that he'd noticed her staring. She tried to break the tension with a smile. "It's just a little odd having a half-naked stranger in my house." "I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. As soon as we're done, I'll toss on a shirt." "It's fine." Except she'd have to touch him first. Tessa laid all the supplies on her coffee table, then scooted in behind Zai, staring at the wide expanse of his back. He'd been injured more than once. A collection of scars, some fresh, some faded, littered the landscape of his skin, but she barely noticed. His shoulders were broad and beefy, the right one crisscrossed with a series of scrapes, stitches, and bruises. And his muscles had muscles. From there, a series of ripples and bulges flanked his strong spine as his body tapered to narrow hips. She sat frozen. She'd only ever seen anything like him in a magazine. "That bad?" he asked. His question jolted her out of her trance. "Just trying to decide what might work best. It's scabbed over, but I see signs of infection trying to set in. Give me a minute." "Sure." Tessa did her best to gather her wits, dousing a cotton pad with some hydrogen peroxide. As she pressed it to his wounds, she glanced at the other set of stitches just above his ear, much harder to detect as the hair he'd had brutally buzz-cut all over grew around it. "How did you get injured?" she asked as she cleaned that spot as well. "This time, Bryant, Walker, Trees, and I were playing Dodge the RPG in Mexico. I nearly lost." She already knew better than to ask why they'd been down there. "RPG? Like a rocket launcher?" "More or less. Cartels have no sense of humor." Of course not. And she didn't know how he could. Anyway, shrapnel and debris from the ground beside the impact point sprayed up and tagged me. Some damn rock hit my head, too. I had a concussion, and I apparently bled like a bitch. Scared Trees to death. But I made fun of him later for panicking at all the blood. She blinked. They'd been in a dangerous situation, and he could have been killed. Yet Zai had ribbed his fellow operative about it.
Seriously?
Yeah, of course. He made fun of me for passing out, but I still owe him since he had to drag my unconscious ass onto the getaway chopper. Tessa pressed a hand to her chest.
How do you deal with so much danger?
He shrugged, those big shoulders moving as she reached for the antibiotic ointment and unscrewed the cap. Part of the job. I'm used to it. Thanks for being gentle back there. Trees was a lot less nice my first night or two out of the hospital. Told him to knock that shit off or I'd repay him once the shoe was on the other foot. Not if, but when. That blew Tessa's mind. She'd been incredibly rattled by Cash breaking her window and threatening her. Zai faced death head-on, frequently. All the guys did. Somehow she just never realized how truly dangerous their work was.
I'm doing my best,
she promised as she squeezed some ointment onto her fingers. And now she had to touch him. Direct skin-to-skin contact. Tessa swallowed, and her fingers shook as she lifted her hand to him. At first contact, he shuddered. She jerked away.
Did it hurt you?
No, just wasn't expecting it. He'd known her touch was coming. Was he affected by it? The way she was affected by him?
Doesn't matter,
she reminded herself as she applied ointment to his wounds again. The stitches were hard and sturdy, helping his skin knit back together in a small row. But around that, his flesh was steely and warm. The scent of clean soap and something woodsy tickled her nose as she leaned closer to reach the spot high on his shoulder. Her heart thudded. Her skin felt hot and alive. Her nipples... She'd be lying if she said she couldn't feel them pressed against her shirt. Doing her best to be quick and efficient, she finished with the ointment and stood.
When you're back out in the dangerous world, be careful, you hear?
As she stepped past him to wash her hands, he grabbed her wrist. I'm used to this shit. Let's talk about you. Her skin burned where he touched her. With a subtle twist, she worked free.
Me? I sit behind a desk.
I meant Cash. You need a restraining order ASAP. Since he'd unexpectedly dropped in earlier, she'd been too scrambled to consider legal options. But after his drunken threats, he would likely be back, unless she gave him a damn good reason not to be. Tessa hated to keep him from his daughter. A girl needed her daddy. She'd certainly needed hers growing up. Hell, she needed him now. But the comparison was apples and oranges. Despite everything, her daddy had been a good man who loved his family. Cash seemed capable of loving only himself.
You're probably right. I'll call someone tomorrow.
Let me know if I can help. Other than the colonel, Zai was the first man she'd met since moving to Louisiana she believed was as good as his word.
Don't get used to him. Don't stare. And don't think about him. He's not yours, and he never will be.
Chapter 3. The following day, Tessa's landlord came over to survey the window her ex had broken and blew a gasket. He blamed her, and that pissed Zai off. Tessa hadn't asked for her creepy ex to damage the place, but when he growled back that she'd been traumatized enough, the deadbeat suddenly changed his accusing tone to something conciliatory, just before he called a glass company to replace the window. He also agreed to have the siding fixed so her ex could no longer use the discarded pieces as a battering ram to break into her place. As the 40-something guy took off in his little Toyota, Tessa sighed.
Seems like you're great at scaring away all the assholes in my life. When you go, maybe you should leave a cardboard cutout of yourself behind.
He was just glad to help. Because that wouldn't be weird at all.
It totally would,
she sighed.
But maybe worth the raised brows?
How about you just call me if you have a problem? I'll come over and take care of it.
You've already done so much. I can't impose any more.
What had he actually done? hung out in case her ex returned, and set her landlord straight. Well, he'd also pushed and shoved until she'd gotten a restraining order against Cash, and Zai was relieved she'd followed through. That would give her some legal recourse in the event she needed it. Other than that, he'd done nothing except taken up oxygen, food, and space on her couch. Tessa was trying to do everything alone, and he wished she would let him do more. And Zai knew why. No reason to bullshit himself. Her mean meatloaf and mashed potatoes aside, he liked her. He liked that her place felt like an actual home. He liked the way she mothered her baby, who clearly thought the sun rose and set on her mommy. But he loved the way she seemed aware of him as a man. At first he'd wondered if the awareness was all in his head. But after she'd stared at him shirtless, like she'd seen something deliciously forbidden, and he'd heard her heavy breathing as she doctored him, yeah, he knew. Fuck if he didn't want her too. But she had a newborn and an independent streak a mile wide, and they were both contractually bound not to touch each other. Where did that leave them? "You're not imposing," he swore. "Jerks like him take advantage of the fact women tend to be polite. It pisses me off. So if he, or any other douche, needs an attitude adjustment, I'll zip right over with a glare and a threat." "Thanks." She turned back for the house, then set off at a run when she heard Hallie fussing. Zai followed, shutting the door behind them. She took a long nap. "Yeah, too long. I meant to wake her up 30 minutes ago, but..." Her freaking landlord had come by and put the kibosh on her plan. "At least he'll get everything fixed for you." "You're right. I'm just worried about Hallie's sleep patterns." Usually not much woke him, but through the bedroom door she'd closed between them, he'd heard the baby crying most of last night. Exhaustion bruised her eyes today. "Is she okay?" "I called the pediatrician. She said it's not uncommon for babies to have their days and nights mixed up. I just need to be patient and try to help her adjust." "How?" "Extend the time between her naps, which I did this morning. I also didn't swaddle her as much, so she'd be a little less warm and cozy. So far it hasn't helped. Then again, Dr. Lynch said it might take a few days for Hallie to get the hint." "If I can help, let me know." Because Tessa was obviously worn down and he didn't like it. "I appreciate it, but this is one instance in which you'll be useless." Did she think he couldn't handle a baby? In fairness, he'd had zero experience, but he had the internet. He could read. "Don't look insulted," she cut into his thoughts. "You're very capable, except when it comes to breastfeeding." An instant flash of Tessa bearing herself and the baby latching on while he watched burned itself into his brain. The image wasn't sexual exactly. Natural, beautiful, primal. It made him hard as hell. To hide his reaction, he turned and headed for the kitchen, stepping behind the counter as he pretended to grab a glass of water. "Nope, I wouldn't be good at that. But if you need anything else, the offer stands." "Thanks. Have any dinner requests?" "Let me take you out so you don't have to cook." Seriously, as tired as she looked, he didn't want to add to her pile of things to do. "I'd rather keep Hallie in until her immune system matures a bit." Fair point. "I can grab some takeout." "I appreciate that, but that won't help me whittle my waistline." She sighed. 8 pounds to go." "You look great, Tessa. Seriously." A pink flush crept up her cheeks. "But I still can't get in my work clothes. I have to do that by Monday or I won't have anything to wear, so I can't afford the extra calories. I've been marinating some chicken, if you don't mind having that with some steamed broccoli and brown rice." "Great. What can I do?" Tessa cast an indecisive glance between the kitchen and her bedroom. "Let me feed Hallie. Then I'll start the grill and the rice cooker." Before he could reply, she was gone, shutting the door between them. He'd love to be with her, beside her, helping her, watching her. He wasn't a man who did idle well, and waiting for her to do all the work chafed him. He didn't know a hell of a lot about cooking in the kitchen, but how hard could it be? Besides, it would give him something to do besides stare at her closed door, wanting what he couldn't have. In the backyard, he found her gas grill on the small patio, along with a bunch of evergreens bisected by a stone path through the grass, leading to a tiled deck where a pair of brightly colored rockers sat around a fire table under a weeping willow. A hammock lazed in another corner between two trees. Everywhere he looked, he saw her touches in the decorative pillows and the springy wreath on the door. He lit the grill, then meandered back into the house to figure out the rice cooker. He looked up the device's instructions online and had the rice steaming in a handful of minutes. After that, he searched the internet for instructions on how to steam broccoli. He felt like an idiot for having to look up something so basic, but soon he'd cleaned and bagged the stalks before shoving them into the microwave so they would be ready to nuke when the rest of the dishes were nearly finished. As he had last night, he'd set the table to save her the effort. Then his phone rang. He plucked it from his pocket and read the display with a smile. "Hey, man."
"Hey,"
Trees greeted.
"How you feeling today?"
"Fine. Like I felt yesterday. Like I could be on assignment right now."
"According to the colonel, you are. Did Tessa's ex-douche come back?"
"Not yet. But Zai's gut told him this guy wasn't giving up. If you had a sweet, smart, gorgeous woman like Tessa who had given you pleasure and a child, would you? Not in a million fucking years."
"So, how you doing there with Tessa?"
"Fine. And I'm trying not to be a pain in her ass. She's got her hands full between the baby and her ex. I don't want her feeling like she has to wait on me."
"Makes sense."
He paused.
"She's pretty, isn't she?"
"Yeah, but I can't go there, man."
"Why not? You going to try to lie and tell me you don't want to?"
His buddy scoffed. "You think you're reading my mind now?"
"I know I am. I've known you too long. I know your type, and I know what kind of woman will make you happy. She's it."
He couldn't pretend Trees was wrong. "Dude, what are you saying?"
"Just that you two would be good for each other."
"Well, even if I want her, I can't have her."
"You think she's still got a thing for her ex?"
"No. Besides, if he wanted Tessa enough to fight for her, her ex wouldn't stop him. But in case you never noticed, the colonel has a non-fraternization clause in his contracts. We could both lose our jobs."
"I'd forgotten about that."
"I wish I could."
"Sorry, man."
"Fuck it. I'm sorry. Tessa's sofa is half a foot too small for me." And he'd spent half of last night hard for her, wondering what it would be like to curl up next to her soft body and fuck her in the middle of the night. "So I'm cranky."
"That sounds horrible, but still cozier than my next couple of nights. Josiah Walker and I are pulling out with the colonel to do a quick op tomorrow."
And Zai felt like a deadbeat for not joining in, at least to watch their sixes.
"Where?
To do what?"
"Not sure yet. Colonel hasn't filled us in. He says it's pretty standard, but his new wife seems pissed."
Too much pushback from the missus, and Edgington really might ditch his business to keep the peace.
"Shit. Anyway, I'll let you know when we're back."
"Yeah, I want to hear everything, especially if it has anything to do with the debacle in Mexico."
"You got it. Later, Zai."
"Later. Stay safe, huh?"
"Always."
Trees ended the call. Behind Zai, the bedroom door opened, and he turned to find Tessa emerging, Hallie half asleep in her arms. She glanced at the rice cooker on the island and frowned.
"You started dinner?"
"Yeah, no reason to wait."
"You didn't have to do that."
She said that a lot. "No sweat. You're busy, you're tired, and you don't need to wait on me. I'm eating too, so I took a stab at meal prep. The grill is heating up. Rice is on. Broccoli is ready to nuke."
"And you set the table."
She looked ready to cry. Zai edged closer. "I was trying to be helpful, but—"
"You are,"
she sniffled. What the hell was wrong with her? "Hey, I didn't mean to upset you. Have a seat on the couch. Play with Hallie. I'm going to throw the chicken on the grill. We'll probably be ready to eat in 10.
"Thank you."
Tessa opened her mouth as if she had a million more things to say, but her gorgeous green eyes communicated everything her words didn't.
"Really?"
He got it now. No one had taken care of her in a long while, and it fucking irritated him, even as he hurt for her. Zai cleared his throat and turned away. If he didn't, he'd probably do something stupid like put his arms around her and press his lips to hers. He'd ask for forgiveness later. Soon they sat at the table while Hallie cooed happily in her baby swing. The silence between them bugged the shit out of Zai. "Chicken okay?"
It's perfect. It's so juicy. You'll have to show me your secret. I've been guilty of slow grilling things until they're cardboard.
"You've got to sear it." He took another bite. "You go back to work Monday?" Tessa nodded.
I have a daycare lined up. They encouraged me to bring Hallie there a couple of days this week for a few hours so she can get used to the environment gradually, but I can't imagine just handing her over to a stranger.
"I'm sure, but she'll be fine. These people are trained to take good care of the kids."
Yeah, but she's just a baby.
And the thought of leaving Hallie had Tessa looking ready to cry. Fuck, that expression hurt him. "You'd rather stay home with her."
I wish I could, but
She pasted on a brave smile.
I'm not the first working mom to face this choice, and it will feel good to be back in the office.
After that, she went quiet again, and he wished he could think of some way to make her smile. Once they'd finished dinner and before the sun fell, he suggested a walk around the block. He wasn't used to sitting around this much, and he was half convinced the fresh air would do Tessa good. And since Hallie seemed ready to nod off again, the cool wind in her face might keep the baby awake a while longer. So they left the dishes and fetched the stroller, taking a few laps around the neighborhood until dusk crept in and Tessa shivered with the encroaching wind. Inside, she gave Hallie a bath, then hopped in the shower herself. As Zai had last night, he did the dishes. When Tessa and the baby emerged, clean and ready for bed, the three of them passed a few hours with mindless sitcoms and an occasional game of peekaboo with Hallie. Zai was used to quiet, solo evenings at home. He didn't like bars unless he was playing a competitive game of pool. But this sort of night in was different. It wasn't his usual empty silence broken only by a canned laugh track. It wasn't still except for his own footfalls over his floorboards as he paced. And thank fuck it wasn't his crappy motel with its cheap cookie-cutter furniture. Despite the baby things strewn around the living room, from blankets to burp cloths, this felt real. It felt like a home. He'd never really had that. By 9:30, Tessa looked ready to nod off in her recliner, so she stood, cradling Hallie.
Guess we're heading to bed. She's been awake for a few hours. Thanks for your help. Hopefully she'll sleep tonight.
I hope you both will. They needed it. But if you need anything, let me know.
Thanks. I'm just happy Cash hasn't seen fit to show his face again.
Zai was almost disappointed. He had a few words he'd love to say to the asshole. Night. She entered her room and slowly eased the door closed between them.
Night.
Her whisper hung in the air as the soft snick told him she'd shut herself in. As soon as she was gone, the sound of the TV beat at his brain, so he shut the noise box off and killed the lights. Then he settled onto the sofa with a blanket, his pillow, and a sigh. What was Tessa doing now? Had she tucked Hallie in, then stripped down before climbing into her lone bed? Was she wishing he was beside her? What would she do if he was? If he reached out to touch her? If he kissed her? If he took off every stitch she wore and slid her body beneath his? Funny how he'd arrived at her place a mere 2 days ago, wondering how long he'd have to stay before he could start looking for a place of his own. Now he was reluctant to leave. But if he didn't, he knew what would happen. He wouldn't be able to keep his hands off Tessa, especially since he was almost sure she wanted him too. Hour by hour, the unspoken awareness between them grew. They were a ticking time bomb of suppressed desire. If he stayed, how long before they exploded? In the dark, he stared out the living room window, seeing nothing, hearing nothing but his own rough breaths and accelerated heartbeats, which could only be because he knew Tessa was just one closed door away. He closed his eyes and forced himself to focus on sleep, until the sounds of a baby fussing jolted him awake. With a groan,
Zai swiped his phone off the nearby table and looked at the time. 1:45 in the morning. Eyes closed, he lay on the sofa, listening to Hallie's whines gather steam until she began to wail. Moments later, quiet fell again, punctuated by baby moans. Hallie must be eating. At least he thought so until she started crying again. This time her squalls were sharper, alternating between anger and distress. He scowled as 20 minutes turned into 30, then 40. He listened, his concern growing as the baby began howling in earnest at the hour mark. Something was wrong. Zai hesitated, something totally unlike him. Stay and let her keep her privacy, or go in and help? He still hadn't decided until he heard another sound between Hallie's bellows. Tessa was sobbing, and that decided everything for him. Shoving off his blanket, he jackknifed to his feet and headed for her bedroom door. Grip on the knob, he paused. There it was again, the sound of Tessa's tears as she quietly fell apart. He didn't wait, and he didn't knock. He just shouldered his way into the room, then stopped short when he saw her. Sitting in the glider in the corner, Tessa gasped and blinked up as he barged in. Tears fell from her tired eyes as she held a railing Hallie against her chest. Tessa crying was like a kick in the chest. "What can I do to help?"
Nothing. I'm fine.
The catch in her voice said she was lying. "Bullshit. What's happening?"
Hallie is just fussy and overtired. She roots around for me like she's hungry, but she just ate. I can't seem to calm her down, and I don't know what else to do. I feel like I'm screwing everything up.
Tessa wiped away her tears.
But I'll figure it out. Sorry to wake you. Go back to sleep.
Was she kidding? Did you change her?
Just a few minutes ago.
And she's not sick?
No.
If the baby was full, dry, and healthy, then Tessa had done what she could. Zai couldn't stand to see her suffer anymore, and she damn straight didn't need to carry the burden alone. He crossed the room to her. Even in the moonlight, he saw her stare, clinging, confused, and worried.
What are you doing?
Give her to me, Tess, and go to sleep. I got this.
You? What do you know about babies?
She clutched Hallie tighter, which prompted a higher-pitched wail from the baby. Admittedly, not a lot. But maybe she can sense your exhaustion and upset. Maybe I can calm her. It's worth a try. When Tessa bit her lip in indecision, he set out to soothe her protective mother instinct. I'll stay in this room, in that chair right next to you. You get back in the bed and rest. But no buts. You and Hallie are both wrung out. I'm awake, and I can't do any worse. This time when he reached for Hallie, Tessa released her squirming little form into his arms. The baby gave a startled fuss, then fell silent when she caught sight of him, big eyes going wide. Another whimper came, followed by a wail, but he ignored that and pressed her against his bare chest, his hand enveloping her back, her face near the warmth of his neck. Seconds later, she fell silent. Tessa scrambled from the chair, gaping.
Oh my gosh.
Go to sleep, he commanded softly as the baby sighed and slipped right into slumber.
How did you do that?
Tessa asked. We'll figure it out later. Get in the bed. She shook her head.
I'll take her back. You need sleep too, and
I can sleep with her on my chest. Zai eased onto the glider Tessa had just vacated, sinking into its cushy warmth as he drew Hallie's baby blanket over her tiny form and across his torso. We'll be fine.
But she's my responsibility, and you don't
lie down and go to sleep. If I can't handle something, I'll wake you. But you won't be any good for Hallie tomorrow if you're falling down. Tessa paused, her superwoman facade slipping as she sighed. Suddenly he saw fatigue in every line of her body. Tears filled her soft eyes, saying far more than her next words. Thank you. You're welcome. He patted Hallie's tiny back, pausing to feel its rise and fall as Tessa crawled into her queen-size bed,
barely taking her gaze off him. Then she dragged the blanket over her body, settled her head on the pillow, and let out a ragged breath. 10 seconds later, she was asleep. Against him, Hallie was a small but unmoving weight. Her even exhalations warmed his neck. Her little palm fanned out across his shoulder and made Zai's chest feel weak. He didn't get cash. How could any man have treated Tessa and Hallie like trash at a landfill, just dumping them and walking away? But this was as much as he could step into Cash's shoes. He could help. He could protect. But he fucking couldn't give in to the softness around his heart or the fever in his blood. He could never make Tessa his. Tessa rolled to her side, warm, heavy, and sublimely content. "Just 5 more minutes," she sighed as she drew her covers over her chin, rolling to one side because the other had gone half numb from lying in one spot. Sunlight wasn't yet penetrating her eyelids, or the darkness shrouding the room, so it must be early. How much longer could she sleep before the baby woke and...
"Hallie!"
Tessa scrambled to sit up as her eyes flew open. Gray hints of morning were seeping around the edges of her blinds, illuminating Zai, who dozed in the glider beside the bed with her daughter still sleeping on his wide chest. His hand splayed protectively over her back, while her little head peeked out from under a soft pink baby blanket. Their breathing looked deep and even, despite the awkward angle of Zai's neck as he hunched in the chair. His big bare feet had gone uncovered all night, and the morning was chilly. He had to be freezing. Unfortunately, when he woke, he would probably be stiff and sore. Despite his uncomfortable position, he'd kept Hallie asleep for... She glanced at her clock. 5 solid hours. Tessa gaped. She hadn't had the luxury of that much uninterrupted sleep in 6 weeks. But thanks to Zai and his magic touch with Hallie, she almost felt like a new woman. Easing out of bed, Tessa tiptoed to her bathroom and shut the door, taking care of morning necessities as quietly as possible. With an empty bladder, clean teeth, and covered feet, she crossed the room to Zai, trying not to think about how mushy her chest felt when she stopped to stare at the big, bad warrior cradling her infant daughter. She curled her hands around Hallie to lift her sleeping form. Zai's arms tightened around the baby and his thick black lashes lifted. Their gazes collided with a zing, or maybe that was just her reaction. But she was too aware of how close her lips hovered near his, of how intimate it felt to have him in her bedroom. "What's wrong?" she swallowed.
"Nothing. I'm just going to feed Hallie. Climb in my bed and get some real sleep."
"We're fine here."
"She's probably wet, and you won't be able to move much today if you don't stretch out soon."
"Did you sleep?"
"Yeah, it was amazing."
She resisted an urge to touch him.
"Thank you. I've got it from here. When Hallie wakes, she'll be screaming for breakfast, and I'd feel better if you slept while you're comfortable."
"You're sure?"
"Positive."
She lifted the baby onto her shoulder.
"You've gone above and beyond. I got it now."
"Okay." He lurched up with a groan, grimacing as he moved his neck, then slid into her bed. When his head hit the pillow, he sighed with relief and fell asleep again. Tessa smiled as she covered him, then let herself out of the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Hallie started to stir, jerking her head up and trying to open her little eyes.
"Morning, sweet pea."
The sound of her voice soothed Hallie, and she laid her head back down as if she wasn't quite ready to get up either. But a hand under her daughter's butt told Tessa her diaper was soaked. And by the time she changed it in Hallie's room, the baby was alert. It didn't take long before her daughter started howling for breakfast. Instantly, her full breasts gushed, and she looked around for a place to feed Hallie. The glider was in her room with Zai, and she wouldn't risk waking him up. She hadn't had the budget to buy a second glider for this room, so there was no place to sit.
She figured that, as Hallie moved out of her bassinet and into her crib, she'd move the glider in here. Tessa hustled through the kitchen, turning on the automatic brewer for her morning tea, then headed into the living room. As she settled in one of the recliners, she flipped on the TV just in time to catch the weather and traffic report from the local news station and opened her pajama shirt so Hallie could nurse. The baby latched on immediately, her strong pulls and greedy noises telling Tessa how hungry she was. Then again, she hadn't gone 5 hours without a meal in her life. The local news ended and a national morning show began. She paid almost no attention to the cheerful hosts in their professional clothes broadcasting from New York. Everything about their lives looked so glamorous. What did she have in common with them right now? Besides, this was her favorite time of day. The quiet before the storm. When the new morning breathed fresh promise while they shared the last of the night's peace. She always felt close to Hallie in these moments. Tessa smiled as her daughter laid a little hand on her and continued eating with gusto. She stroked her brown, baby-soft hair.
Hey, slow down, sweet pea. How about a burp?
When she sat Hallie on her knee, bracing her little body across her palm and patting her back, Hallie wailed with displeasure. But Tessa coaxed a hearty burp from her, then opened the other side of her top so she could continue nursing. The baby rooted around before enthusiastically latching on. Tessa giggled.
Wow, you are hungry.
She lifted the remote to change the channel when the door to her bedroom zipped open. Zai charged out shirtless, hair mussed, eyes alert as he scanned the shadowy room. As soon as he found it empty of threats, his burning stare fastened on her. She was so aware of her exposed breast, illuminated by the light of the TV, as Hallie sucked. From his broad shoulders to his strong thighs, he turned rigid all over. And were his sweatpants tenting? Heat flashed through Tessa. She reached for a burp cloth or a blanket to cover herself, but she had neither. Zai seeing her breastfeed shouldn't make her self-conscious. She'd done it in front of other people. Well, nurses and doctors, along with a neighbor who had 3 kids of her own. But still, people. She was merely feeding her baby the way nature intended. There was nothing sexual about it. Except when Zai's gaze touched her, her heart thudded, her belly fluttered, and the air around them sizzled. It felt undeniably sexual. What would she do if he tried to touch her, kiss her? "Are you okay?" His voice sounded like he'd had an all-night bender of whiskey and rough sex. It sent a shiver through her.
Fine. You were only asleep for 20 minutes. Why don't you go back to bed?
No, I'm up. She didn't dare glance down again to see if that was true everywhere.
Sorry. We didn't mean to be loud. As soon as Hallie is done, I'll start coffee.
I'll do it. Finally, he blinked. I apologize for staring. I didn't mean to.
It's fine. It's just baby eating, right?
Sure. Zai didn't sound convinced. Tessa was desperate to break the tension between them.
Hey, really, thanks for letting me sleep last night.
Happy to help. All you have to do is ask. She winced.
I'm not very good at that.
I've noticed. He delivered a gentle admonishment before he disappeared into the kitchen. What flavor of tea do you want this morning? He'd noticed she wasn't drinking coffee. Then again, she shouldn't be surprised. Nothing escaped this man.
The jasmine green tea, please. Cabinet to the
right of the stove. Got it. Behind her, she heard the door open and the rustling of the tea box. What do you need to accomplish today?
Groceries, for sure.
We can do that. Think you ought to take Hallie to her new daycare for a couple of hours so you both get used to it? They should. In fact, Tessa was days past due.
No.
Your call. Just thought I'd put it out there. She sighed.
Fine. We'll take her after breakfast. And I need to clean your wounds again. I forgot last night.
They're almost healed.
Almost isn't totally.
He sighed, mirroring the sound of her annoyance. Fine. Tessa laughed.
You can dish out the medicine, but you can't take it.
No, I can. And I know you promised the Colonel, so we'll do that too. The automatic brewer hummed, then water dispensed. Your tea is steeping. You want anything in it?
I'll get it in a minute. Coffee pods are
in the pantry, I know.
Do you notice everything?
Pretty much. Occupational hazard. Tessa got that. The guys who worked for Colonel Edgington all had that sharp, watchful quality. Josiah rarely failed in the friendly smile department, but he observed others way more than he spoke. Same with Cutter. Since Trees wrestled with cybersecurity, he was more into machines than humans, but he'd proven that he was always paying attention. And 1 Mile, he did everything with an intensity that scared her. As the automatic brewer finished another mug, presumably Zai's coffee, Hallie finished eating. Another burp later, and Tessa righted her pajamas, settled the baby in her swing, then claimed her tea in the kitchen. Zai stood at the island, drinking black coffee and watching her approach. She wished she knew what he was thinking.
Eggs, bacon, and biscuits sound good?
She asked as she added some sugar substitute to her tea. Great. Need help? Tessa shook her head.
This will only take a few minutes.
All right. Mind if I ask you a few questions? About Hallie? About breastfeeding her? About the way he'd watched?
Go ahead.
I want more information about Cash. That was a relief. Those questions were far less personal.
Like what?
She preheated the oven, then grabbed eggs and bacon from the fridge. When he came here last time, he was drunk, right?
Definitely.
Does he drink a lot? Tessa considered that as she set bacon in the skillet and set the biscuits on a cookie sheet.
Maybe more than I realized. On our first date, he had a beer or two. I had a glass of wine, but looking back, things escalated after that. On our third date, we went to an outdoor music and arts festival. He had a lot more to drink that night, and he got a lot more assertive.
Cash had kissed her on their first date. It had been nice. He hadn't pressed, demanded, or overwhelmed. But after that festival, he'd pinned her against his door, laid his lips over hers, and pressed her mouth open. At the time, she assumed it was passion, and she'd had enough tequila to give in without thinking as much as she should have. Inside his bedroom, he'd all but torn off her clothes and invaded her body. The whole thing had been over, and he'd been snoring beside her in 10 minutes. Until now, she hadn't realized their next few dates had followed a similar pattern. The other night, he got violent. Had you seen that before? She slid the biscuits into the oven.
No.
Do you think he'd hurt you? That question was harder to answer, and she considered it carefully as she flipped the bacon and began whisking the eggs.
Until the other night, I would have said no. But I never imagined he would break my window because I pissed him off.
Zai's slow nod said her answer didn't surprise him. Had you ever seen him angry before?
No. He was always the cut-and-run type. I think that's why I was so shocked.
What does he do for a living?
He works in construction, for his cousin.
Listen, the Colonel only asked me to stay until you return to work on Monday. But if Cash ever threatens you again, call me. And if he hurts you, I'll kill him. Zai's expression said he was 100% serious.
I appreciate that, but I don't want to keep dragging you into my mess. I'm sure the police can handle it.
You're not dragging me. I want to know. Promise me. Why? Did Zai enjoy playing protector? Did he get a kick out of putting assholes in their place? Was he taking the Colonel's request a step further? Or was this his way of showing some interest in her?
All right, I will.
Good. He pasted a sudden, blinding smile on his face. You sure I can't help with breakfast?
Set the table?
On it. By the time he finished, she was removing bacon from the skillet and scrambling the eggs. In between, she handed him the butter.
Want honey or jam for your biscuits?
He took the glass dish. This is fine. I'm not much for sweets. Tessa sighed.
I wish I could say the same. My neighbor brought me these homemade peach preserves that are to die for.
So eat them. A teaspoon won't hurt you. She plated the eggs and carried them, along with the bacon and biscuits, to the table.
Tell that to my pants. They still won't zip. 6.5 pounds to go. But I think our walk yesterday helped.
Then we'll do more exercise today. I could use some too. Tessa eyed him.
Are you supposed to be doing much while you're healing?
No one at the ER said I couldn't.
Do you even remember what the doctor said that night? You had a concussion.
Zai shrugged. Not my first one. Probably not my last. My shoulder is healing up. No bones are broken. I'll be fine. She rolled her eyes.
Why are men so stubborn?
We're not. Women just think we are.
Huh. That's hogwash.
Hogwash, is it? That's a term I haven't heard in forever.
Because you California Yankees don't know the first thing about good Southern vernacular. Bless your heart.
I've heard that expression as the Southern woman's equivalent of fuck you. Tessa gave him her most innocent smile. He laughed. By the time they'd finished eating and cleaned the dishes, they had a plan of attack, even if it made Tessa nervous. 30 minutes later, she had packed up Hallie's things, called the daycare, then put herself together. She wasn't surprised that Zai had used the time to clean the rest of the kitchen. Not long after that, Tessa said a tearful goodbye to Hallie. Seeing her baby in the older woman's arms, looking both confused and near tears, had Tessa ready to forego giving the daycare a trial run. But Zai insisted she stay the course, at least long enough for errands, lunch, and groceries. In her little SUV, Tessa broke down. This was her first time away from Hallie, and she wasn't handling it well. Zai held her hand, cradled the head she laid on his shoulder, and promised her everything would be all right. The words could have felt like empty platitudes, but she knew he meant them. He was the kind of man who protected the weaker and moved mountains to right wrongs. And if she wasn't careful, she would get too used to having him in her life. Tessa loved him being around, and not just because he helped her. Because he made her laugh, made her feel safe, and made her feel like a woman again. Finally, she pulled back and dried her tears.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Hallie is lucky to have you. Not everyone has a mother who cares as much as you do. Before Tessa could ask what he meant, Zai started the car and pulled away. Tessa glanced back at the daycare one last time. The sooner she finished these errands, the sooner she would have her baby back. They made quick work of the dry cleaners and the drugstore. She picked up a pair of shoes she'd scuffed from the repair shop and dropped off an online return at a nearby shipping location. A fast food salad followed, and Tessa had a difficult time eating for all her worry about Hallie. God, she was such a mess. How would she survive work next week? Or all the weeks after? Finally, they grabbed some groceries so the kitchen would be stocked for the next few days. And as soon as all the bags were loaded into the car, she took her car keys from Zai's grip, hopped in the driver's seat, and peeled rubber back to the daycare.
2.5 hours is a good start,
she said, more to convince herself than anyone else. Not bad. Let's see about making tomorrow's visit longer. She winced.
I know I need to.
Just like I know you don't want to, but it will make Monday easier.
Ugh, you're right.
Still, she was so happy when she got a cooing Hallie back in her arms. After a quick trip home, the baby howled hungrily, so Zai agreed to put the groceries away while she fed Hallie. Tessa felt exhausted, more emotionally than physically. Zai perked her up by dragging the stroller out of the hall closet and suggesting they all go for a walk. Since it had done her a world of good yesterday, Tessa agreed. After a few brisk turns around the block, she curled up with Hallie for a nap. While she did, Zai oversaw the repair of the siding when the workers came by, then made arrangements with the glass company to come out when the replacement window arrived on Saturday. As afternoon wound down, they cooked dinner together. It felt immediately domestic and so terrifyingly normal. After a mere 2 days, she'd gone from feeling like she was sharing her space with a stranger to dreading the moment he left. But if he stayed, she would only get attached. So would Hallie. It wasn't smart for either of them. TV? He asked, once they'd done the dinner dishes together. For Tessa, the noise box was more of a way to fill the silence than to pass the time, and she didn't want to waste a moment she spent with him.
I doubt there's anything good on. Why don't we talk?
About what?
I don't know. Something interesting. You and Trees are really tight. How did you two meet?
A grin crossed his face. In basic. We had this obstacle course to complete, which included rappelling down the 50-foot warrior tower. Since Trees is so damn tall and his wingspan so wide, he had an advantage. Our first time as a class through the course, he handily beat everyone. So, being the competitive asshole I am, I told him I was going to beat him by the end of the class. Tessa could picture that.
Did you?
Yeah, but I'm not sure I would have if other shit hadn't slowed him down. See, on our last run-through, he was coming off the tower and smoking everyone. I'm hauling ass trying to catch up when I see another guy fall from the top of the wall. Trees forgot all about me and the fact we had an unfriendly bet going. He hopped off to help the guy but had to jump to the side at the last minute to avoid landing on him. He broke his ankle.
Seriously?
Yep. Once he saw me coming over the wall, he remembered what was at stake and he was pissed.
What happened then? Did you finish?
I was a cocky shit. I had every intention of continuing on and beating Trees so I could collect on our bet, which was nude photos of some poor schmuck's hot girlfriend.
No.
It was both horrifying and funny. Oh yeah, we were 18. Stupid and horny. And we'd been without sex for weeks.
Weeks? I was still a virgin when I turned 18.
He shot her a sidelong glare. Yeah, not me. Not even close.
16?
Zai shook his head.
15?
He just raised his brow. Tessa gaped.
14?
13, but I wasn't looking for it. My older brother's ex-girlfriend, Celeste, decided to nail me to get back at him for cheating on her. And I was too dumb and horny to say no.
Holy cow. How old was she?
17.
What did your brother do when he found out?
He didn't right away. I wasn't saying a word, and Celeste didn't tell him because we were too busy getting busy.
You're lying.
The story was so crazy, he had to be. Swear to God, that's the truth. About 4 months later, he caught us, and he tried to beat the shit out of me. But I'd turned 14 by then. I was big for my age, and the two of us, I'd always been way more athletic. I held my own until our dad broke it up.
Did you see Celeste after that?
Not much. My brother blabbed to everyone at school that we were fucking, so she treated me like I had the plague.
That's horrible.
That's Theo, he shrugged. We were never close. We had nothing in common, except nailing Celeste. At least she said that, between the two of us, I was better. She gaped at him, then laughed.
That's horrible, too.
Awful. But now that I've fessed up, tell me about your first time.
No.
Come on. It can't be more ridiculous than mine. He had her there.
All right. The summer after high school graduation, I spent with one of my girlfriends and her family on the beach in Naples, Florida. Her older brother brought this college roommate. We had a typical summer fling, and I thought I was in love. But after I went off to college that fall, I never heard from him again.
Damn. I guess we're both unlucky in love.
I am. But I'm sure you have no problems. Why are you still single?
He shrugged. Never been anyone special, I guess. Especially not in the Middle East, where I've been the better part of 6 years between my service and contracting. I've been stateside less than 2 weeks.
Really?
That explained a lot.
Well, you're a great guy. Some lucky woman will snap you up soon.
Already she was dreading the moment she heard he was dating. His girlfriend would be gorgeous, fit in those clingy lycra dresses Tessa used to love. She'd probably look both classy and badassy in a pair of killer stilettos, and she wouldn't have the responsibility of another man's child. Not looking for that. Hell, I don't even know what I'm looking for. He stood abruptly. I think I'm going to, take a shower. Had she said something that upset him?
Okay, I'll feed Hallie then. She'll probably be done when you are.
Sounds good. He nodded her way. Why was he staring at her? What was running through his head? Tessa didn't see anything that looked like an answer cross his face before he wrenched his gaze from her and strode down the hall. Then he unzipped his duffel and shut himself in the bathroom. She hated to admit it, but she already missed him. Seconds slid into minutes, and Hallie finished grazing. Tessa worked a final burp out of her, then set the baby on her activity mat for some color and texture stimulation while she made a cup of chamomile tea. Through the thin walls, she heard water pelting the tile in the adjacent bathroom. Hopefully, the warm water would loosen up his neck after sleeping on it cockeyed all night. She tried not to think of anything else that might be stiff, too. If she did, she'd just picture him naked on the other side of the door and go hot all over. God, what was happening with her hormones? Shaking her head, she scrounged up a mug and a tea bag, then pressed the button to dispense hot water. As it filled, she approached the bathroom to ask if he'd like a mug, too. But when she raised her hand to knock, his voice stopped her. "Fuck," he groaned low, dirty. "Yes, that's it." Tessa froze. What was he? No. Surely he wasn't. He wouldn't, right? Why not? He's a healthy male with a sex drive to match, and you're not giving him any. Oh, so sexy. Fuck. Yes, he growled. Tessa could picture him in the small shower with his back to the spray, his big muscled body taking up most of the space as he worked his soapy hand over his erection. He'd stimulate himself with a savage grip until his body tensed, until a crease formed between his nearly black brows as his face went taut while he fought the pleasure. As he stroked himself faster and faster, right up to the edge of ecstasy. What was he thinking about? Who was he thinking about? Her, by any chance? Suddenly, Zai let loose another low, rough groan. Tessa. A stuttering grunt full of ecstasy followed his hoarse cry. It made her shiver. It made her wet. And knowing he wanted her made her ache for things she shouldn't. When he finally switched off the faucet and let out a long sigh, Tessa backed away into the kitchen. She lifted her tea with a trembling hand. In minutes, he'd walk out that door. How was she going to look him in the eye without remembering what he sounded like in pleasure? How was she going to forget that she'd heard him in climax? And how was she going to live with the knowledge that, when he'd succumbed to orgasm, he'd imagined her? Chapter 4. Zai tossed on the little sofa. He was fucking tired, but sleep wasn't happening. Not only was his neck cramping like a bitch from his stint in the glider the other night, but Tessa had his cock aching. The memory of her bathed in soft light, her breast exposed, sent his blood heating and jetting south. Jesus, everything about that moment confused him, just like everything about the woman aroused him. No amount of trying to forget her or masturbate her out of his system was working. It wasn't just because she was pretty. He liked spending time with her, laughing with her, helping her. He liked that when he was with her, he felt like he was at home. Fuck, he was falling for her and he had no idea what to do, because she was absolutely off limits. When he awoke the next morning, he felt exactly the same. His first thought was of Tessa. Was she all right? Had she thought of him too? Sometimes she seemed interested, but were those her hormones talking, or something more? Wondering plagued him all day. As they took Hallie back to daycare for another few hours, as he mowed the yard while Tessa cleaned the house, as they fixed a simple dinner and talked about their favorite movies. The question wasn't going away, and Zai couldn't stop fixating. Was there any chance she was ready to try something more than friendship with him? Hell, was he ready to try with her, despite everything? Honestly, he didn't know. After dinner, they were flipping between streaming services, looking for a movie they could both agree on, when he heard shuffling on the front porch. Then someone beat on the door. Zai stood with a frown. You expecting any packages?
No.
Fuck. Let me answer it.
I live here, and it might be nothing.
It might be something, too.
Tessa!
The male voice called from the front porch.
Open up, babe. I didn't mean to get mad last time. I'm so fucking sorry. Let's talk it out.
Son of a bitch. Cash?
Yeah.
She bit her lip.
He sounds drunk.
He did, goddammit.
Go away,
she shouted through the door.
I have a restraining order against you, and you're violating it.
Babe, you don't need that. I would never hurt you. I lost my temper and I'm sorry. Open up so we can talk.
Zai shook his head. Grab your phone and the baby and lock yourself in the bedroom. I'm going to have a chat with this asshole. She shook her head.
You're only going to make matters worse.
I'm going to make him go away, but I want you two safe.
Tessa!
Cash bellowed.
He's going to wake the neighbors,
she hissed. Zai scowled. Do you want to see him?
No, especially not when he's drunk. But if he keeps the neighbors awake...
It's a Friday night, and if anyone calls the police, they won't arrest him. So if you let him in, you might need force to get him out.
In other words, I'll need you, and you might be the one who gets arrested.
Tessa sighed like she was between a rock and a hard place, and she knew it.
All right.
She scooped the baby up from their activity mat. Hallie fussed a little, but Tessa disappeared with her phone and her daughter behind the closed door. Then he hauled ass to retrieve his Glock in his duffel, just in case. As he tucked it into the pocket of his sweatpants, he flipped on the porch light, then yanked the door open. Cash stood on the front stoop, hands shoved in his pockets, huddled against the chilly night. His blonde beard looked scruffy and his blue eyes bloodshot. He wore scuffed cowboy boots, faded jeans, and a ratty t-shirt with a drawing of a pig standing at a barbecue that said, I like my pork pulled and my meat rubbed. SC. Classy guy. Listen, buddy, she doesn't want you here, so take your drunk ass and...
Who the fuck are you?
Cash lurched drunkenly, looking him up and down.
Is she banging you already?
Zai itched to punch him. I'm here to protect her. Watch your fucking mouth.
You don't tell me what to do.
Do you want to see Tessa again?
Of course. Otherwise I wouldn't be here.
Do you want to meet your daughter? Cash looked less enthusiastic about that.
Well, yeah.
Zai put back his opinion that the asshole didn't deserve either of them. Then you've got to start playing by the rules. You scared Tessa the other day and she got a restraining order because she's afraid of you. So now's the time to back off and give her space. Maybe you can text her your apology.
She blocked my fucking number.
He was glad to hear it. Then she's telling you that she's not ready to talk, and you trying to force the situation isn't going to change anything. It's only been a few days since you busted out her window and threatened her. How was that supposed to reassure a new mom?
I didn't think about it like that. But,
he sputtered and shivered with a gust of wind.
Why is she pissed? I just pointed out that her body was looking smoking hot again, and since the baby, her tits are an upgrade. I didn't say anything offensive.
Oh, no, not at all. Dumbass. Well, she found it offensive. Cash let loose a long-suffering sigh.
Why are women so touchy? Jesus, you can't even compliment them anymore without them getting all weepy and insulted. I just tried to say something nice.
If you'd mentioned her eyes or her smile, she might have appreciated that more. But you haven't seen her since you ran out before she gave birth to your daughter, and the first thing you mentioned was her breasts.
Because they were the first things I saw.
There was no hope for this guy, and Zai was done wasting his breath. Well, she's not going to see you tonight, so you need to turn around and...
Who the fuck are you to tell me what to do?
Cash poked him in the chest. Zai glared down at the asshole's finger. Don't touch me. Cash did it again.
What are you going to do about it?
Squash your drunk ass like a bug. But Zai refrained. I'm here to protect Tess.
From what?
You. The guy scoffed dismissively.
You can't touch me.
If you try to barge in here and force Tessa to see you, I will. So you can either leave peacefully, or you can leave in pieces. Your call. Zai smiled tightly. Make good choices. He looked shocked.
This is bullshit. Women claim they want honesty, but when I was honest with her, she totally looked like the side of a barn before the baby was born. She got all pissy. Was I supposed to lie?
Did Tessa ask you for your opinion about her body?
Well, no, but...
Then maybe there's a good tip for future reference. Don't volunteer your opinion, especially about something so personal. Be honest when she asks you something. Use more discretion when she hasn't. Cash nodded like he was considering that.
Okay, I'll put that tip to use.
Then he scowled.
You never answered me. Are you banging her?
Before Zai could reply, a familiar voice beyond the halo of the porch light answered. He's bodyguarding. Tessa's drunk ex whirled around so fast he almost lost his balance. But the footsteps in the darkness finally brought the unseen man closer, and Caleb Edgington stepped into the light.
Why are you here? You're her
Cash shut up for a blessed but too short moment.
Oh, this asshole is one of yours?
Yes. He looked his eyes way again.
You're one of those dangerous guys who supposedly knows 20 ways to kill me with your bare hands?
More than 20. There's no supposedly about it.
Exactly.
Caleb gave the guy a friendly pat on the back. Time for you to go.
Not until I see Tess.
Now. The Colonel squeezed the back of Cash's neck until the drunk stiffened.
Okay.
The asshole twisted and shrugged until Caleb let go.
I'll go. Tessa has a nice ass, but her piece of it isn't worth all this. And I don't know who the fuck you are, but if you're banging her, she's all yours.
With a curse, he shouldered his way past the Colonel and headed toward his truck at the curb. Zai opened his mouth to say something, but Caleb shook his head. Don't worry. After Tessa called me, I called the cops. They'll stop him before he drives anywhere. But they won't arrest him. Probably not. That was just reality, and Zai thought it sucked. I gotta say, I'm worried about her fending off this guy. I am too. That's why you're here. And despite Cash's charming parting words, I don't think we've seen the last of him. Zai nodded. I think I should stay with Tessa longer. Before the Colonel could reply, the bedroom door opened, and Tessa poked her head out.
Is Cash gone?
Yeah.
Oh, thank God.
She turned big green eyes on Zai. They had the impact of a battering ram to his chest as she rushed across the room and clutched his arm.
Thank you.
He cupped her face. I was more than happy to send him packing. You okay?
Fine. If you hadn't been here, I don't think he would have left with so little fuss.
The Colonel, still standing on the porch, blocked by the open door, cleared his throat. Zai pulled the door wider. And I got an assist. Would you like to come in, sir? His boss stepped in the house. For a minute.
Thank you for helping,
Tessa smiled.
It's good to see you.
You too. After your call, I thought I'd stop by.
I appreciate that. Now that Cash is gone, we're good. She managed to smile.
But Zai didn't miss the way she said we. And judging from the Colonel's expression, he hadn't missed it either. Just like he hadn't missed Tessa gripping his arm in gratitude, or him touching her face for reassurance. Fuck. Where's Hallie? Zai asked.
On her activity mat. She's fine. But I was worried about you. Cash sounded so angry.
Zai tried not to wince under the Colonel's watchful stare. Nothing I can't handle. Still coming back to work Monday? The older man asked.
That's the plan.
She tried to smile.
I haven't managed to leave Hallie at daycare for more than a few hours without completely falling apart, but it's just new mommy jitters. I'll be fine.
He nodded. Good. Mind if I take a peek at her?
Not at all. Follow me,
Tessa said. The Colonel shot him a stare that said he had questions and Zai better have answers when he came back, before trailing Tessa across the living room and inside the bedroom, where Hallie was spread out on the floor. Zai sighed against the front door and scrubbed a hand down his face. What could he say?
What possible defense could he mount for touching her not like a bodyguard, but like a friend? No, like a lover. And if Edgington asked about his feelings, lying to his boss was a bad idea. But so was telling the truth. Son of a bitch. He hadn't expected to get hung up on Tess, especially in a handful of days. What the fuck was he going to do? "She's adorable, and she's growing so fast," Caleb murmured.
It seems as if I notice something new every day. Her eyes are turning a little more green, and the dark hair she was born with is falling out.
"It will grow back. My daughter, Kimber, was born with black hair. By her first birthday, she had a mop of strawberry blonde curls."
Really? Good to know.
"You're doing great. She looks happy and healthy, and if she struggles to adjust to the new routine for the first week or two, we'll come up with a schedule that works until she gets the hang of things."
Thank you. That means a lot to me.
"Of course." Edgington gave her a fatherly smile, then he wrinkled his nose. "But she might need a bath and a change." Tessa squeezed her eyes shut.
I was hoping you wouldn't notice.
"No such luck." He patted her shoulder. "See you Monday."
See you then. Thanks for coming to back Zai up. I just worried about him and, well, I really appreciate it.
Their boss nodded and smiled her way, then turned to the door. All pretense of friendliness dropped. "Walk me to my car, Garrett." Fuck. "Yes, sir." The second they hit the porch, he saw that Cash and the police were already gone. At least that was one blessing, because Zai was pretty sure he was about to have his ass handed to him. "You want to tell me what the fuck is going on between you and Tessa?" Edgington demanded. "Nothing." "Bullshit." "Nothing has happened. That's the truth. You want it to." Zai didn't even try to deny that. "But nothing has, and nothing will." "I sent you to protect her because you were injured and on the clock, sure. But you also came into the office with swagger. I pegged you as a player. Trees even told me you'd already found a local party girl to hook up with, so I didn't think twice about settling you in with a new mom juggling a crying baby, sleepless nights, and 40 tons of laundry. I know you're not hard up, so what the fuck are you doing?" Edgington didn't know him, but Zai refrained from pointing that out. "Are you more concerned I'll hurt her or break your contract?" "Fuck the contract. Tessa has been through enough. She doesn't need you going through her, too." Jesus. He didn't know which tactic to take. Try to pretend he was protecting her like a big brother, or admit he was developing feelings and wanted her as a lover. The colonel pointed a finger in his face. "Whatever you're cooking up in that scheming head of yours, don't bother. I saw the way she looked at you, like a savior who made her breathless. And you," he gave a dirty laugh, "when you looked at her, I saw a bad hunger in your eyes. So don't even try to bullshit me." Zai shut his mouth and nodded. "You've worked for me for less than 3 weeks, and the team survived without you just fine in the past. So if you don't keep your tongue in your mouth and your dick in your pants, you'll find yourself out. Are we clear?" "Crystal. Like I said, nothing has happened and nothing will. If you both want to stay employed, keep it that way." Time showed its perverse nature that weekend. The more Tessa dreaded Zai leaving on Sunday, the faster it seemed to pass. The rest of Friday night he seemed quiet, almost withdrawn. Same with Saturday. In fact, as soon as he found out Cash had actually been arrested and would be in jail until a bail hearing on Monday, he disappeared with Trees for a few hours to find a place of his own. Tessa tried not to be upset. After all, he had to live somewhere once he left her place tomorrow. And he owed her nothing, especially since he'd already given her more of his time than she had a right to ask for. But even when he returned, it felt as if he already had one foot out the door. Then Sunday afternoon, while Hallie slept, he appeared in the hallway with his duffel and a guarded expression. Her heart dropped. "I should go." He should, but the finality in his voice jolted her with panic as she headed him off in the kitchen.
Stay for dinner. It's the least I can do to thank you. I'm making a roast and...
"Thanks, but I found an apartment yesterday. I'd like to get my things out of storage and into the unit before I lose daylight. Trees, Cutter, and Josiah all said they'd help. He glanced at his phone, so I'm going to meet them in 30 minutes. This was the first she was hearing of his plans. Why hadn't he told her yesterday? Or this morning? It wasn't logical, but it hurt that he hadn't. And that was her cue that she'd gotten too attached. Whatever he'd thought of her when he'd stared a bit too long, whatever he'd been feeling when he'd pleasured himself in her shower, he'd moved past it. Of course he had. Her life was complicated. She had responsibilities he wouldn't want to shoulder full time. True, but it hurt like hell. She needed to let him go with a wave and a smile. After all, Cash had crashed through her life like a vandal, making a mess of everything he'd touched and leaving her to clean up. But Zai had crept in like an assassin. He wouldn't just leave her to pick up the pieces. If she let him, he would stab her in the heart and leave her to bleed out.
Well, thank you for everything. I appreciate all you did for Hallie and me.
She tried to smile.
If you ever need a too-short sofa to sleep on or want another spoonful of homemade mashed potatoes, let me know. It's the least I can do.
Zai didn't say anything for a long moment. He just stared at her as if he had something to say. Fuck it. He dropped his duffel on the tile, then prowled in her direction, closer and closer. Instinctively, she retreated until she backed into the island. Then he planted his hands on either side of her hips and stared. Into her eyes, then down at her mouth. He looked as if he was fighting himself. From kissing her? Her heart skipped. Tessa.
Zai,
She answered automatically, her whisper sounding like a secret only they shared. Baby, you have to stop looking at me like that.
Like what?
But she knew. Even if it was stupid, his nearness made her feel electric. She ached for him so badly she throbbed. Like you want me to peel off your clothes and take you to bed as much as I'm dying to. He shook his head. Trying to pretend I don't feel it when I do, that you don't feel it when I know better. It isn't working. Perversely, knowing he hadn't mentally moved on made her feel better. Because what she felt wasn't unrequited. Because she wasn't the only one who would suffer this separation. She closed her eyes.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. Even if you hadn't looked at me like that, I still would have wanted you. Not looking at him hurt too much. It reminded her of what life would be like when he was gone. And every moment she couldn't see him was just a moment sooner to miss him.
What do we do?
He shook his head. The colonel gave me a talking to the other night. If we let anything happen, we'll both be fired. Fear seized her chest.
I need this job.
She was barely making ends meet as it was, thanks to Cash still not paying child support. The cost of daycare was going to put her at the edge. If she couldn't keep this job, well, no one else would be willing to pay her this salary when she hadn't finished college and didn't have a lot of good-paying job experience. Same. I didn't leave my last job on the best of terms, and Trees helped me get this gig. If I screw it up, she nodded.
Then you should go.
It killed her to say that. Zai leaving was the last thing she wanted, but Tessa didn't see a choice. She tried to tell herself it wouldn't be horrible. After all, no one was dying, and they'd see each other in a few hours at the office. But she already knew nothing between them would ever be the same. They'd go from essentially living together to being little more than strangers. She wouldn't know what he ate for dinner every night, how he passed his time, or if he'd slept well. No sharing thoughts first thing in the morning. No spending their evenings with each other in a good sitcom. No feeling safe because he was in her life and under her roof. He would be gone, and she would again turn on the TV simply so the sound of silence didn't make her feel lonely and lost. Yeah. Slowly he peeled his hands from the island, as if it was the last thing he wanted to do. Then he backed away, lifted his duffel, and fastened his stare on her again. His blue eyes pierced her with regret. They would haunt her after he'd gone.
It will feel weird here without you. I've gotten so used to you being around.
He nodded. It will feel weird to be alone in a new place. But I'll see you tomorrow at the office. And if Cash makes bail this week and returns to give you hell, you have my number. She could also call the police, since she knew they would, in fact, arrest him, at least sometimes.
Sure.
All right. I'm going to, go. Damn it, her heart felt like it was breaking. Tessa wanted to throw her arms around him and stay with him just a minute longer. But after that minute passed, she would still lose him, and it would only hurt more. Tessa forced herself to nod.
Bye.
He swallowed and cupped her cheek. At his touch, she closed her eyes and couldn't stop herself from nuzzling into his hand. God, you look so fucking beautiful, and I want you so bad. Look at me, baby. It was the last thing she wanted to do because it brought them one step closer to goodbye. But she lifted her gaze to him because she couldn't help herself. Her heart twisted.
What?
Do us both a favor, okay? Don't let yourself be alone with me. Ever. Promise me. How was she supposed to give him the words that would put the final nail in their coffin?
Sigh.
You have to, he prompted. If you don't, I've run out of strength. It's taking all my will to leave you now. If you give me another chance, I will strip you down, touch every soft, sweet curve you have, and take you in every way possible. I won't give a fuck who knows. It will crash face first into catastrophe. Don't let that happen. She didn't want to give him that promise. Of course, some part of her would love to throw caution to the wind. But she was a new mother, and she had to think of Hallie first, of providing for her daughter. Plus, Zai's expression said he needed her to be strong for both of them right now. With her eyes swimming and her heart splintering, she nodded.
All right. I promise.
Good. But his face said he was devastated. Then he blanked it and nodded. See you around. Chapter 5. April 7. At the beginning of their second work week together, Tessa glanced over at Zai as he stood from his desk to head to their last-minute 9 a.m. meeting. Ahead, Trees made a cup of coffee. Cutter's and Josiah's desks were already empty. She'd seen 1 Mile slink into the conference room earlier. Across the office space, Zai met her stare. Looking at him hurt. She missed him. Worse, she still saw the same longing she felt reflected on his face. But they'd both behaved like professionals in the office. She'd been busy since her return, since Aspen had left everything a mess. Zai had been on a couple of short ops, thankfully without incident or injury. But they hadn't talked. And it felt weird. Even knowing he was in the building, nearby, and breathing the same air made her body hum. God, she had it bad, and she needed to let go. Tessa pasted on a smile.
Do you know what this is about?
He shook his head. No clue. Cash giving you any problems lately?
None. He's been blessedly quiet. Maybe getting arrested made him think.
Not if the charges didn't stick, Zai shot back.
True. But for now, no noise is good. How's the new place?
She'd avoided asking him, mostly because she hated to dwell on just how empty her duplex was without him. Everywhere she looked, she remembered Zai. She especially couldn't be anywhere near her sofa and not see him stretched out, big and shirtless, and watching her. Good, he said. Then he flashed her a wry smile. Actually, it's a shithole. It's too close to the university, and there's too much partying going on for decent sleep. Place came furnished, which was great, but the decor is early second-hand dorm room, and the mattress is like concrete with a marshmallow topper. She took irrational pleasure in the fact he wasn't enjoying it, then chided herself. The man needed sleep.
I'm sorry to hear that. They'll be wrapping up the semester in another month or so. Hopefully it will be quiet for the summer.
I may not last there that long.
How's Hallie? Getting big. I took her to the doctor yesterday for her 8-week checkup. She's gaining weight, but not as well as the pediatrician would like, so she wants me to make sure I'm sending enough bottles with her to daycare, and we'll keep an eye on the situation. But she's otherwise healthy, just maybe petite.
Like her mother.
I'm not petite.
He leveled her with a sardonic stare. What are you? 5'3" and weigh $120.
5'4", and I'm pleading the fifth on weight.
Why? You look good, and I see your pants fit.
Finally.
She'd had to wear skirts the first couple of weeks back to work because those last few baby pounds had been incredibly stubborn.
But the needle started to move down again when I took up yoga at home. I try to squeeze it in as soon as I pick Hallie up, but before dinner. So far it's working.
Good. Then there was nothing to say as they entered the otherwise full conference room. At the front, the colonel stood, looking solemn. He'd been gone a lot last week, helping his stepson with something dangerous, or so she'd overheard Cutter and Josiah discussing earlier in the day. Then over the weekend they'd gone to Dallas to the wedding of a former FBI agent and a Chicago heiress who'd once been accused of murdering her family. Now, after a happy resolution, they'd gotten hitched. The woman supposedly also had a boyfriend who owned some sort of sex club. And they were together, too, with her husband's consent. That part couldn't possibly be true. Who did that? Whatever. The colonel looked a little banged up. So did the 3 guys beside him, 2 of whom were his sons. Tessa slid into an empty chair, notepad and pen in hand. Cutter leaned her way. What do you know about this? The colonel's watchful stare fell on her, then on Zai, who took the empty chair to her right and rolled closer. She leaned Cutter's way, hoping her boss would stop scowling.
Nothing.
Instead, a quick glance told her that Zai wasn't pleased. Because he wanted information now, or because he was jealous that Cutter was so close. Around the conference table, Trees slid into the last seat, steaming mug in hand. Then Caleb Edgington cleared his throat. Morning, everyone. I gathered you here to make an announcement that may shock you. He gave a wry laugh. Then again, maybe this won't. You're some of the best out there. 1 Mile's eyes narrowed as Tessa scanned the quartet of men at the front of the room. Then he cursed. You're fucking retiring. The 3 younger men at the front all looked at each other. The elder Edgington just raised a brow. You're eloquent as always, Walker. I fucking am. Son of a bitch.
You're serious?
Cutter asked. Yes. Beside her, his eye stiffened. Effective when? I just got here. Are you shutting down? Josiah asked. Or selling out? 1 Mile sneered. The colonel held up his hands. Neither. I'm turning the business over to my sons. Hunter is a former Navy SEAL married to my wife's daughter and has a baby on the way. Logan is an active-duty SEAL who is married to his high school sweetheart, has twin girls, and will be leaving the service this summer. My stepson, Joaquin Munoz, is former NSA with prior law enforcement background, and he just got engaged over the weekend. This move may seem sudden, but I'm leaving you in very capable hands. No offense to your son, sir, but I left my last gig to work for you, Cutter said. 1 Mile glared at him, then sent his displeasure the colonel's way. That's the first thing in months the Boy Scout has said that we agree on. Same, Josiah chimed in. Trees and Zai both stuck up their hands. Put us in the same boat. Zai came here because I told him there was no one better to work for or learn from. The colonel actually looked somewhere between choked up and humbled. I appreciate that. I didn't reach this decision lightly. As many of you know, I recently remarried. My wife, Carlotta, is cutting back her hours as a nurse. We'd both like to travel and enjoy our time together. Since we've been married, it's been nothing but missions, danger, injuries. I'm not as young as I used to be. It's time I passed the torch."
When he stepped back, Hunter, the oldest, took over, naturally assuming the reins.
"Hi, everyone. We don't know much about you except through Dad's descriptions. Well, Tessa being the lone female makes her easy to spot, but we'd like to talk with each of you as soon as possible." Logan nodded and added his 2 cents. "We're looking at a transition that may take a couple of months to complete, simply because I'm still on active duty, and we have paperwork and legal crap to take care of first. We want you to know that we'll be fair, have an open-door policy, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure you're satisfied with the new arrangement. We know that won't happen overnight, and it will take time to win your trust. But we will win you over," Hunter swore. "The 3 of us have had extensive conversations over the past 2 days. We're united on what will make this business and this team the most elite in the country, and we're up for the challenge. We hope you'll give us a chance to prove that." No one said a word. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room. Tessa risked a glance around. The guys she worked with all looked pissed. She understood. While she hadn't hired on with Colonel Edgington because he could teach her about mission strategy or tactical operations, she had seen for herself just why the operatives who worked for him respected him so much. He was straightforward, fair, smart, well-connected, and honest as hell.
"Thank you for coming to introduce yourself to us."
She broke the silence.
"What do you see happening next, and when?"
"Good question." Hunter seemed grateful for the lifeline. "After a lot of consideration and deliberation, we've collectively decided to rename the organization. We'll be known as EM Security Management." "For Edgington Munoz," Logan cut in. Hunter nodded. "Exactly. But creating a new legal entity will take some time. It will also take organizational skills we'll be leaning on you for." Tessa was always happy when she was essential in this high-octane environment.
"Sure, just tell me what you need and I'll make it happen."
"We appreciate that. Dad said you were great." She smiled. "So we'll need everything new from legal documents to business cards. We'll also be doing some interviews to get better acquainted with each of you and your skills so we can realign ourselves and make the best use of them. You'll be hearing from us soon about these informal meetings." Cutter leaned in. "Our current employment contracts state that if we're dissatisfied with management, we can leave for any reason within 30 days of written notice." The statement sounded more like a threat. Tessa had never heard the Louisiana local be anything but a Southern gentleman. "What's your point?" Logan sounded just shy of annoyed. "Just stating fact," Cutter shrugged. Hunter stepped in. "That's an option, and it's up to you. We only want operators who'd like to stay and make a difference. If that's not you, we'll help you pack up." Cutter shrugged, but he clearly didn't hate that response. "If you're forming a new company, I'm assuming you'll be presenting us with new contracts to consider." The trio looked at one another as if they hadn't discussed that specifically yet. Then Hunter nodded. "Yeah. Will that out clause still be offered in the new contract?" 1 Mile asked. "If it's not—" "Seriously?" Walker, the elite sniper, was half the reason their clientele had the colonel on speed dial. "We'll be looking at every clause in your existing contracts before we create our own terms and conditions. If you'd like a similar clause in the updated agreement, we'll make sure you have one. Most everything else is open to negotiation." Did that include the one that prohibited in-office dating? Tessa started. Beside her, Zai stiffened. As if pulled by some invisible force, she glanced over her shoulder. He stared straight at her, his gaze drilling into her. She couldn't blink and couldn't look away. But that stare told her he had the same question. Was there a chance that, once they signed the EM security contracts, they wouldn't be prohibited from exploring whatever was between them? He leaned closer. Her breathing quickened. Every cell in her body seemed aware of him, as if she was water and he was a divining rod. "I'm okay with that, for now," Walker finally said. Tessa barely heard over her beating heart. "What's with him?" Josiah said, gesturing to Joaquin. "He hasn't said a word."
Finally, the big Hispanic hunk with narrowed hazel eyes and attitude to spare raised a brow. You better hope you don't hear from me. If you do, that's not a good thing. Hunter cleared his throat. Any other questions? Yeah. How soon will we see these contracts? Zai looked ready to come across the table for an answer. The brothers shared another considering glance. Then Logan spoke up. We'll shoot for the next 8 weeks. That work? Zai shot her a quick glance before he sat back in his chair with a smile. The sooner the better. June 14th. Tessa sat on the floor with Hallie on Saturday morning, smiling as she practiced her new skills. When her daughter rolled from her back to her tummy again, she clapped.
What a big girl!
Hallie gurgled, holding her head up and staring with eyes looking more green every day. Then the baby lifted her body off the blanket and rocked back on her knees with enthusiastic grunts of excitement.
What am I going to do when you start crawling? It probably won't be long before I'm chasing you everywhere.
That notion terrified Tessa, and her baby cooed like she relished that fact.
Go easy on Mom, huh? I've never parented before.
That only made Hallie giggle more. In the pocket of her shorts, her phone buzzed. She pulled it free, then frowned. What did Hunter Edgington want?
Hello?
Hi, Tessa. I'm sorry to call you on a weekend.
I'm assuming there's an emergency.
Otherwise, he would never disturb her on a Saturday. Yeah, we need you this evening.
Send over whatever you got. I've brought my laptop home to catch up on a few things.
It's not that simple, he hesitated. We need you for an op. She froze. He couldn't be serious.
Me? I don't know anything. I'm not trained. I can't even fire a gun or...
It shouldn't involve anything like that.
Then what?
Cutter, Josiah, and Zai are all protecting some VIPs at a wedding. We're not expecting problems, but they're being cautious. Because it's a social event, we've contracted some female operators to act as their dates, so the guys would blend with the guests. One of them got in a car accident less than an hour ago. It's serious, and she's in the hospital. We need you to step in. The debrief starts in 4 hours. You'll head straight to the event from there. She didn't know how to respond.
I don't have a babysitter.
We've got that under control. My sister, Kimber, and her husband are willing to watch Hallie. They've got a 4-year-old, so the house is already baby-proofed. That was great, but...
She can't attend this wedding instead?
Not 9 months pregnant. No, that made sense. And she already knew that Hunter's wife, Kata, was due any day, too. Logan's wife, Tara, had her hands full with twin girls while he was away during his last few weeks of official Navy duty.
And there is no one else?
But she knew. If they had anyone else, they would have called that woman instead. No. Look on the bright side. You'll get to spend the evening eating a $100-a-plate steak dinner and listening to a live band. The guys will have you home by midnight, and I'll give you a day off of your choice next week for bailing us out. Since Hallie had an appointment with her pediatrician and Tessa needed a day to catch up on her laundry, housework, and groceries, taking the offer made sense.
All right. What's the dress?
They're asking guests to come in elegant attire. She still had a couple of fancy dresses left over from her college formal and sorority events.
Text me the time and address. I'll be there.
Thanks. Really. This is one of the first ops my brothers and I are taking point on. We don't want to screw up. Tessa understood.
Of course.
4 hours later, she found herself in Baton Rouge. Hunter had driven her to the capital himself after helping her drop Hallie off at his sister's house. You're nervous, Hunter said. He didn't ask.
As all get out. Is it that obvious?
Though she hadn't liked leaving her daughter with unfamiliar people, Kimber had been incredibly sweet and reassuring. But the fact Tessa was on an op totally blew her mind. To most, no, but I'm learning your little tells. That was hardly a shock. Not much made it past Hunter or his brothers.
What more can you tell me about this mission?
She asked as her heels clicked across the parking lot in the humid evening as he headed toward the swanky hotel. Kendra Waxman is the daughter of one of Dad's former clients. A couple of years ago, she was traveling with some doctors through Mexico to help render aid in South America, and she was taken hostage by the Tierra Caliente cartel. The colonel and some of his cohorts eventually got her out. Now she's getting married. Her father is a prominent doctor in the state. The groom is a senator's son. The guest list is a who's who of medical and political figures across the region.
That's the reason for the bodyguards?
It seemed unlikely a bunch of suits would open fire at a wedding. Not exactly. I'll explain when I tell the others.
All right.
He gave her a cursory scan. You clean up nice. You'll fit in with the crowd.
Thanks.
She'd finally lost the last of her baby weight, so this old dress fit again. The double doors swished open as they approached the hotel. Inside, the air conditioning in the elegant lobby was set somewhere between Arctic and meat locker. Tessa shivered as they headed to a bank of elevators and rode to the 10th floor, then crossed the carpeted hallway in silence. At the last door, he knocked twice. Cutter pulled it open, wearing a classic charcoal suit and a crisp white shirt. Come in. Everyone is here. Excellent. Hunter guided her into the spacious suite. She didn't see Zai. Tessa didn't want to be disappointed. After all, it would be better for them both if she didn't spend time with him. But she wanted to. Weekends, the days of the week she never saw him anymore, always seemed so long. Josiah stood from a plush chair and approached, hand outstretched to their boss. A pair of gorgeous women she'd never seen fell in around him, one a brunette with shrewd dark eyes. The other was a blonde with great hair, a perfect pout, and a very capable air. She latched herself onto Josiah and smiled through the introductions. In the next moment, the brunette in the little black dress sidled up to Cutter and threaded her arm through his. Was she calling dibs on her date? Whatever. If only 2 guys had been assigned to tonight's op and they already had 2 female counterparts, they didn't need her. When she started to point out that fact to Hunter, Zai strutted around the corner dressed in a gray tailored suit and a black shirt, adjusting a sleek houndstooth tie. Wow. He looked absolutely stunning. Their eyes met. Her heart stopped. Her body pinged. Zai's stare lingered on her silver off-the-shoulder dress, traveling down her body and hugging every curve the satin did. "Hi," she murmured to break the tension. That jerked him from his stupor. He whipped his gaze to Hunter. "This is your idea of finding someone?" "Yeah." "No." Zai stomped their boss, shaking his head emphatically. "Fuck no." The client's instructions were clear. No one comes stag. We're short a female, which Tessa clearly is. What's your objection? Zai clenched his jaw. She's not trained if shit goes down. Hunter looked furious at being challenged in front of the team. But the rest of you are. In the unlikely event something happens, all you have to do is get her out safely with the clients. Yes, it's an extra body to guard. But if you can't handle it, let me know. You're replaceable. Under his breath, Zai cursed. Why don't you debrief us? Cutter suggested. Hunter talked through people and recommended positioning. Josiah and Cutter, who had already walked the atrium where the wedding would take place, along with the ballroom space for the reception, agreed with Hunter's assessment. Then he passed around images of the bride and her parents, reiterating the information about the mission to Mexico, during which she'd been rescued from the drug cartel. Tessa risked a glance at Zai as he studied the photos. He still looked pissed. Or was that grim? What's wrong? Nothing. Something you want to share? Hunter asked Zai. He passed the images to Josiah beside him. Nothing important. I met the doctor a long time ago. I doubt he'll recognize me. Any negative history between you two I should know about? Zai shook his head. Last time I saw him, I was a snot-nosed 16. If he was from California, how had he met a prominent doctor from Louisiana as a kid? All right, Hunter shrugged. If you have anything to add to that later or it becomes a problem, let me know. Sure. During Kendra's rescue, we extracted the drug lord's wife, Valeria, their boss went on. He suspected she was pregnant when she vanished, and he wants her back. A few weeks ago, Kendra received a threat. telling her that if she didn't disclose Valeria's location, there would be problems, which sounded like code for "I'm going to hurt you." Tessa frowned.
Does the bride know where to find this woman?
No. As soon as my dad got Valeria safely into the States, he secreted her in a safe house far from here. He's told no one, not even my brothers and me, the location. So even if Montia's thugs hunt Kendra down, she can't tell them anything. They probably suspect that, but they're rattling her chains and blowing smoke just in case. We are here as a precaution. Maybe, but the notion was still terrifying. The last thing Tessa wanted was to tangle with the drug cartel. "Use your comm as needed," Hunter instructed. "I'll be the eyes in the sky." At her frown, her boss sent her a tight smile. "Meaning I'll be remotely monitoring the cameras Logan and Joaquin installed everywhere except the dressing rooms and bathrooms." The guys asked a few more questions. Josiah's date, Ashley, seemed impatient to get on with it, since she cocked her weapon, tucked it into a thigh holster, then all but dragged him to the door. With a shake of their heads, Cutter and Rebecca followed the pair. Zai turned to her, and he didn't look pleased. Then he glared back at Hunter. "If something happens to Tessa, there won't be a hole deep enough for you to bury yourself in." She gaped. Was he crazy, threatening their new boss?
Zai.
"If something happens to her, it will be on you," Hunter snarled back. "I won't fucking be there. Now, go do your job." Beside her, Zai looked ready for a fight. Since he needed to do this job too, she grabbed him and hauled him toward the door.
"I'm fine. The others are leaving us behind. Let's go."
He cursed as he led her out of the suite and slammed the door behind them. "This is bullshit. I don't want this for you."
"I'm a little scared, but we've got this," she hoped.
"Stay close to me." She nodded. If anyone would protect her, it was Zai. The ride down the crowded elevator slipped by quickly. Cutter, Josiah, and their respective female operatives affirmed their identities and cover stories. Then they agreed that none of the couples should seem to know the others.
"How did you meet Dr. Waxman?"
she asked Zai. He looked reluctant to reply. "Through my dad. Small world."
"Was he one of the doctor's patients or something?"
It was business. End of conversation. His tone told her that was all he intended to say. The car stopped. The ding indicated they'd arrived at their destination. Once the elevator doors opened, she and Zai filed out, his arm around her waist as he brought her close to his side. His nearness filled her up like a big drink of water after a long, hot day. She knew the situation might get dangerous, and she should stay alert. But damn, it felt so good to be close to him after months of nothing but passing waves and casual conversations. Tessa had been hoping that getting some space between her and Zai would take the heat off her crush, but no. Her feelings for him were still a blister on her heart. Behind them, Josiah and Ashley veered left, ostensibly so she could smoke in a corner of the outdoor space before the ceremony. Cutter and Rebecca drifted off to the right, circulating with other guests, admiring the scenery.
"What do we do?"
"Hang back here so everyone leaves us the fuck alone. We're here to observe, not integrate."
"Okay."
She took in the people and surroundings as he stopped her short of the crowd waiting to be seated for the ceremony. But she didn't know what to search for. What did danger look like? "How's Hallie?" Of all the things Zai could have asked, he'd inquired about her daughter. Tessa would be lying if she said that didn't warm her heart.
"Good. She's getting big."
"I'll bet. No sign of asshole."
"Cash is in rehab. His dad came to visit me around the 1st of May. He wanted to apologize and meet Hallie. Apparently, he was just hearing about his granddaughter for the first time."
"Do you believe him?" She nodded.
"He lost his wife last year and he has no other family. So he was really happy to meet Hallie. He said she was the one thing his son had done right, and he paid me the back child support Cash owed."
"I'm sure that helped."
"Yeah."
Tessa dropped her voice.
"Do you know anything about this cartel?"
Zai looked tense and scanned the room as if he expected problems. "They were the assholes who tried to kill us all back in March. No one got a good look at us, I think." That possibility clearly added to his worries.
You know, if we're supposed to be a happy couple attending a wedding, we're failing. You're tense.
His gaze sliced across the room one more time before he pasted on a smile. I know.
What are the odds, really, that these thugs will make a scene at a high-profile wedding?
Tessa couldn't imagine that an illegal business would want to put themselves on law enforcement's or the public's radar. Slim, I wasn't worried at all until you walked in the door. She sent him back a plastic smile, then added a laugh for onlookers.
They won't attack simply because I'm here.
He nodded and brought her closer. You're right, but I'll be more worried if they do. And nothing she said would talk him out of that.
So has your apartment improved any?
Tessa changed the subject. She hadn't asked in a long while since it only reminded her that he was no longer at her place. Nope, still a shithole. I only signed for 6 months, but I can break the lease without penalty in another 30 days. I'm thinking about moving away from the frat kids and keggers, maybe to the north side of town. Closer to her? Yes, but not because of her. That was ridiculous. After all, there was no them.
I hope you find someplace great this time. It should be easier since you'll be less rushed and you know the town better.
Yeah, that's the last time I take advice about my living situation from trees. She laughed.
I'm surprised you didn't move in with him.
Then you haven't seen where he lives.
No, I assumed he had some bachelor pad somewhere.
Zai scoffed. More like a fortress. He's prepping for martial law or civil war, whichever comes first.
Is he paranoid?
He sent her a sly grin. He would tell you he's cautious. It sounded more like crazy to her, but the world was full of different people who believed different things. Who was she to judge?
I guess we should find our seats for this shindig.
With a caress down her arm, he took her hand. Yeah. She already knew from the debrief that Josiah and Cutter would take up positions on either side of the back of the garden to have eyes on most of the atrium. If any of the guests had come for nefarious reasons, those 4 would intercede. She and Zai settled toward the front in the 4th row to be closer to the wedding party. The processional started. Kendra looked ethereal and misty-eyed as she walked down the aisle toward her husband-to-be, who seemingly had eyes only for her. Tessa's heart panged with both yearning and envy. She wanted that for herself, with a man who not only loved her, but whose life wouldn't be complete without her. Maybe she was fooling herself. How often did that happen in a Tinder dating culture? Beside her, Zai took her hand, his thumb absently brushing her knuckles. Shivers skittered through her body. She could definitely fall for him. Hell, she was halfway there. But even during his difficult goodbye the night he'd left her place, he'd never mentioned feelings. Just sex. Just wanting what he couldn't have. Sure, he'd been annoyed with Hunter for bringing her here tonight, probably as much because he felt protective as he was worried she'd screw up his op. After a 20-minute ceremony full of pomp, the newly married couple kissed and made their way down the aisle together, smiling at each other with happiness and promises of tomorrow. As an usher walked the bride's mother out the back of the atrium, her father followed. When he caught sight of Zai, his stare snapped around. Zai cursed under his breath.
He recognized you,
she said once the man had gone on. Yeah, he'll probably say something at the reception. Follow my lead. It will be fine. Zai sounded like he was trying to convince himself more than her. Once they'd made their way to the back of the garden-style venue, she caught sight of Josiah and Ashley holding hands, acting as if they were the only 2 people in the room. On the other side of the open space, Cutter and Rebecca did roughly the same thing. Tessa was grateful for the excuse to wrap her hand around Zai's steely arm and press close. When they found the reception hall, Zai tried to skirt the receiving line, but Dr. Waxman caught sight of him and waved him over.
Chase! I thought that was you.
Great to see you, Doctor. His smile was counterfeit. Beautiful wedding. I'm happy for Kendra and her groom.
Thanks. I'm surprised to see you here.
The older man laughed.
I guess you're representing your family tonight. Jennifer told me your folks couldn't make it because your dad was summoned to D.C. for a Senate hearing on Monday.
Tessa tried to hide her surprise. Why would Zai's dad be testifying on Capitol Hill? Sounds about right, Zai shrugged noncommittally. Beautiful event. It was. You know, there was a time Jennifer and your mother hoped that you and Kendra. He smiled tightly. But she's happy with Brian. And is this lovely lady your date? He held out his hand to her, and she automatically took it.
Tessa Lawrence.
Zai leaned in and dropped his voice. We're here working for Colonel Edgington and his sons. Comprehension dawned on his lined face, and he clapped Zai's shoulder. Good to hear. I knew the man was smart. Thanks. I don't want to hold up the line. Congratulations. Before Waxman could say anything else, Zai yanked her out of the receiving line and led her into the expansive ballroom draped in white, accented by arrangements of greenery and white hydrangeas that cascaded from the ceiling, along with massive chandeliers. Similar bouquets dotted the linen-draped tables, along with pale candles and crystal. Fuck, he muttered as he led them to a table to the right of the bridal parties and seated her.
You've more than met the man. Your father is friends with him?
Well, it's... He sighed as he sat. Yeah, at least they used to be. I don't know anymore.
If they'd hoped at one time that you and Kendra might get together,
he snorted. That was never going to happen.
But you knew her.
I did. Tessa tried not to be hurt that he wasn't forthcoming. After all, they weren't a couple. His past was none of her business. But she didn't like him being tight-lipped. Was he ashamed of something? Or did he not trust her?
Look, it's none of my business, but...
My father was fucking Kendra, okay? The summer after I turned 16, I caught them together. In bed.
Oh, my God, she gaped. But Kendra is your age.
A year younger, actually. His father had been having sex with his friend's 15-year-old daughter.
What did you do?
If you're asking me whether I told anyone, I didn't. No one would have believed me. When I asked Kendra what the hell was going on, she told me she'd wanted better sex than her bumbling boyfriend could give her and that my dad was very accommodating. Tessa felt sick to her stomach for him.
You must have been disillusioned.
After all, her own father's choices hadn't been anywhere near that horrible, and their relationship was still rocky. About who my dad is? He leveled a cynical stare her way. No. Unfortunately, he didn't surprise me at all. Just then, other people sat down at their table, full of chatter. She and Zai fell silent, which was fine. Tessa didn't know what to say. After a scrumptious dinner, the new Mr. and Mrs. cut their wedding cake and danced, all smiles. Tessa could hardly reconcile that the fresh-faced bride in front of her had allowed a grown man to defile her at 15. And if his dad's behavior hadn't shocked Zai, what did that say about their relationship? Tessa made small talk with a woman who sat beside her, a distant cousin of the groom's. Around her, music played, people laughed, family gathered, and love abounded. All she could feel was Zai's big, silent presence beside her, as he kept a watchful eye on the festivities, doing his job judiciously. Josiah and Ashley pretended lust during a slow dance. If she'd only looked at their body language, Tessa would have believed them. But their astute gazes told a different story. Cutter and Rebecca seemingly argued in a back corner. Afterward, he propped himself against a wall while she scanned the room, acting as if she'd rather ignore him. Tessa wished she had any idea how to contribute to this evening, but all she'd managed to do was stir up bad memories for Zai. "Dance?" he asked suddenly. She whipped her stare to him. He was serious. He wouldn't ask if it would interfere with the mission, right?
Sure.
He stood and held out his hand. She slid her palm into his, and awareness crackled through her body as they made their way to the dance floor. When they reached it, the song changed to a power ballad sung by a woman who crooned that the pieces of her heart ached for her missing lover. It felt so good to be in Zai's arms, but she couldn't get lost there. It was temporary. In 3 minutes, the music would change, and they would go back to their table to smile politely and watch the party around them. Despite the self-pep talk, Tessa closed her eyes and relished her moments close to Zai. "I'm sorry," he murmured. She looked up at him.
About what?
"Earlier, I don't like to talk about my dad and Kendra."
I understand. Who would? If it helps you, my dad and I are in a rough patch too. My mom died just before Christmas last year. I knew he didn't have any idea how to take care of himself, but I never expected him to marry another woman 6 weeks later. Hallie was born 3 days after their Vegas wedding. We've barely talked since. I'm angry, and his new wife, Kathleen, doesn't want him to have anything to do with his old life. She even made him sell the house I grew up in because she refused to move in with him because he'd lived there with my mom. He's never even seen Hallie except in pictures.
Zai stopped scanning the room. "I had no idea. I'm sorry." His expression told her he genuinely meant that.
Thanks. It's been rough. I was always a daddy's girl.
He brought her a little closer and held her a little tighter. He didn't say anything more, just dropped a kiss on the top of her head and comforted her in the circle of his strong arms. He was her fortress from the storm of the outside world. When the music ended, they continued swaying until a dance tune forced them apart. Then he led her back to their table, where they sat without incident for the rest of the evening. Kendra waved to the room in general as she and her groom departed for their honeymoon. Cutter and Rebecca followed at a discreet distance. After that, guests started calling it a night and filtering out. Dr. Waxman and his wife, a petite, middle-aged brunette with sensible hair, left as well. The older man clapped Zai on the shoulder on his way out the door. Josiah and Ashley trailed them to ensure their safety. That left her alone with Zai in a room quickly emptying of guests. He pressed a hand to his ear. "All clear." Hunter must have replied with something affirmative, because Zai nodded and took her hand. "Let's go." Silently they entered the elevator, and he pressed the button for the 10th floor just before he disassembled his communication device, turned it off, and shoved it in his pocket. Their ascent began quietly. Tessa yearned to say something, but what? Their time together was almost over, and she looked at him, already aching for the moment they'd have to part. Suddenly he stabbed a button on the elevator panel. The car lurched to a stop. "Fuck it." He grabbed her hand again. Her heart started racing.
What are you doing?
"I don't know. There are so many things I want to do with you. To you. Baby, I haven't stopped thinking about you."
I haven't stopped thinking about you either.
He wrapped his fingers around her arms and pulled her against his body. "I've tried to act like you're just a co-worker or a friend, but I can't anymore." Never mind racing. Her heart now thundered in her ears. Tessa knew that pursuing anything with Zai wasn't smart. She had Hallie to think about, and being with him might end their careers or shatter her heart. In that moment, she couldn't bring herself to care.
I can't either.
Zai cupped her face, his eyes impossibly bluer as he stared. "You're serious?"
Yes. Are you going to kiss me?
He hesitated. "I want to so fucking bad it would probably terrify you. But if I do right now, that dress won't survive the rest of the elevator ride." Tessa swallowed the desire threatening to choke her.
Then when?
Zai let out a shuddering breath like he had to grapple for patience. "I dropped off some shit in the office the other night. When I came back late from that op in Houston, I overheard the bosses talking. They'll be issuing the new employment contracts just before the 4th of July weekend. Ones that might not include a non-fraternization clause that would mean the end of their jobs if they got involved. That's only 3 weeks away. If the contract crosses my desk and that clause isn't there, baby, then fair notice. I'm coming for you." And she would welcome him, happily. Never mind that, as a single mother, she had no business jumping into a relationship without strings or boundaries. Never mind that Zai could crush her. She would take every moment he would give her.
I'll be waiting.
Chapter 6, July 3rd. Butterflies banged inside Tessa's belly as she headed for the conference room late Thursday afternoon. A glance at the corner of the office told her Zai's desk was empty. Apparently, he was even more eager to get to the conference room than she was. That giddy something in her stomach churned again. As she race-walked to the corner of the office, she passed 1 Mile, who had just come in from an op last night and now stood at the coffee bar, looking like he dragged ass. Cutter had taken the week off to be with his mom, brother, and some friends on the lake for the long 4th of July holiday. A blessing, since he and the sniper were at each other's throats all the time these days. As she walked into the conference room, Josiah and Trees sent her a sidelong stare, then walked out, thick envelopes in hand.
"What's going on?"
she whispered. Were the bosses handing out the contracts for everyone's reading pleasure over the long weekend? They both shrugged, but something on Trees' face looked tense. "Come in, Tessa," Hunter insisted, "and shut the door." Her heart dropped to her belly as she did, shutting the 2 operatives outside.
"Of course."
In the chilly room, Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin stood at the front. Zai lounged in an office chair on the far side of the room. He watched as she approached, and Logan gestured her to the seat nearest them on the left. She flipped to a blank page in her notepad and took her pen in hand.
"I'm ready."
But she was nervous as all get out. Was Zai in some trouble? Was that why the others had been handed their papers and let go for the weekend? "Put the pen down," Joaquin instructed. She did, her heart thudding in response to his ominous voice. "We want to talk to you." The first thing that went through her head was Munoz telling everyone that if the employees had to hear from him, it wasn't a good thing. Tessa swallowed.
"Of course."
Logan grabbed 2 envelopes off the credenza behind him and sent one sailing in Zai's direction before slapping the other on the table in front of her. "Here are your new agreements. Read them over. Some of the stuff in here is negotiable. If you have a question or a problem, the door is open. We want to help you work through your issues."
"All right."
Tessa itched to open it now to see if she and Zai had any hope, but she waited for Logan to finish speaking. Zai wasn't nearly as patient. He ripped into the envelope and flipped, quickly scanning page after page. Then he stopped and glared at their trio of bosses. "I have a problem." Logan raised a dark brow. "Let us finish our explanation, then let's see if you want to talk." Hunter stepped in. "There are 2 clauses we won't bend on. The first is that if you invoke the separation clause to leave EM Security before the term of the contract expires, you cannot work for a U.S.-based competitor for 6 months. Since we're investing time and money into your training, we're firm on that." "Fine, I have no issue with that, but then you're objecting to Clause 8, Hunter stepped in. "The one that prohibits intimate relationships between employees? It stands, Garrett. Hookups and romances in the office aren't allowed. They're too distracting and it's fucking ridiculous. I'm not hooking up with guys who work ops with me. And yet, none of them had a problem signing the contract. 1 Mile already finalized his. Same with Cutter. When we mentioned the clause to Josiah and Trees, they didn't voice any objections. Got another argument?" Zai slanted a glance across the table at her. Tessa didn't know what to say. She'd been hoping this agreement would be different. They both had. Not that they'd talked about it since Kendra Waxman Hayes' wedding, but every time Tessa had looked at Zai, she'd glimpsed the desire on his face and felt the answering ping in her body. Apparently everyone else had too. "Let's acknowledge the elephant in the room," Hunter insisted. "You want to take Tessa to bed, and before you open your mouth in some misguided attempt to deny it, everyone knows it. Everyone. My dad knew it. Logan saw it the minute we walked in. If I wasn't convinced before, I was after the Waxman wedding op. Whatever I might feel didn't compromise the mission. The fuck it didn't." Zai sat up, looking red-faced and furious. "I was aware of every person, everything, and everyone at that event. At no time was the client in any danger." "You were on it," Hunter agreed. "But I had absolutely no doubt that, if the shit had hit the fan, and you'd had to make a choice between saving the bride and saving Tessa, we would have attended Kendra's funeral. This is bullshit. Tessa doesn't go on ops.
except when we need her in a pinch, like last time. And you," he pointed a finger in Zai's face, "need to clean up your shit. We both know you don't have the most sparkling employment record, don't we?" As Zai cursed under his breath, Tessa frowned. He'd said he hadn't left his last job under the best of circumstances. But what the hell had he done? Tessa cleared her throat.
I think what Mr. Garrett is trying to say is that we're both professionals capable of—
If we sold insurance or fixed people's teeth or whatever, fine. You two would be free to have at it. But these are people's lives. Focus matters. And we need operators front and center who have one thing on their mind: keeping clients safe. You're wonderful around the office. My brothers and I have all remarked that nothing would work half so well without you around here. But we can't have his head buried between your sheets rather than on his objective. And as much as I hate to say it, demolitions experts are much harder to come by. Meaning that she was expendable. If she encouraged Zai, much less gave in, they would do away with her faster than she could snap her fingers.
I need this job.
Then act accordingly. He was threatening her. Then again, she wasn't guaranteed a job, and these were management's rules. Tessa blew out a breath and opened her envelope, scanning the clauses that flowed from one page to the next. Around her, the deafening silence was a bludgeon to her senses. She was painfully aware of her boss's staring, of Zai watching her. When she came to the last page of the contract, she set it down.
The agreement is essentially the same one your father had drafted.
Logan nodded. Except with the necessary name changes and legal updates, yeah. We've also given you 2 extra holidays, more flexible. Logan nodded. Except with the necessary name changes and legal updates, yeah. We've also given you 2 extra holidays, more flexible sick time, and added a work-from-home clause for you specifically.
I saw that. Thank you.
It would help whenever Hallie was sick and she needed to stay with her baby. You're welcome. We want you to be happy here. Tessa realized that he and Hunter were playing good cop, bad cop. Joaquin was watching, seemingly ready to jump in and be the terrible cop. But what choice did she have? This was one of the few jobs she could find with security where she could make enough money to care for her and her daughter while keeping a roof over her head and still having the balance of a personal life. As long as that life didn't include Zai. Finally, she risked a glance at him. Tears stung her eyes and threatened to fall. It took everything to hold them back. Zai leaned across the table to her. Tessa. He was begging her not to sign, and she didn't have a choice. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the pen.
I'm sorry.
Zai sat on the ratty sofa in his pre-furnished apartment, which he usually avoided because he knew introducing a blacklight would gross him the fuck out. Tonight, he didn't care. He tipped back his beer. He swallowed, staring at the bare white wall on the other side of the room as the night shadows crept in, and he ignored his buzzing phone. You going to answer that? Trees asked, sitting in the adjacent chair. He should. Maybe later. Okay. You want to grab some dinner? And put something in his stomach that might kill his buzz? Nah, you go ahead. In fact, I'll probably be shitty company this weekend. Not feeling much like fireworks and sparklers. So you should hang with some fun people. And leave you alone with that case of beer. No, man, I'm not going to walk out on you. We're brothers, through thick and thin. You've been here for me for almost a decade. I'm here for you. In the back of his head, Zai knew he should be grateful for Tree's friendship. And he was. He just wasn't in the mood to appreciate it tonight. Thanks. His buddy finished off his beer, then set the bottle on the table with a sigh. So she just signed the contract? Yep. Zai took another long swallow of his beer. She sat right across the table from me, looking at me with those big eyes and a face full of regret. And she fucking signed. Trees shook his head. I'm sorry, man. You're in love with her, aren't you? The fuck does it matter? She made her choice. And I know it was probably the only choice she could make.
She's got a little mouth to feed and will for 18 years. I would goddamn quit if I could. Next time, maybe don't walk out of your job by staging such an epically public fuck you. I've never regretted telling those crooked defense contractors what I think of them. He swigged his beer again. Until today. What are you going to do? I don't know. Every time Zai closed his eyes, he could see Tessa in that conference room with tears on her lashes as she signed and initialed the document that would keep them apart for the next 3 years. You going to sign too? He didn't have much choice. Come Monday, unless he wanted to give up his line of work to be a greeter at a big box retailer or homeless, he would have to suck it up and do something to win against every fiber of his being. I don't want to think about it right now. All right. When was the last time you got laid? Right on cue, his phone buzzed again. Zai scowled, still ignoring it. The fuck kind of question is that? A serious one. When? When was the last time you got laid? Come on, man. You know I don't have your luck or your way with women. You do that thing where you walk in a room and flash your teeth and half the chicks drop their panties. That's never been me. Zai couldn't argue, so he just shrugged. I haven't been much in the mood for random company lately. Trees glanced at the screen of his phone. Yeah? Is that why Madison keeps calling? Probably. Be honest, Zai. How long has it been? If he didn't fess up, Trees would just badger him until he did. 1st of March. Trees' jaw hung open. Is the Madison calling now the same one you hooked up with the weekend you moved into town? Yeah. Zai winced as he mentally replayed what happened before he left the office. I called her. Right after Tessa signed, I scooped up my contract and stomped out after her. But she wouldn't talk to me, so I might have called Madison. Loudly. And told her I wanted to hook up again. Tonight. So that Tessa could overhear. Trees looked annoyed as fuck. What a douche move. Totally. And Zai regretted it. I was pissed. You've never been too good at thinking things through when you lose your temper. Do you know for sure if Tessa heard you? Oh, I'm sure she did. She gathered her shit, slammed her desk drawers, said goodnight to the bosses, and ignored me as she waltzed out the door. His best, and probably only real, friend in the world shook his head like he was a dumbass. So, what are you going to do? As if Madison had a sixth sense, she dialed Zai's phone again. Are you going to answer that? Trees prompted. It would be better if he did. He and Tessa had no future, and he couldn't live like a monk forever. Hell, it had already been 4 months, and his body ached for satisfaction all the fucking time. His hand was getting hell of a workout almost every day. I don't know. He leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. Keeping it real, man. Every time I come across a hot woman willing to give me an hour of her quality time, I'm just not into it. I don't know why. I do, because she's not Tessa. As much as Zai hated to admit it, Trees was right. I'm a stupid schmuck. You're a stupid schmuck in love. Zai didn't want to own up to that, mostly because every person he'd ever loved, except Trees, had followed their own interests and ultimately stabbed him in the back. Why had he thought Tessa would be any different? Maybe I'm just in a funk, or I've gotten picky. Madison is cute, nice, but hardly centerfold material. He downed the last of his beer and slammed it on the table. You should go out with her. Don't be a jackass. I'm serious. You might really like her. He scoffed. I'm not so hard up that I want your sloppy seconds. Dude, it was once. And the truth is, I didn't treat her great afterward. I didn't call. I didn't explain. I just went away. And I felt bad the second I reached out to her this afternoon because I knew I was leading her on. Just like he knew she wasn't the woman he wanted. And she deserves a nice guy. The phone buzzed again. Trees just shook his head. Well, she's persistent. I don't think it's because she's hot for me. When I called, I told her it had really been a shitty day and I could use some comfort. She was concerned. I think she's trying to be a friend. Answer it. You never know where it might lead. His buddy hesitated, staring at the phone like it was a snake, and he hadn't decided if he wanted to risk getting bitten. Or not. Your decision. Eventually, she'll get the hint and go away. Zai rubbed his chin like he was trying to solve a conundrum. I hope she won't be too hurt. Trees cursed and reached for the phone. You're such a motherfucker. Zai repressed a smile. His buddy never had been able to resist a damsel in distress, and maybe he'd done one thing right tonight, he thought as he listened to Trees tell Madison that he was a friend of the guy she'd previously hooked up with, who was showing his asshole side, but he'd love to take her to dinner to apologize. 10 minutes later, the call ended, and Trees stood. You going? Yeah, I'm going to meet this girl. If nothing else, we'll badmouth you together until I can make her smile again. There are other ways to put a smile on her face, buddy. Right now, I'm just trying to cover your ass. Trees really was the best friend Zai had ever had, and probably ever would. Thanks, man. Have fun. Chapter 7, August 3rd. A miserable month passed for Tessa. No, it wasn't all terrible. Her father had called twice to check on her, which was once more than he'd called in the previous 6 months. Hallie was happy and healthy. Tessa had managed to get her daughter's nursery finalized. Since the baby had started sleeping through the night regularly and Tessa's milk had dried up, moving Hallie to her crib had seemed like a natural progression, though she missed cuddling while her daughter fed. Work was sometimes rough, mostly because, months later, she was still finding things Aspen had screwed up. But Tessa liked the challenge. And she'd begun to make friends with Hunter and Logan's sister, Kimber. But that's where the good ended. She and Zai hadn't spoken since that horrible day in the conference room. She supposed he'd spent his 4th of July weekend banging Madison, whom he'd apparently hooked up with before. And the stab of jealousy that plunged straight to her heart went beyond mere pain. But what else could she expect? They were both committed to their jobs for the next 3 years. No matter how much she wished otherwise, that wasn't going to change. The following Monday, he'd come into the office looking as if he'd had a really rough bender. But he'd landed Logan his signed agreements with an acidic smile. If she'd hurt him by choosing her job first, well, he'd gotten over it fast in someone else's bed. Tessa had no idea if he was still seeing Madison, and she didn't want to know. But she'd also tried to date a guy she'd met at a coffee shop. Daniel had seemed nice, until he found out she was a single mother. That had been too much reality for him, so after cutting their evening short, he'd disappeared for good. Whatever. Any man who didn't want Hallie was a man she had no use for. That had been 2 weeks ago. Now, on the quietest Sunday afternoon in memory, she half listened to the home decorating show in the background and tried to find some gumption to make dinner. An unexpected knock at the door startled her. She already knew Kimber was busy with family today. The neighbor she sometimes had dinner with was out of town, and she wasn't expecting any deliveries. So who the devil could that be? Tessa's heart jolted. Any chance Zai had come to talk? Her hope was probably stupid and ridiculous. When she had signed her contract, he'd cut all communication. Not officially. That had been the end of whatever crazy attraction they shared. Well, it had ended his. She still couldn't forget him. Smoothing her t-shirt and tugging her shorts into place, she opened the door. But she didn't see a piercing pair of blue eyes with a sardonic smile. Instead, Cash stood in her doorway. She blinked at him like she'd seen a ghost.
What are you doing here? I still have a restraining order.
I know, and I deserve that. Will you give me 5 minutes to explain?
Cash,
Please, I'm literally begging you. Something the Cash she'd dated in the past would never have done.
I don't know.
If you don't want to hear from me after I've said my piece, I'll leave. Tessa hesitated. On the one hand, he'd been both disappointing and irresponsible. On the other, he was her daughter's father. 5 minutes wouldn't kill her.
All right. So I take it you're out of rehab?
I am. My dad filled you in about that, I guess. Tessa nodded.
When you told him about Hallie, he contacted me.
He's seen her, right?
A few times. He seems glad to have a granddaughter.
I'm sure he is, Cash smiled. But regret tinged his expression. I'd really like to see her myself. Tessa wasn't sure she was ready for that.
Hallie is sleeping, and I'm not inviting you in the house right now.
He held up both hands.
I understand. I haven't earned that. Tell me, who does she look like? She's a blend of us both.
And since she has you for a mom, I know she's beautiful. That was new. He certainly hadn't dished out compliments the last time he'd come here.
You asked for 5 minutes, Cash. What do you want to say?
Mostly that I'm sorry. I've been selfish, insensitive, and inconsiderate. He frowned. A lot of things were happening in my life, mostly with my job. I got laid off, and I tried to handle it by looking to the bottom of a bottle.
Many bottles, from what I could tell.
More than I'd like to admit. When I start drinking, I just don't seem to have any control. I become another person. He shook his head in self-loathing. Anyway, early in April, I woke up in New Orleans in an abandoned building, minus my money, my phone, and half my clothes, without any recollection of how I got there. I realized something had to change.
Your dad picked you up and talked you into rehab?
Not exactly. Well, he picked me up. I was so hungover I could barely make it 2 blocks to find someone willing to lend me their phone. There was no way I could have made it the 150 miles home on my own. But going to rehab was my idea. Dad supported my decision, thank God.
I'm glad you went.
What else could she say? If he was looking for absolution, fine, she forgave him, mainly because she'd already written him off. I learned a lot, Tessa. About myself and how to handle stress. He reached for her hand. About what I want out of life. If he meant her, she didn't think she could ever go there again. Tessa tugged her hand free.
Cash,
hear me out. I know I don't deserve a second chance, either as a man or a father. But I want one. I know I don't deserve a woman as sweet and wonderful as you. But I've missed you like hell. I want to be a part of Hallie's life. I think it's important. I know how close you are to your dad. Used to be. I want that for my daughter, too. Hell, I'm not sure I'd be alive today if it wasn't for my old man helping me out of my scrapes and talking me off a ledge. I'm 26, but I've always felt like I was still a kid. And a stupid fuck-up. He paused, looking so painfully earnest. For the first time, I feel like an adult. Like a man. Like I'm ready to face life. I'll be forever grateful if you'd give me another chance. Pretty speech, and she wasn't unmoved, but...
I don't know. You have to see this from my perspective. You ran out on me when I needed you most, at a time when I was terrified of giving birth. After you knew I'd lost my mother. Hell, when I couldn't even bend down well enough to shave my own legs. I had to drive myself to the hospital in the middle of the night while having contractions because you didn't think you could handle all this, and I looked too big for you to want anymore. Despite being younger than you, I came home with a baby I didn't know how to take care of, handled every sleepless night by myself, and supported the 2 of us without any help because you left me no choice. And you did it as my dad and I had a massive falling out. I've been utterly alone. How am I supposed to overlook that and trust you again?
He frowned, the grooves between his brows deepening, as if every word she said was a blow. I didn't know. I should have thought or realized or been less selfish. I know saying I'm sorry doesn't make up for everything I've done to you, but it's all I have to offer. Well, that and my promise, as a man, as a father. I'll never leave you high and dry again. I want to be a part of Hallie's life. And I know you have no reason to believe me. Just give me a chance. Let me take you two to dinner." Did he understand what he was asking?
Cash, she'll be 6 months old tomorrow.
Yeah. Tessa tried not to roll her eyes.
You don't know anything about babies, do you?
He had the good grace to grimace. No.
She doesn't eat solid food yet.
Oh. Do you, He pointed vaguely at her breasts. Feed her yourself?
She's on bottles now.
Another fact that crushed Tessa. But with so much stress, not to mention the upheaval in her schedule, with Hallie going to daycare, it was no surprise. She couldn't lay the blame for that at Cash's feet. But his absence surely hadn't helped. Got it. His expression said he wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed.
I doubt she'll sit quietly at a restaurant long enough for us to eat a meal and talk. She's getting active. She likes to get on her hands and knees and rock back and forth.
Why? Was he that clueless?
She's going to start crawling any day, and she wants the freedom to roll and stretch. She's sitting up by herself, too. She's made a lot of progress in the last few weeks.
Because she's smart like her mommy. Tessa didn't correct him. He might not grasp that Hallie's newfound abilities were a statement of her motor skills, not her intelligence. But he was trying to be nice and grovel, so she let it slide.
I just don't think dinner is going to work.
A walk, a trip to the park, something. He grabbed her shoulders. Anything. I just want to spend time with you two. Please. Before she could answer, Hallie began to fuss, which quickly spiraled into a wail. This is perfect. She's awake. She was, and Tessa had run out of excuses. The truth was she'd been wishing for an active father figure in Hallie's life, and Cash stood right here, saying he'd be true blue. Even if she had good reason to doubt him, maybe she should let him try. It wasn't as if she and Zai were going to get together anytime soon.
I'll need to change her and warm her a bottle, and I'll help. I got this.
Tessa backed away. She didn't want him in her house, not until she was at least halfway sure she could trust him.
Why don't you head around back and sit under the patio cover?
He looked appalled. It's August. It's hotter than...
I know. I've got a ceiling fan out there. You'll find the switch next to the back porch light. If you want to meet Hallie, I'll bring her out back to feed her.
And if he wanted to avoid the heat more than he wanted to meet his daughter, well, that would tell her something too. All right, I'll wait out back. Thank you. With a nod, Tessa shut the front door, hoping like hell she didn't regret this. On her way to Hallie's room, she passed the chair she'd been sitting in and swiped her phone. Vaguely, she thought of texting Zai to tell him Cash had returned. Once upon a time, he would have cared. He would have come over right away and insisted on standing sentry in case she needed him. But the cooler winds of spring had given way to the sweltering oppression of a Louisiana summer. He was gone. Hell, for all she knew, he was spending time with Madison. Even the woman's name pissed her off. Hallie howled again, and Tessa jogged down the hall.
Coming, baby girl.
When she rounded the corner, Hallie sat up in her crib, cheeks red and tears perched on the edges of her long, wispy lashes. She stopped wailing and dialed her unhappiness back to a pout when she caught sight of Tess.
What's the matter, sweet pea? Bad dream?
Hallie stuck her pink bottom lip out just a bit more.
Come here.
She reached into the crib. Her daughter met her halfway, raising her arms like she couldn't wait for Tessa to hold her. These were some of the moments she loved being a mommy most. The closeness, the cuddling, the sweetness. The fact Hallie seemed to love it too filled Tessa's heart full. After a fresh diaper and a wardrobe change into a pink dress with a cute matching floral headband, she smiled big at her daughter.
You hungry?
Hallie made grunting noises, slapping her little legs as she gurgled and grinned.
I'll take that as a yes.
She lifted Hallie off her changing table, warmed her bottle, then took a deep breath. This was it.
Time to meet your daddy, Sweet Pea.
Tessa stepped onto the back patio to find Cash standing beside one of the bright rockers she'd found at a thrift store and repainted. He was furiously texting and cursing under his breath until she shut the back door. Then he stopped and pocketed his phone.
You okay?
Yeah, fine. Just, he shook his head. Annoying people. Not important. Then he turned his attention on Hallie. This is who I'm here to meet. Wow, she's gorgeous.
She really is.
Look at her, he said with wonder. She has my hair, but she has your eyes.
Yeah,
Tessa smiled fondly.
It's so interesting to look at her and see parts of us both. And it's more pronounced every day.
Hallie stared at Cash. Then she fell silent, frowned, and buried her face in Tessa's shoulder.
She's barely awake, and she's a little shy with strangers,
she explained, patting the baby's back. I understand. Heck, I'm not too good with strangers either. Tessa carried Hallie to the bright pink rocker, leaving the turquoise one to Cash. They both sat, and he watched with wonder as Hallie started to eat. She looks healthy.
She's still a little underweight for her age, but the pediatrician isn't worried.
Good. Cash just stared at Hallie as if she was the most amazing being on the planet. Tell me everything about her. Tessa hit the high points, talking about Hallie's birth, her first few days home, the long weeks she had her days and nights mixed up, and the difficulty of putting her in daycare when Tessa's heart had urged her to stay home with her beautiful baby girl. You've done amazing by yourself. I can't imagine how difficult all that was, and you just did it.
I had to.
He nodded. And I was a coward.
You're Peter Pan,
she corrected.
I don't think you're afraid of difficulty or hard work. It's that you never wanted to grow up.
You're right. And rehab has given me new perspective. Now I am grown up. I want to stand on my own 2 feet. He shook his head. I never want to feel like a ridiculous screw-up again. It's a shame I refuse to repeat. Maybe he meant that. Maybe the difficulty of overcoming his addiction to alcohol had fundamentally changed the way he viewed himself and life. And maybe he was blowing smoke up her ass. When Hallie had finished her bottle, Tessa set it on the table beside her and sat Hallie on her knee, bouncing her and making happy baby noises. You're a natural.
When you're a parent, you have to be.
Yeah, I guess so. He let out a breath.
Can I hold her?
Instinctively, she pulled her daughter closer.
I don't know if either of us is ready for that.
Cash pressed his lips together. She was sorry if her answer upset him, but she had to be practical. I get it. He sent her a self-deprecating smile. I don't like it, but I get it. They made small talk for another few minutes, but Hallie got cranky in the heat. Even with the ceiling fan on high, Cash started sweating, and Tessa felt as if she needed another shower. She stood.
I should take Hallie in.
He followed suit, rising from the rocker. I understand. I wouldn't want her to overheat or anything.
Exactly.
Can I see her tomorrow?
I have to work.
Right, I know. I just thought afterward, maybe if I brought some dinner, we could eat it together? Tessa gnawed on her lip. On the one hand, it was hard not to still feel angry at him. On the other, if she was angry at him for running out on her when she needed help, pushing him away now that he was willing to pitch in seemed counterintuitive. She sighed.
All right. 6 o'clock?
Perfect. He smiled like he'd just won the lottery. Fried chicken okay? Tessa shouldn't. Since she was no longer nursing, it seemed as if she had to watch every calorie to maintain her weight. But he knew this great little hole in the wall that made amazing Southern food, and it had been so long.
You're on.
I knew you couldn't say no to that. He took her hand and a half step toward her into her personal space. And I intend to keep doing all the right things because I don't want you to keep saying no to us being a family.
Cash, I don't think I know what you're going to say.
It's too soon. I'm moving too fast. You're not sure you can trust me yet. I get it. But I want you to think about it.
Think about what exactly?
Well, if we're going to be full-time parents to Hallie, so she'll always know life with a mom and a dad and a happy home, we should move in together. Tessa gaped. She'd ask if Cash was crazy, but his expression told her he was dead serious. Holy cow. When she opened her mouth to refute him, he shook his head. Don't say anything now, babe. Just think about it. And give me some time to prove I'll be the best dad and man ever. August 22nd. Weeks passed, and shit went from bad to worse. Zai knew he'd been an ass, so a few days ago he decided to swallow his pride and apologize to Tessa. He owed her that, since she probably thought he blamed her for ending them. He had for 10 minutes, long enough to behave like a douche and call Madison. More than anything, he'd been frustrated that Tessa had signed her contract without talking to him. He'd been on the verge of spitting out an impulsive idea that they move in together. It had made perfect sense in the moment. She could quit and stay home with Hallie. He made enough to support them both. They could be a family. Dream on, buddy. After her experience with Cash, what were the odds she wanted to depend on any man, much less commit to one she'd never even kissed? In fairness, to be with her, he could have quit himself. He would have found another job eventually, though not in his field. He'd had choices. But he hadn't been thinking that day about anything except his fucking heartbreaking. After that, he'd avoided her because looking at her hurt, and it was easier than saying he was sorry. But after 6 weeks of silence, he couldn't take it anymore. A few mornings ago, he'd waited for Tessa at her desk, an apology perched on the tip of his tongue. She'd blown him off. Totally. Oh, she'd smiled politely. Her manners were too good to berate him in the office. But she'd also skittishly avoided meeting his stare and standoffishly substituted nods for replies. Clearly he'd hurt her. And why should she forgive him? 1 mile rubbernecking as he passed hadn't helped his mood either. If the sniper was interested in Tessa, he'd have to walk through hell, and over Zai's dead body to touch her. Didn't the bastard already have his hands full? Less than a week ago, he'd gotten Cutter out of a hostage situation that apparently slept with the guy's girlfriend just because he could. The blood between them had gone from bad, after their failed Mexico mission in March, to so bad the throwdown coming would end with someone in a body bag. Things only went downhill from there. 48 hours ago, Trees and 1 Mile had gone to Mexico again for undisclosed reasons. But Zai guessed it had something to do with figuring out what had gone wrong the last time they'd set foot in that godforsaken desert. And son of a bitch if Trees and 1 Mile hadn't been surrounded by Emilio Montilla's thugs in a parking lot outside a restaurant. Trees had managed to think fast and drive away, thank fuck, only to mysteriously wake up 12 hours later outside a police station. Apparently his food had been drugged. After 24 hours at the hospital in New Orleans, he was returning tonight to Lafayette. 1 Mile hadn't been so lucky. He'd been beaten, subdued, and taken. And who the fuck knew what the sniper was enduring, or if he was still alive. They couldn't even undertake a rescue mission because they had no intel about which of the drug lord's hidden compounds he was being kept in. The bosses were on edge, as was the rest of the team. So when Zai got a text late Friday afternoon to present himself before quitting time, he made his way down the hall. "You wanted to see me?" He poked his head into Joaquin Munoz's office, formerly known as the copier room. Since the trio of new bosses had taken over, he'd had a hard time thinking of this space as a serious office. But now that he stepped into the room with the blinds drawn, the formidable desk in the center, and the big, silent operative sitting behind it, Zai wasn't laughing. "Close the door and sit down," Joaquin said, gesturing him to the corner, as if the guy had shoved the guest chair there because he knew a boss should have one, but he'd rather not bother.
Still, he eased onto the hard plastic with a nod. What do you need? Got anything new on Walker? Joaquin planted his meaty arms on his desk and leaned in. Zai had the impression this was about as personable as the guy got. Nothing yet, but I need to talk to you about trees. Zai froze. Is he okay? Nothing better have happened to him. Forrest Scott was the closest thing he had to a brother. His biological sibling had stopped speaking to him a decade ago. His parents had turned their backs when he'd flatly refused to accept the golden ticket to the Ivy League education his father had bought him, and he'd joined the army instead. Fine. Okay. So what's up? Does your buddy have any problems? Zai shifted in his chair. He couldn't escape the feeling this had morphed from a chat to an interrogation. Problems? With money? Except what he spent on prepping, Trees had pretty much saved every dime he'd ever made. He was loaded, and then some. No. With a woman? No. In fact, after taking Madison to dinner nearly 6 weeks ago, they'd become friends. They hung out, and she'd introduced him to a whole circle of locals. They'd even invited him to a concert in the park last weekend. They weren't hooking up. And as far as Zai could tell, Trees was okay with that. Does he owe anyone anything? No, but Zai didn't like Joaquin's tone or direction. What do you really want to know? Because it sounds like you're accusing him of something. Joaquin hesitated, jaw clenched. We might have a mole. An internal mole? I don't mean a rodent. Then you suspect Trees? We haven't decided anything, Joaquin hedged. But we need to figure out what's going on. All we know is the score. Emilio Mantia 2, our team 0. Both times our ops went south, they knew exactly where and when we'd be. That's not a coincidence. It probably wasn't, but you're zeroing in on Trees because he made it out of Mexico this week and 1 Mile didn't. It's one reason, and you've got to admit it's logical. Maybe, but Trees had nothing to do with it. He would never sell us out. You're probably right, and he's not the only possibility we're considering. Hell, possible our communications were hacked. But he's the one you can answer questions about. There was a whole lot Joaquin wasn't telling him, and it chafed his eye. I could answer 1,000 questions, and Trees still wouldn't be guilty. Why aren't you focusing on where to find 1 Mile so we can rescue him? We are. Hunter, Logan, and I have had 8 hours sleep between us in the last 2 days. Since we don't have any other leads, we finally decided to retrace our steps and see if that could give us any clue where to find him. I want to help. Joaquin sighed tiredly. That mission to Mexico back in March. His first one with his team? The one they'd had to abort? What about it? It's taken us a while to break that down because we've had our hands full. They had. Getting the business transferred to their names and getting the word out to key clients that the team was under new management. They'd had to undergo some construction in the office. Meanwhile, Hunter's wife had given birth to a son in May. Logan had been transitioning from frogman to boss, and the taciturn brother in front of him had been planning a wedding. Missions had been coming in, and everything had just been shy of insane. For sure. We're finally fine-tooth combing that gig to figure out what went wrong. We've been trying to include Caleb in the discussion, but he shook his head like he was disgusted. My mother has kept him busy with a tour of East Texas, bed and breakfasts, and wine country antique stores for weeks, while planning their big upcoming cruise. He's thrilled, by the way. Beyond the fact the Colonel was the last person Zai could picture hanging out happily on a big-ass boat while grazing at the buffet, Joaquin had actually told a joke. I'm sure. It sounds horrible. It does. I'm grateful Bailey chose something way less mind-numbing for our honeymoon. Anyway, now that we're deep-diving into that trip, Hunter, Logan, and I have come to the inescapable conclusion that somehow our information fell into Mantia's hands. At the time, Zai's gut had told him there was something fishy happening, but everything had gone down way too fast for him to discern what. And he'd traveled straight from Mexico to the hospital to Tessa's place, and ended up leaving with his gut tied in knots. I don't know of any reason for Trees to have betrayed 1 Mile or the rest of the team. Suddenly, Joaquin pasted on his version of an affable smile. It was a long shot, but I figured it was worth the ask. You going to pick up Trees at the airport? Zai didn't believe the quick change of subject, but he played along. Yeah, he should land in about an hour. Glad he made it home in one piece. Why don't you get out of here? Unless we get some word on 1 Mile's location, I'll see you Monday. Joaquin and the bosses wanted to talk about him behind his back. Decide whether he was being honest. Fine by him. Maybe a couple of days away from this shit, hanging out with Trees and downing some beer would improve his mood. Back at his desk, he grabbed the keys to his motorcycle and pocketed his phone, then headed toward the front of the office and the door that would let him escape this asylum. He stopped short when he saw Cash Bennett. Spiked hair, classic aviators, loud graphic t-shirt, and baggy-ass jeans, leaning on Tessa's desk as if he had every right to be there. His protective instincts flared. What the fuck are you doing here? The asshole just smiled. Waiting for my girlfriend. She's in the restroom, but once she comes out, we'll be leaving to pick up our daughter and spend a quiet evening together. She was dating this douche again. Bullshit. She has a restraining order against you. She did, he admits. She lifted it a few weeks ago. You know, when I moved in. He was living with Tessa? That had to be a lie. If it wasn't, just the thought of this slime cohabitating made his blood boil. I don't believe you. He reached into his pocket and produced a jingling ring, singling out one shiny key in particular. This is mine. I moved in almost 2 weeks ago. He leaned in. And unlike you, pal, I'm not sleeping on the sofa. Zai had to muster all his will not to lay waste to the motherfucker right here, right now. Cash laughed. You should see your face. You've got it bad for her. Back in March, you wanted to do more to her body than guard it, but you never did. And now she's mine again. He dropped his voice. In case you were wondering, we fuck. All the time. She's a lady in the kitchen, but a total whore in the bedroom. And I'm here for it. That did it. Zai was going to punch him like a bag, and he didn't give a shit if he got fired or arrested. He lurched at Cash, grabbed the asswipe by his shirt, and reared back his fist. What are you doing? Tessa screeched. Stop! Zai didn't let go, just glared at her. He moved in with you? She stepped back. Her face blanked. He knew it was true before she opened her mouth. A couple of weeks ago. Son of a bitch. He released Cash and approached Tessa. Why? She gripped her purse tighter and picked up her laptop, clutching it against her chest as if it would somehow protect her from his anger. Because he's my daughter's father, and I don't owe you an explanation. Because he meant nothing to her anymore. He'd been carrying this blazing torch for her for months, and she'd already snuffed out her flame for him and moved the fuck on. Still, he couldn't let it go. Zai leaned into her personal space, so close he could see the glossy pout of her bottom lip and smell a hint of her perfume. He almost tasted the minty tea she'd been drinking earlier. God damn it, she was right in front of him, and he wanted to touch her so fucking badly that he hadn't thought about anyone else in months. He sometimes woke in a sweat at night, craving her with an ache he was beginning to fear he'd never sate. And she was living with the ex who'd gotten her pregnant and left. Well, fuck. Zai tugged his keys out of his pocket. You're right. You don't owe me a damn thing. You two lovebirds have a great weekend. I'm out. Chapter 8. Trees walked in the middle of the deplaning crowd toward the baggage claim. Zai knew his buddy instantly because he stood a head taller than everyone else. He also looked stressed, exhausted, and a terrible shade of green. His escape in Mexico must have been more harrowing than the bosses had led the rest of the team to believe. Hey, man,
Zai gave him a bro hug, fucking relieved to have his buddy back. You made it. It was close. Trees slung his duffel on his shoulder. But yeah, then I spent a worthless day at the hospital being poked and pumped full of fluids after puking up whatever drugs they slipped me at the restaurant. And Walker is still back there, suffering. I should never have left him. Trees was as loyal as he was towering. It was one of the reasons Zai had clashed with his buddy in the first place. Where he came from, it was every man for himself. He hadn't understood Trees' steadfast nature until Basic had almost ended. And thank God they'd formed a bond then, or he would never have survived the hell they'd endured next. If you hadn't, you and 1 Mile would both be prisoners, and we would have no clue where to find either of you. I tell myself that, but all I can see is Walker in my rearview mirror being held down by thugs as they slammed his head into the asphalt. Zai tried not to grimace. With every hour that ticked by, it seemed less likely that they'd ever find the snarky sniper alive. But they had to look, and they had to hope. If they didn't, Trees was so distraught he might lose his shit. Sorry, it's been all hands on deck since we heard what happened. Still nothing? Nope. This all your luggage? Zai gestured to the duffel. Yeah. Trees scowled his way as they headed to the parking lot in the waning afternoon sun. You look about as shitty as I feel. What's wrong? Jesus, Zai didn't want to talk about it. Hell, he didn't even want to think about it. And he felt like a stupid shit for caring. While 1 Mile was either dead or dying, Z had been fixated on the fact Tessa was making the biggest mistake of her life and stabbing him in the heart. Fuck it. He was done. What had his brother always said? Bros before hoes. Yeah, Trees would never betray him. But Trees worried about him. He was a caring motherfucker, and he'd just keep badgering until Zai spilled. Tessa and her ex are back together. Apparently she let him move in with her a couple weeks ago. You've got to be shitting me. Unfortunately, no. Zai tugged the keys from his pocket as they headed out the double doors and toward the parking lot. I went to your place and grabbed your truck. I didn't know if you'd be in any shape to ride in the back of my bike, so what are you going to do? Give you a ride home? Trees waved him away. Fuck that. I mean about Tessa. There's nothing to do. You love that woman. Fight for her. I can't be the only one willing to fight. Trees' face softened. I think she loves you too. Well, shacking up with her ex isn't the way to show me. I get that I acted like a douche when she signed her contract, but yeah, you did. You arranged a hookup with another woman. I didn't follow through. Does Tessa know that? No, you let her think you spent all weekend fucking Madison. You screwed the pooch by hurting her first. Leave it to Trees to shove the truth down his throat. This is why even when I'm old and wizened, I'll be with you, surrounded by your wife and 6 kids and all your grandbabies. I wish. Seriously, once you fall, it will last forever. While Zai knew he'd still be thinking about that one time he'd almost gotten his shit together enough to deserve the woman he loved. Zai unlocked the truck, then snatched the duffel from Tree's hand and hoisted it into the bed. Want to grab a bite on the way back to your place? I still can't eat lunch, and I can't go back to the ranch. Take me to the office. Did you leave something there? But Zai knew better. The noble bastard wanted to help Walker. Don't play dumb. If I went home, I'd just pace the fucking floor and try to come up with a rescue plan. True, but Zai hated to take his buddy back to the same office where they suspected he might be a mole. He didn't mention that, though. Trees didn't need more shit right now. If he knew, he'd only decide to prove the Edgington Munoz gang wrong by hauling ass to Mexico alone. And he'd get himself killed trying to rescue 1 Mile. The truth was, the bosses were so frantic and fried that they were grasping at straws. Trees was just one of them, and they'd soon figure out they were wrong. Right? Okay, but I'm starving, and if I'm stopping for me, you have to eat something. If you'll quit nagging me to death, I'll choke down a few bites, Mommy. Zai shot him a middle finger as he slid behind the wheel of Trees' beat-up truck and rolled out of the parking lot. As they stopped at the first light, he turned to his buddy. So what happened out there? Shortly after we landed in Acapulco, we decided to grab an early dinner before we headed to our hotel. Along the way, we found a seafood place on the shore. There were a few tourists there. It seemed fine. Trees paused and frowned. Where did the bosses tell you Walker and I were going? After you'd gone, Logan pulled me aside and said you two were scheduled to be in Petalon for a little reconnaissance tomorrow night. Trees breathed a sigh of relief. It's not you, then. Not that I thought it was, but... Did one of them tell you they thought I was a mole? Not in so many words, but they definitely think we have one in the office. Joaquin told me that today. Did he have any theories who? From that question, I got the idea the bosses were playing one against the other, trying to get to the bottom of this mess. And Zai didn't want anything to do with that shit. Nope. Trees shrugged. I don't think this mission to Mexico told them anything valuable either. You, Josiah, and Cutter were all supposed to hear that Emilio Montilla's wife, Valeria, the one the colonel and his former team smuggled out a while back, had given us information so we could rescue her sister, who's still trapped. Each of you were supposed to get a different story. Wherever the shit went down, that would help pinpoint the guilty party. But we didn't get jumped in any of the locations at the pre-scheduled times, so I don't know what to think. Let's get real. You know it's not me. Never thought that for an instant. I told Hunter that. And Zai would have to figure out later why they'd sent Trees on this mission if they thought he might be the leak. And now it doesn't seem like either Cutter or Josiah. Neither of them is the type anyway. Cutter is totally the Boy Scout Walker always sneers at him for being. And Josiah, despite being former CIA, seems like a solid teammate all the way around. Yeah. To be honest, if anyone had asked me which of the five of us was the mole, I would have put my money on Walker. Same. If he was secretly working for the cartel, they did a really good job of beating the shit out of him and making it look good. I believed it 100%. Zai guessed it was possible, but Occam's razor suggested that the simplest solution was usually the right one. If he applied that principle to this situation, 1 Mile was being held against his will, and he would fucking die if they didn't do something soon. Joaquin also suggested it was possible that Montilla had the jump on our information because we'd been hacked. Trees turned to him. You know, maybe. On Tuesday, the day before we left, they had some guy in the office they'd borrowed from Jack Cole and Deke Trenton over at Oracle. He had an unusual name. Stone, that's it. Apparently he's a hacker. After a little digging, I found out he did time for it, too. He frowned. Anyway, Logan told me the guy had come to eradicate some virus on the server, but I could have done that, so I don't know why he was there. Zai vaguely remembered seeing Stone, but the fact they had contracted with someone else when Trees was perfectly qualified for the job seemed odd, or said the bosses were suspicious. He wanted to get to the bottom of that shit. I didn't meet him. Might be worth a follow-up to see what Stone found. Might be. Zai nodded. But inside he seethed. The bosses were giving everyone a different story and trying to trap someone in a lie. He was fucking done with all this game playing. As soon as they recovered 1 Mile, he would let them all have it. So what happened south of the border? They ended up jumping us in the parking lot. I'd asked Walker to hold my bag so I could tie my shoes. When I looked up, we were surrounded. I had the keys and I was close to the car. He tried to gun them down and fight them off. It was 5 against 2, and they had surprise on their side. Walker screamed at me to go, so I did, remembering a police station I'd seen just down the street. I was praying Montilla hadn't bought them off so I could get them to help me go back for him. I remember my vision being really blurry as I rolled into the parking lot. It was hot, and I was sick as fuck to my stomach, sweating like mad. I almost hit another car exiting as I swerved into a parking spot. Then, I don't remember anything until someone woke me up just before dawn. I had 1 foot out of the car, surrounded by my own puke. And of course 1 Mile was long gone. He sighed. You now know what I know. None of that was particularly helpful. Who else knew the double-secret plan besides you and Walker? Hunter, since he gave us the mission. I'm assuming the other bosses. Probably. But what was to say one of them wasn't guilty in trying to deflect blame? Nothing, except Zai wasn't buying it. They were hard-ass sons of bitches, but they weren't the kind of warrior to sell out one of their own. Which left him with another dead end. Son of a bitch. We'll keep digging, Zai assured. In the meantime, we'll beat every bush and call in every favor until we get a beat on Walker. August 24th. Thanks for dinner, babe. Cash was still chewing his last bite as he rose from the table. By the way, the meatloaf needs more sauce next time. Why? He'd just smother it in ketchup. Where are you going? He headed for the living room. Sorry to eat and run, but, it's Sunday. Translation. He was ready for some football, regardless of whatever else was going on.
You said you'd feed Hallie.
He winced. That baby spinach shit smells. He'd said the same thing about the diaper pail, and Tessa understood, kind of. Parenting required adjustment. She couldn't expect super dad overnight. But he needed to try.
It's not that bad.
Well, since it doesn't make you gag, you should feed her. He pressed the remote to flip on the TV as he flopped onto the sofa.
If I feed her, you need to give her a bath. She'd probably enjoy spending time with you.
Babe, not on Sunday. The Bengals and the Cardinals are about to kick off. Since Cash had never lived in either Ohio or Arizona, and the games were still preseason, why did he care who won? And why was he prioritizing it above bonding with his daughter, which he claimed was the whole reason he wanted to move in with them? A couple of weeks into their cohabitation, and Tessa was beginning to wonder if this co-parenting arrangement would work out.
Want some spinach and sweet potatoes?
She asked her daughter, who still gummed some Cheerios in her high chair. Hallie shrieked with excitement and slammed her palms on the plastic tray, rattling the little oat circles. Tessa laughed.
I'll take that as a yes.
Could you guys keep it down? Some really good analysis here on NFL Countdown.
She's a baby, Cash. She doesn't understand. Shut up.
But you should. Tessa kept the comment to herself so she didn't start a fight. Instead, she unscrewed the caps from both jars and started spooning the food between her daughter's lips while she blew raspberries. After a few bites, Hallie barely consumed any of her food, instead pushing it against her two bottom teeth and smacking it between her lips. She definitely preferred the sweet potatoes, but even after a few extra bites of one of her favorites, the baby decided she'd rather play than eat. With a frustrated huff, Tessa wet a paper towel and cleaned Hallie's grubby hands, then peeled her out of her dirty onesie.
Time for a bath, young lady.
Hallie squealed again as Tessa lifted her and headed for the bathroom.
I forgot to ask,
she said as she passed him.
Are you working tonight?
Yeah, got a new game I'm supposed to start testing. It's going to be intense. I only have 2 weeks to give feedback.
Okay.
Tessa shook her head as she headed to her bathroom and filled the tub. Honestly, she didn't understand Cash's job. Why would any video game company pay someone to play games that had already been released? And why would his boss insist they play at night rather than during the day? Oh, she'd heard his explanation about the video game maker wanting to improve the multiplayer experience and that, as one of the new guys, he'd been assigned to a team based overseas, so the hours were weird. But Tessa just didn't get it. And how was this a career? After Cash's speech about wanting to be an adult, he'd definitely chosen a job a kid would love. Another clue that maybe Cash wasn't as ready to adult as he'd claimed? Maybe. But at least the pay was decent enough, and he'd reliably given her money for his share of the rent and groceries on time every week. It was a start, and one of the reasons she wasn't raising more of a stink. The extra money was really helping. Bath time was one of Hallie's favorite times of the day, so Tessa enjoyed it too. They splashed and sang and laughed. But when the baby started rubbing at her eyes and fussing, a glance into her adjoining bedroom at the clock on her nightstand had her eyes popping.
It's almost your bedtime. We'd better get you dressed.
She wrapped her damp baby back in her towel and carried her across the house, toward the nursery. Cash still sat on the sofa in a pair of basketball shorts and a wife beater, scratching at places she still couldn't believe she'd ever touched, and watched the kickoff while he shot off a text to someone. Tessa was disappointed, but not terribly surprised, to see the dishes still on the table and the kitchen a mess. He'd vacuumed the house once since he'd moved in. Everything else that got done around here, cooking, cleaning, childcare, and yard work, she'd done herself. Zai would have helped you 1,000,000 times more and looked better doing it. She shoved the thought aside. Cash was here because he was the father of her daughter, not because he thoughtfully did dishes or tried to help with mowing. It didn't matter that he didn't compliment her cooking or that he didn't pay much attention to her. He was here strictly as a co-parent. Yeah, and so far he's not doing a great job of that. Still, she had to give him time to adjust. After all, she'd had 9 months to get used to the notion of becoming a mother. He'd jumped in barely more than 2 weeks ago. Hopefully he'd get there if she was a bit more patient. A few minutes later, Hallie was wearing a clean diaper and fresh pajamas. Tessa sank into the glider and started to read her baby a bedtime story. She might be a little young for this ritual, but Tessa loved to read, when she had time, and wanted her daughter to find joy in it too. Just as she closed the book and tucked Hallie into her crib, Cash poked his head in the doorway. "How's it going in here?" "Good. I'd offer to help, but it looks like you're done." "Isn't that convenient timing?"
"Well, then you can help by doing the dishes."
Just then his phone dinged. He pulled it from his pocket and gave her that smile she supposed he thought was charming. "Sorry, duty calls." With a press of his thumb, he answered, "What's up?" Tessa tuned him out with a sigh and started clearing the table as Cash disappeared into the backyard, his phone still pressed to his ear. Times like this, she wished she could call her mama for advice. But Tessa blinked her tears away. There was no sense in feeling sorry for herself. She'd made her bed by sharing Cash's, then falling for Zai when she shouldn't. As she cleaned up the kitchen, the football game played on. Her ex missed a touchdown and a muffed extra point. By the time she'd thrown her 4th load of laundry today into the washer and finished up the list of groceries she'd never gotten to shop for, the opposing team had kicked a field goal too. So much for his interest in the Bengals and the Cardinals. Vaguely, she wondered what Zai was doing tonight. The better question was probably who, and it was none of her business. What they'd shared had been brief and fleeting, and mostly in her head. Except that horrible afternoon in the conference room, he'd begged her not to sign that agreement. She'd heard it in his voice, seen it in his eyes. He hadn't wanted her to be off limits, and she'd been so tempted to tear up that agreement because she'd been falling for him. But she'd had no choice. And 10 minutes later, he'd called Madison so he could hook up with her, apparently not for the first time. That had hurt like hell. She either had the worst luck or the worst taste in men. How about both, honey? Finally, she took a shower and got into her own pajamas. After a few pages of a parenting book she'd been reading for the past few weeks, her eyes were heavy. Shoving the bookmark back onto the page, she opened her bedroom door to find Cash planted on the sofa again, downing a can of Red Bull.
"What time does your team meet?"
she asked as she checked the locks on the front and back door. "I've got another hour or two." Cash stood and stretched as the game broke for halftime.
"Make sure you wear your headphones."
"Yep. I won't keep you or Hallie awake, babe. I'll make sure to finish up my special ops missions and rescue everyone quietly." It struck Tessa as hysterical that Cash played at the very things Zai actually did for a living. She gave her ex a smile she couldn't muster much cheer for.
"Great. The pump for your inflatable mattress is still in the hall closet. Your sheets are in the dryer."
"Okay, thanks for washing them. But you know, I've been thinking." That never led to anything good.
"What?"
Tessa propped her hands on her hips and held in an exhausted sigh. She hadn't slept much last night. Hallie had been fussy, and Cash had looked on helplessly, saying he had to work. Zai would have taken Hallie onto his chest and put her to sleep. She had to stop thinking about him. He'd proven he wasn't her knight in shining after all, and it was over. Cash sauntered closer, a sly smile on his face as he took her hand. "I've loved being here with you and Hallie, feeling like we're a family." She wanted to ask when he'd felt that way, because he hadn't done much so far to behave like a father. Instead, she just smiled back.
I'm glad you feel that way. I need to be in the office early, so I need to sleep. Good night.
When she extracted her hand and turned away, Cash gripped her arm and whirled her around, pulling her flush against his body. Not so fast, babe. I was about to say that it reminded me of all the reasons we were so good together before. God must have thought so too, because he blessed us with a baby. I think we should, He skated a hand down her back and cupped her ass. Pick up where we left off. I've missed you so fucking much, Tess. It was all she could do to not stomp on his foot and cuss him out. She settled for shoving him away.
No, Cash. We agreed when you moved in that we were strictly co-parenting and there would be no sex.
No. You said to start. That was weeks ago. We've already proven that we're in a good rhythm with the house and the baby and...
You mean the rhythm where I do everything?
I do stuff.
Like what?
I work.
I do too. Plus I take care of all the grocery shopping, cooking, cleaning, laundry, dishes.
Well, that's all stuff women do. Was he serious?
And what do you do besides making money?
I'm a father and... He shook his head. We're getting off track. I think I'd feel more involved and more like we were an actual family if we were being intimate.
So you're telling me that if we were having sex, you would feel more responsible?
Yeah, totally. Because it would feel more real. Don't you remember how good everything was between us before? What she remembered was feeling rushed, and him not quite knowing where to find her clit. He'd been good at saying all the right things, of course, and she'd fallen for it, once. Now she saw right through him.
You know what I think? Since you moved in here, you've barely left the house. How do I know you're not just horny, and that I'll do because I'm the nearest female?
He gaped as if he was shocked that she'd said something so terrible about him. Babe, it's nothing like that. I've been missing you for months.
Are you going to try to tell me that you didn't have sex with anyone else between January and now?
He stuttered and floundered, then finally pointed at her. You going to try to tell me you didn't want to? I saw your bodyguard here, all shirtless and cozy, but I'll make love to you so much better than he ever could. It was official. She was going to punch him, right after she puked.
I told you Zai didn't touch me, and you're not going to either. Good night.
She turned and slammed the door between them, grateful that it had a lock that Cash was both too stupid and too lazy to pick. Tessa had barely taken a step toward her waiting bed when she heard him hiss, "Bitch!" Then the squeak of the sofa told her he'd flopped down onto it, tuned into football again, and tuned out adulting. In that moment, she feared she'd made a horrible mistake. Chapter 9. September 8th. Tessa raced to the office 15 minutes early, shoved her purse in its secure drawer, set her laptop on her desk, then she dashed down the hall to the conference room. All 7 men looked up as she entered, eyes hollow with lack of sleep, 5 o'clock shadows all around, and the scent of testosterone thick in the air.
Anything new?
Just before quitting time the previous Friday, Hunter had received a call from his dad. Someone inside Emilio Montilla's organization had first-hand knowledge of 1 Mile's location, almost 3 weeks after he'd been taken captive. It was sketchy, but it was something. The inside source says Walker is still alive, Hunter said. No mention of his condition, though. Still, alive was alive. They still had hope of recovering him. Hearing that, Tessa was happier than she had been in a month, especially after a tense weekend with Cash.
But it's good news. Do you know where he's being held yet? Do you have a plan?
No. The informant has dripped information out as she's able. We're hoping to know more today.
Anything I can do to help?
Logan shook his head. We're in a holding pattern. Stay near the phones just in case. If we need help with arrangements, we'll let you know.
Of course. You guys look like you've had a long weekend. Do you want me to order in some breakfast?
Joaquin nodded, and Tessa was surprised when he actually spoke. Probably a good idea. If the informant holds to pattern, we should hear more soon.
I'm on it.
It was a small contribution, but one she could make. Still, Tessa hated that it wasn't enough. When the news had come in that someone inside Montia's current compound wanted to talk and would start spilling details soon, she'd organized the bosses and the team, using their conference space as a war room for an all-hands-on-deck weekend. She'd ordered food and water in, then told them to call her if they needed anything else. But she hadn't been able to stay. She couldn't trust Cash alone with Hallie for more than 10 minutes, much less a whole weekend. Besides, according to him, his super-important game for work wrapping up was more critical than her job. Apparently, the fact a man's life might be at stake was irrelevant. Or maybe he only felt that way because she was a female and wouldn't be doing the actual rescuing. So she'd worried and paced her living room most of the weekend, calling in frequently to check on the crew. But she hadn't been there, and it made her feel derelict in her duty.
I'll get right on it.
Thanks. Hunter nodded absently before turning back to a satellite map on the big screen. Before she left the conference room, she caught sight of Zai staring at her, his gaze touching, lingering, burning. Tingles flared through her body, from her aching nipples to the needy tug between her legs. God, why did she still want this man so badly? Why couldn't she get over him? They hadn't spoken a single word, except those necessary to accomplish work, since that horrible afternoon Cash had blurted the fact he'd moved into her place. Tessa knew what Zai must be thinking. More than once she'd nearly divulged that she wasn't sleeping with her ex, but she always stopped because it didn't matter. He had probably found someone to rub bodies with, maybe Madison again, and who could blame him? Even without the clutter of others in their lives, he was contractually beyond her reach. Earth to Garrett. What are you doing? Hunter asked. Bring it in. Next communication is incoming. Yeah, he told the others as he sent her one last glance before he turned away. The bosses all directed their watchful stares on her. She could feel their warning. Don't step over the line. Tessa sent them all a tight, professional smile before she bustled away to order a dozen egg, bacon, and potato burritos from the Mexican food place down the street everyone loved. The flurry of activity continued all morning, and a few hours later she was awaiting a call about the delivery of the subs she'd ordered for lunch when her desk phone rang.
EM Security Management, this is Tessa. How may I direct your call? Tessa, this is your stepmother, Kathleen.
She'd never heard the woman's voice, but a glance at the display told her the woman was calling from her dad's number. Something was wrong.
What's happened? Your father had a heart attack this morning, about an hour ago. They're stabilizing him now. He'd want you to know. How serious is it? I don't know yet.
Tessa wanted to ask a million questions at the same time she wanted to scream. If this woman hadn't been trying to cut communication between her and her dad since they'd gotten married, she might have known from talking to him that his health had been in decline. He might even have told her he didn't feel well, or she might have picked up on the signs. Something. But the blame game didn't do either of them any good right now.
Which hospital? The one on the north side of Knoxville. I forget the name. I'm all turned upside down. He seemed all right yesterday.
Thankfully, Tessa knew the facility she meant.
I'm coming there. He may not be able to see anyone,
Kathleen warned. That might be true, but this woman wasn't coming between them anymore. Besides, how awful would she feel if the worst happened to her father and she hadn't even made the effort to see him?
And maybe he will. I'll call this number back as soon as I make my arrangements. All right.
Tessa ended the call. She could tell by the reluctance in Kathleen's voice that the woman needed a shoulder and an ear. Whatever her faults, she seemingly cared about Daddy. But if he survived this, there would be some changes. Right now, she had to tell the bosses she was leaving and hope they didn't fire her. And it terrified her to leave Cash alone in her house for days. God knew what a mess he'd make of it. But all those worries were secondary. Dad came first. Quickly, she snatched up her purse and shut down her computer, then jogged down the hall, heart racing, worry burning her veins. When she appeared in the doorway, Logan looked up. If the sandwiches have come, can you just bring them here? We need to break this info down, and we don't have a moment to spare. Tessa closed her eyes. Of all the lousy timing. She's not here about the sandwiches. Zai cut in as she heard him coming toward her. What's wrong? She opened her eyes. He knew. One look at her face and he could tell something wasn't right.
It's my dad. He's had a heart attack.
In Tennessee? Zai prompted. What do you know so far?
Nothing.
And it was killing her. He took her hand. Is there even a hospital in Rocky Top? She shook her head.
But it's not too far.
She looked around him at Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin at the front of the conference room.
I need to go.
Hunter nodded. Family first. Let us know how y'all are doing.
I will. I feel so terrible for bailing.
Don't. Take care of your dad. Her eyes prickled with tears.
I will. I hope you're able to get 1 mile out alive.
Then she turned away to pick up Hallie, head home, find a flight, pack a bag. She had a million things to do. Hey, Z called after her. I'll give you a ride to the airport. It was so tempting to say yes, to have his steadying presence by her side until she boarded the plane to take her to the uncertainty that awaited her in Tennessee. But Zai would have to come to the house. Cash would see him, and it would get ugly.
Thanks, but I'm sure Cash will take me.
He turned to stone as if her words assaulted him. Of course. Hope your dad is all right. Let us know if you need anything. She nodded.
For what it's worth, thank you for offering.
Sure. Bye.
Bye.
Her whisper sounded about 10 seconds long. She was desperate to make her moments with Zai last because she felt so safe with him. Because when she was with him, she somehow believed her world would be okay. Because she never worried he wasn't strong enough to share her problems. Because deep down, she knew Cash could never be that man. That thought haunted her as she and Hallie climbed onto an airplane a few hours later, jetting to uncertainty and potential heartbreak. Thursday, September 11th. Guerrero, Mexico. Zai sat in the back of the run-down white catering van, emblazoned on both sides with a sombrero-wearing chihuahua, dancing next to a blue margarita. If the food was as shitty as their art and their shock absorbers, he was glad he'd eaten elsewhere. But Joaquin had arrived in Mexico the day before the rest of the EM team to make arrangements, and he had to give the quietest of his bosses credit. No one looking at this vehicle bouncing down the uneven road would think 5-armed to the teeth operative sat in back. They just see what seemed like a silver-haired man driving with the sunset in his rearview mirror, going who knew where. We should be there in about 10, Hunter said, leaning against the back doors. I need to be honest. The information we have is both second-hand and through a translator. That didn't fill Zai with confidence. But nothing about this mission did. Whenever they came to Mexico, everything turned to shit. This time the crap had started before they'd even left the States. Tessa had been gone for 3 days without a word. Countless times he'd reached for his phone to call, text, something. But she had Cash, and he'd just be in the way. A few hours after she flew out, the bosses had told them all to go home, get a full night's sleep, and be prepared to bug out in the next few days. Since no one had left the office all weekend, and they'd been existing on takeout and cat naps, they'd all been ready for a shower and a horizontal 8. Trees, being trees, had stopped for gas at a fucking truck stop, and somehow been tempted by their sushi. The following morning he'd called Zai from the hospital, shocker, where he'd spent all of Tuesday and most of Wednesday, only being discharged a few hours before their departure. Leave it to his buddy to fully live by the motto, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Problem was, Trees tested that a lot. Thanks to his adventures in cuisine, Trees had been too disconnected from the plan to help out and way too weak to join in, so they'd left him behind. As far as Zai could tell, the team wasn't off to a good start, so Hunter admitting the information was sketchier than he'd led them to believe was just another problem they didn't need. From the front seat, the colonel glanced over his shoulder, keeping one eye on the empty road. A few days ago, I got a call from Emilo's estranged wife, Valeria. We rescued her from her husband a little over 18 months ago, but she had to leave behind her mother and her sister. Her mother had been sick. Unfortunately, she didn't make it, but her sister, Layla, somehow got her hands on a phone and started sending encoded messages through a game app to Valeria that included their location and the fact Emilio has 1 mile, who as of this morning was still alive. I was expecting more communication this afternoon so we could finish working out the details, but Valeria didn't hear from her sister. So you're saying there's a higher-than-normal chance this goes to shit? Josiah piped up, dressed like the rest of them in head-to-toe desert camo, weapons, and bad attitude. Yep. Logan never pulled his punches. Son of a bitch. So what do we know? Zai asked. The location of the compound and the positioning of the guards. If everything goes to plan, Layla should be with 1 mile now trying to figure out a distraction. Apparently, Montia has been keeping him underground, so he and Layla will have to invent some excuse to get the guards to bring him up top. No one had to say the most likely scenario. Montia was too wily to let a tiger like Walker out of his cage unless the ultimate goal was to put him down for good. According to the SAT map, it's a huge compound. How are we supposed to know where to find Walker? Cutter demanded. The colonel shrugged. You'll have to look. And if you find Layla, too, she comes along. No one else. Copy? At everyone's nod, the man turned to him. Zai, you ready to create some chaos? Affirmative. Explosives are in place. During my early reconnaissance, I located their fuel dump and a generator station. All it's going to take is a press of my thumb and boom. Good. Then you run straight for the chopper. You have the map to the storage location? I'm good to go. Once you get there, lift that bird in the air and fly to the extraction point. You'll have probably 7 to 10 minutes, tops, before the others come running in your direction. Until then, be ready to defend your position. I'll be in the van at the alternate location in case anything goes wrong. Caleb sighed. If everyone makes it out, it's going to be a fucking miracle. That was Zai's read on the situation, too. And we're only going to get one chance at this, Hunter said. Don't fuck up. Any of you. After that, the team fell silent. What else was there to say? In a handful of minutes, they'd retrieve one of their own from certain death, or they'd all die together trying. Fuck, he wished he'd manned up and called Tess, at least to check on her and hear her voice one more time. If there was a chance he might leave this earth, he'd prefer to do it with some peace. But it was too late now, probably for a lot of reasons. From a bench that ran the length of the vehicle off the colonel's right, he leaned in. Sir, have you heard from Tessa since she went to Tennessee? On the far side of the van, he was aware Hunter and Logan shared a glance, but he ignored them, focusing on their father and the regret that tightened his face. She called this morning just before we got on the plane. Unfortunately, she lost her father overnight. Fuck. Tessa had to be torn up. She was in Tennessee with a stepmother who didn't know or like her, handling all her grief without a strong arm or a supportive shoulder. Sure, she was a tough woman, but Zai wished he could be there with her, for her. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll pass on your condolences. Thank you. Then they fell silent. The sun began to inch toward the horizon behind them. The wind whipped a cloud of dirt around the van. When they passed the rickety bridge over the creek running parallel to the lonely highway, Zai locked his shit down and wired it tight. If he didn't focus now, he could fuck everything up for the whole team. Any one of them who didn't have their head screwed on could. Tension pinged around the van. The air smelled like adrenaline and anticipation. Everyone wanted to take Montia down, almost as much as they wanted to rescue Layla and bring Walker home in one piece. They wanted the drug lord's blood for fucking with one of their own. Stop here, he directed the colonel when he caught sight of the rock cluster he'd marked with black spray paint earlier. This is the path to the fuel dump. Once you've checked everything on your end and we're in position, I'll give you my go, Hunter said before he reached for his weapon, then turned to the others. The blasts will detonate west of the compound. Just to recap, while Montia's men are all distracted by Zai's explosion, Logan, Joaquin, and Cutter will head in from the north. Josiah, you'll come with me and we'll approach from the south, where Layla says there's one less guard. Then we'll start a systematic search by quadrants. You know your sectors, right? Group nodded. Logan went on. Whoever finds Walker first, radio in. If he's unable to get out on his own 2 feet, for whatever reason, holler. Your nearest teammate will help. Everyone else will continue the search for Layla. She promised to stay close to 1 mile, so hopefully they can be extracted together. If we need to buy more time, I'll radio Zai to light up the next target. He scowled. What is it, Garrett? Generator station. But once I hit it, everything will go dark. And more chaos would ensue. So let's try not to need it, Logan put in. Any questions? The group shook their head. Zai will be waiting in the chopper at the extraction point to the east. Like Dad said, he'll have the backup position by this bridge on the side of the road. Joaquin has greased the appropriate palms and cleared our path out, so let's do this right. And don't get dead. If that was Logan's idea of a joke, it was lousy. But no one said a word as Zai hopped out and the van sped off. Behind some brush, he approached the remote fuel station. Montilla and his boys must be pretty smug because the only security they had out here was a chain-link fence, a padlock, and a sign in Espanol that told people this was private property and to keep the fuck out. With a shrug, Zai ducked through the hole he'd cut earlier, then checked all the C4 he'd put in place. Everything was ready to go. After squirming back through the enclosure, he clambered across the wilderness toward the power station, arcing around the compound and tucking behind the scrub, just in case some jackhole with binoculars had eagle eyes. But his clock was ticking. Caleb would be dumping everyone else in the van off in about 2 minutes, and he couldn't leave them like a guy at a party with his dick dangling. He got a little help from more winds that kicked up and allowed him to haul ass the last few 100 yards in a swirl of dust. The remote power site was even less protected, so double-checking his work here took about 15 seconds. Zai withdrew his radio. I'm a go. Copy that, Logan affirmed. We're in position. Do it. Despite all the problems and all the shit, Zai pushed the button and watched the remote fuel dump explode with a grin. The sight gave him a sick pleasure that made him feel a little like a 4-year-old, but the power of the blast and the resulting destruction awed him. It was a force of nature he could create and harness. After the fire finished blazing, only ashes remained, from which something new and better could rise. At least in the best of circumstances. Sometimes he really did just burn shit to the ground. It didn't take long for Montilla's men to start pouring out the west side of the compound to investigate, only to be brought short by the wall of flames that carried the pungent smell of diesel. Then came another resounding boom, followed by a plume of fire. Zai felt the singeing heat even from a few 100 yards away. He watched the team slink into the compound on their bellies, seemingly unnoticed by Montilla's goons. None of them shouted warnings or fired at the team or gave any indication they'd been discovered. With a mental pat on the back, Zai fled his hiding place and started hauling ass across the landscape to the adjacent rancher's property. Apparently, the old man had been happy to take some American greenbacks to store the team's equipment for a few hours. Zai was winded by the time he reached the edge of the property and fired up the chopper. Getting it in the air was a breeze, and he was starting to worry this rescue was going too well. Or had their luck finally fucking turned around? Now was the part he dreaded most, the hurry up and wait for the others, to see if they'd achieved the mission objective and made it out alive, or not. Suddenly his radio crackled with static, followed by a shout. We're coming in hot! Hunter. Zai sat up as he put the chopper on the ground in the designated spot and flung the side open. Sure enough, here they came. Logan led the way. Behind him, Cutter ran, carrying a dark figure fireman style over his left shoulder. It must be 1 mile with his ass in the air because he was shooting at Montilla's heavies, now running after them, at least until he suddenly dropped the gun and fell limp. Worry gripped Zai by the throat as Hunter shouted something, scooped up the weapon, and kept sprinting his way. Josiah darted almost shoulder to shoulder with Cutter, carrying a petite brunette who looked naked except for a bath towel she clutched around her body. That must be Layla. She hurled insults at the goons on their tail. When they'd almost reached the chopper, Zai strapped in again. Logan scrambled in and helped Cutter tumble a naked 1 mile onto the hard metal surface. Zai got to look at him then. Holy fuck. Walker didn't even look like the same man. Besides looking 20 pounds lighter, the sniper had been stripped bare and beaten within an inch of his life. Blood covered his face, oozing from black and blue lesions. A glance told him the sniper's jaw had probably been broken. And when Cutter rolled him to one side to make more room for the others incoming, his back looked as if it had been torn to shreds with a chainsaw. If 1 Mile didn't die before they reached safety, Zai would be shocked. Hunter followed, perching just inside as he fired at Montia's henchman, while Josiah leapt into the back with the brunette in his arms. Logan pulled them in deeper, then shouted at his brother, who slammed the door shut. He turned Zai's way with a hand gesture that said to take the chopper up, but Zai was already on it, lifting the bird into the sky, away from the remaining enemies who were still shooting. It had been a hot minute since he'd flown one of these, and Zai gripped the yoke, swerving and feinting to avoid enemy bullets hitting something vital, like the fuel tank, and killing them all. Slowly, the pelting projectiles stopped pinging the side of the chopper, and thank fuck no one had come with their RPG. As Logan radioed the colonel to bug out, Zai let out a sigh of relief, increased the altitude, and headed for the private airfield due north and home. Finally, something in Mexico had gone their way. Chapter 10. September 19th. 11 days after Tessa boarded a plane to Tennessee to see her dad and hopefully hold his hand through his recovery, she was returning to Louisiana with a few of his prized possessions and some of the most bittersweet memories of her life. She hadn't wanted to cry in front of all the strangers on her flight. She knew if she started, she might not stop. Every muscle of her body ached with exhaustion when she was able to rise from her cramped seat. Hallie, who had been on her lap for the last few hours, fussed when Tessa set her back in the chair. But she blocked the aisle with her body and grabbed the portable playpen from the overhead before slinging the diaper bag from the floor. Thank goodness she'd gate-checked the stroller and wouldn't have to schlep all this gear to the baggage claim. And once she got there, the colonel would be waiting, since he'd kindly volunteered to pick her up and give her a ride home. She tried to call Cash to tell him that she was catching a flight, but he hadn't bothered to answer, probably because he slept all day. Tessa hoped her house was still standing when she got there, but she was too tired to care about it, or him, right now. Finally, she wedged herself and all her crap toward the plane's narrow exit, pausing to pick up the stroller from the attendant so she could set Hallie down and stash her gear. As she crossed the mostly empty terminal, it felt like a ghost town. She'd never seen the wide-open space with virtually no one filling it. All the restaurants were closed, the shops shuttered. Then again, it was after 10 p.m. Hers was the last arriving flight today, thanks to her connection from Dallas being delayed. Night had fallen long ago. Darkness pressed in through the windows, making everything in her world seem bleak. Hallie fussed, wanting to get out of the stroller and move around. The baby was also tired and hungry, and Tessa didn't blame her. She simply didn't have a way to deal with her daughter's unhappiness until they got home. Finally, she made her way to the bag claim, scanning the expansive area for her former boss. What she saw instead made her heart seize up in her chest. In a line next to her carousel was the colonel, along with the entire EM security team, waiting for her. Hunter held a bright white bouquet of flowers. He and Logan, beside him, both looked banged up. Josiah and Cutter didn't have too many scratches, same with Joaquin. But he pushed a wheelchair, and she bit back a gasp when she saw 1 Mile slouched in the seat, looking like he'd recently had one foot through death's door. What he had endured at the hands of Emilio Montilla made her own pain seem smaller. Trees towered over them with a surprisingly soft expression. And at the end, Zai stood, his stare intense and unwavering. At the sight of him, the dam of her strength nearly broke. She pressed a hand over her mouth to hold in a sob. "Welcome home, Tessa." The colonel stepped forward and wrapped her in a warm hug, which she desperately needed for days.
Thank you. All of you. This is...
She held herself together by sheer will and gave the team a wobbly smile.
I'm beyond touched.
These are for you. Hunter handed her the bouquet of calla lilies, white roses, snowdrops, and greenery. We're sorry for your loss. She took them, automatically lifting them to her nose. She closed her eyes to regroup and lost herself for a guilty moment in the floral scents before setting them on top of the stroller.
They're lovely. I appreciate it.
Honestly, It was the nicest thing anyone had done for her in 11 days. Logan stepped forward. "What do you need from us? Whatever it is, name it. We'll take care of it." Tessa teared up again. She was at the edge of her control. This was another reason signing her contract had been the right choice, despite the fact it separated her from Zai. Naturally, the money and the benefits had been important, but the sense of family, she needed that so badly. Now that Daddy was gone, she no longer had one of her blood. But she had these men who'd somehow become like protective older brothers. Losing her father had been a terrible, shocking blow. But her unexpected blessings filled a space in her heart. She shook her head.
"Just the weekend. Y'all look like you've been off to war and you might need me in the office."
"We have been," Josiah said. "And we could use you in the office for sure," Joaquin added. "When you're ready." She gave them all grateful smiles, then approached 1 Mile.
"I'm almost afraid to ask if you're okay."
The sniper's face was fearsome, bruised and bloated and unwelcoming as usual, but tonight those black eyes held something surprisingly tender. "His jaw was broken, so it's wired shut. He can't talk," Logan supplied. "And we're all grateful," Cutter muttered under his breath, who was apparently still furious that 1 Mile had taken his girlfriend to bed. Walker flashed him a glare and an obscene finger gesture. "Ignore them," Tree suggested. "Glad you're back. My condolences."
"Thank you,"
she murmured. Hallie fussed in the stroller, and the Colonel smiled her daughter's way. "One out of there, little girl." The baby cooed as she flapped her arms and kicked her chubby legs. "That's what I thought," said the older man. "I'm getting lots of practice with my grandkids." Out of nowhere, the thought that her dad had only had a handful of minutes to know that joy blindsided her. The grief that came with it was like a blow to the belly, stealing her breath and debilitating her with a pain that went beyond something she could fight with a pill. Without even thinking, she turned to the only team member who hadn't spoken to her. At his side, he held a plush white teddy bear with a pink bow around its neck and Hallie's name stitched on its little hat. "Hi." He stepped toward her, big and stoic and solid. They were on shaky ground. She wasn't sure he'd forgiven her for signing the contract, or for letting Cash move in. It still hurt her to think of him with Madison. Realistically, he'd never loved her the way she loved him, and that was okay. One thing she knew, he would be here for her if she asked. He would be steady and unwavering. She could count on him in a way she hadn't been able to count on anyone else, even her dad, the last months before his death. At that, despite the 1,000 reasons she shouldn't, she flung herself into his arms. Without hesitation, he crushed her against him, strong and steady, wrapping his arms around her so tightly she nestled in a safe cocoon. He'd never know how badly she'd needed him right now. As sobs tore through her, breaking down all the composure she'd managed to scrape together, he remained unmoving and let her cry into the musky t-shirt that smelled so reassuringly like him. Behind her, someone must have taken the bear from his hand, because suddenly both of his palms pressed against her back and he brought her even closer. She melted against him gratefully. "I'm here for you," he murmured. She tried to thank him, but another sob tore free.
"Zai."
"Shh. Have you eaten something, baby?" Tessa shook her head and pulled herself together. She couldn't keep falling apart in front of the team. They'd endured so much since she'd gone, and they'd still come to honor her. She couldn't show them weakness. Somehow she managed to sniffle and pull back.
"No, but I'll be—"
"Don't say fine," Zai warned. "You've dropped weight since you left." Anxiety, grief, and all-out warfare with one stepmother did that.
"But I will be."
"Maybe after you've eaten." "We'll leave you to get settled at home and rest," Hunter said. Tessa turned. She hadn't known her boss was capable of speaking that softly.
"Thank you again. Really, I'm truly humbled."
"And if you're not ready for the office on Monday, just let us know," Logan prompted. "We can call it temporary until you are." Josiah groaned. Ugh, just not inept. I mean, Aspen. Cutter and Trees both concurred with animated nods.
I'll be there,
Tessa promised. She needed to be. Not only did she need the money, but she needed not to sit on her sofa while Cash was invading her space and think of all she'd lost. See you then. Joaquin touched her shoulder softly. If you need anything else, call. 1 Mile just waved, looking exhausted, pale, and still too near death. But he'd come to see her home. Cash hadn't. That spoke volumes about her daughter's father, but she couldn't deal with him right now. One crisis at a time. She waved back at him.
Keep getting better, Walker. I know you've got more hell to raise.
He flipped her a half smile until Joaquin wheeled him around and pushed him out the door, beside his stepbrothers. Cutter stepped up to her next. Hang in there. If you ever need anyone to watch your little one, my mama would be tickled to step in. She always wanted a little girl. I guess neither my brother Cage nor I looked good in pink. He meant well, and Tessa tried to smile.
It may not be your best color. I appreciate the hospitality.
Anytime. You good? Josiah asked. She nodded.
I really will be fine. Caleb will take me home.
Absolutely, he said, now holding a smiling Hallie in one arm and the bear in the other. Then I'll see you Monday. Don't be shy if you need anything. Tessa would never presume to bother him on a weekend.
I won't.
He and Cutter were gone then, so she turned to Trees.
Thank you for coming.
She couldn't look at Zai right now. She'd just break down again. You don't have to keep thanking everyone. We're happy to be here, aren't we, Zai? He elbowed his friend in the ribs. Yeah. His smoky tone seemed to have 1,000 meanings, and even the familiar timbre of his voice did something to her. Finally, she risked a glance at him.
I'm sorry I cried all over your shirt.
I'm not. Zai stepped closer. And I can tell you need to cry again. Damn it, he could see right through her. He'd always been able to. And on cue, tears stung her eyes once more. Without hesitation, Zai pulled her in. She shuddered and clung, taking the strength he selflessly offered while stroking her back with a comforting hand. Behind her, the colonel sighed. I think I got all her things off the baggage carousel. Why don't you take her home, Garrett? We came in my truck, Trees said with regret. It won't hold 3 adults and a baby in a car seat. I'll take you home myself, Caleb suggested, so they can go on. Tessa looks like she needs to talk. She turned to her former boss with a grateful stare. The colonel might be a veteran and a hard ass, but he was also very wise.
I'd appreciate that.
She spun to Trees.
If that's okay with you?
Then she cast a shy stare Zai's way. She hated to presume, especially since she didn't know what else he might have planned on a Friday night.
And you?
Fine by me. Any time I don't have to schlep Zai around is a good time, Trees joked. He's a terrible backseat driver. Because I'm better behind the wheel, Zai bantered, then cupped her shoulder. I'm happy to take you 2 ladies home. After a little more small talk, Trees followed the colonel out one door. Zai carried all her luggage while she pushed the stroller out to the parking lot through another. With a little direction from her, he installed Hallie's car seat on the bench between them and got underway.
Thanks for doing this.
You don't need to keep thanking me. He pulled out of the parking spot and got in line to pay the attendant. Once they'd left the airport, he turned back to her, the sharp angles of his face and interesting play of illumination and shadows as they drove past streetlights. Tell me what sounds good. You want a burger? Honestly, she couldn't even think about food right now. Tessa shook her head.
I'll be fine. I just need to get Hallie fed, changed, and into bed. Her schedule has been messed up for days.
What about you? Where to start?
I'm all over the place. Sometimes I'm numb. It doesn't feel real that he's gone. And sometimes the pain is so sharp I can't breathe.
And the pervasive, nagging sense of despair felt like it sat on top of her, oppressing her, smothering her. Right now, besides her daughter, Zai was the only light in her life. God, that was so unfair to him. He'd helped her so much, and she'd fallen for him. Then she'd repaid his kindness by boxing them into a corner where they could never be together. He had to look at her and know every day that she hadn't chosen him. And still he kept showing up for her. I know, baby. He took her hand over the top of Hallie's car seat and squeezed. I'm here.
I don't deserve you.
Of course, that sounded like she had him in the first place.
Your kindness, your friendship.
That's bullshit, and you'll always have it, he vowed as they headed north on the highway. Silence stretched between them, and as he grew closer to their exit, her dread grew. Do you want to talk about it? She probably needed to. But if she let go of the dam restraining her emotions, could she ever rebuild it?
I don't want to burden you.
Zai clenched his jaw as he pulled onto the shoulder and stopped the car. You're not a burden. I swear if you say that one more time, he shook his head. Now I get why our bosses are the sort who spank their wives. They were? That was news to her. How did he know? And was he insinuating that he'd spank her? To her shock, that didn't totally horrify her. But she'd have to unpack that later. Definitely not now.
Maybe burden is the wrong word, then. But you don't owe me anything, and I'm aware—
Is Cash coming to help you? She withdrew her hand and pulled it into her lap, looking down as she laced her fingers together.
No.
Then I will. End of discussion. You just have to tell me what you need. Tessa licked her lips. She needed a good night's sleep. She needed comfort. She definitely needed a few hours without any more drama. In the last few days, she'd had enough of that to last her. And Cash was a master at creating circus-level spectacle, complete with mental hoops of fire for her to jump through. She just couldn't do it tonight.
I need to go someplace where Cash isn't.
He rubbed at his chin and nodded. I can drop you off at a hotel if you want to be alone.
I don't.
Or I can bring you home with me. She started to ask if he minded, but since he didn't want her to refer to herself as a burden, she didn't.
Yes, please.
He hesitated, then pulled off the shoulder and back onto the largely empty highway. All right, but once we're there, I'm going to take care of you my way. Tessa didn't argue. Not only did she lack the energy, she trusted that whatever Zai had in mind would be perfect.
I'd love that.
Zai's heart raced like he'd sprinted home from the airport as they pulled into his apartment complex. The place was decent, quiet, a definite step up from the last shithole he'd rented. Turned out when he'd asked Cutter's advice, the local boy had a way better suggestion because he lived in the next building over. He'd had fantasies of bringing Tessa here. Lots of them. He'd always pictured himself undressing her and doing her until she fell into a sated sleep. But never in his wildest imaginings had he thought he'd be bringing her here to unwind and to offload whatever weighed down her mind until she released her grief. Since his bike was in his assigned spot, he had to park a bit farther away. Then he cut the engine and turned to her. You sure? Tessa nodded.
Yeah.
She didn't come out and say it, but she was making a conscious decision. Him over Cash. At least for tonight. Zai tried to tell himself it didn't mean anything, but he wasn't good at blowing smoke in places where the sun didn't shine. It meant a shitload, at least to him. It wasn't right or smart, but even if he couldn't touch Tessa, he intended to milk this night for every moment he could. Then let's go. He jumped out of the truck and grabbed everything he'd stored in the bed while Tessa reached in to lift her daughter from the car seat. The diaper bag followed as she slung it over her shoulder. Without a word, she followed him upstairs. He led her into the dark apartment. As he flipped on the lights, he was grateful he kept his space organized and tight. He walked her past the modern gray sofa and the giant big screen on the wall. I'm going to drop your luggage in the bedroom. She stopped in the middle of his living room and looked around with tired eyes that were killing him.
Okay, bring the playpen here, though, please.
He looked at her 3 bags. Which one is that?
The black backpack-looking thing.
Zai dragged it back into the living room. Here you go. And you don't have to keep saying please." Then he disappeared into the bedroom. Through the open door, he heard her walk through to the kitchen and open a jar of baby food before murmuring something low and sweet to Hallie. He set her suitcase in a corner and what he guessed might be her toiletries in his bathroom. Then he flipped on the nearest lamp, shrugged out of his jeans and into a pair of shorts, then went to find his girls. Okay, so they weren't his, but he could pretend for a night. Back in the kitchen, he found Tessa feeding a half-awake Hallie, who lazily opened her mouth for some yellowish baby mush. "What's that you've got, little girl?"
"Vegetable turkey dinner."
When Hallie smacked her lips and grimaced, Tessa managed to smile.
"It's not one of her favorites, but it will stick to her ribs."
"You don't like it?" he bent to ask the baby, staring into her wide green eyes. Then she stuck out her lower lip in a pout.
Uh-oh, she's going to explode. She gets cranky when she gets off schedule.
Tessa scooped the baby off the counter.
"I think she's done eating anyway. Is there somewhere I can give her a bath?"
"I've only got a shower."
"Is it okay if we take one together?"
Instantly, Zai imagined himself wrapped around Tessa as the warm water sluiced down their entwined bodies. It made him harder than hell. She flushed bright pink.
"I mean, Hallie and me."
He knew what she'd meant, so he just nodded. "You two can have the bathroom for as long as you need. Towels are in the cabinet above the toilet. You like omelets?"
"Yeah, but you don't have to cook."
"My way, remember?" To his surprise, she didn't push back.
"Okay. By the way, you have a nice place."
Then she disappeared, and after a few minutes of scrounging, he found some mushrooms, tomatoes, and spinach in his fridge to whip up a quick dish. He toasted a piece of bread and was plating everything when she emerged again in a pink cotton tank top with a scalloped strap and hem, along with a matching pair of shorts. And no bra. That was fucking obvious when her nipples poked the fabric. She'd twisted her long hair in a messy bun, and her face was bare. Zai doubted she'd intended to turn him on, but he was harder than fuck looking at her. Hell, just being in the same room with her. He cleared his throat. "Feeling better?" She set Hallie on the floor and bent to attack the little black backpack.
"Yeah. You don't want me to thank you, but thank you. I feel almost human again."
"Good." He watched her assemble Hallie's playpen, line it with a few blankets, then toss in a couple of pacifiers before she scooped up her daughter and kissed her soft little forehead. "You putting her to bed now?" Tessa nodded.
"It's 3 hours past her bedtime. She's going to crash and probably sleep until late tomorrow morning."
Which meant Mommy could get some sleep too. "Your dinner is ready." She tucked the baby in the playpen, then covered her up and turned off the lamp on the nearby table. The shadows emphasized the jut of Tessa's breasts, the whittled indentation of her waist, and the flare of her hips. Zai started to sweat.
"I'm coming."
Yeah, he wished. Just like he wished he was the one sending her over the edge of pleasure. He tried to clean up his dirty-as-fuck thoughts as he slid the steaming plate on the bar in front of her while she settled onto a stool. When he set a bottle of water beside it, she glanced at him with something obviously on her mind.
"Got anything harder?"
Zai hesitated. He didn't want her medicating with booze, but he needed her to let go of her sense of decorum or responsibility or whatever the fuck kept her bottled up so she would talk to him. "Oh, look, eat at least half your omelet first." Because if she was going to get shit-faced, he didn't want her getting sick. Dutifully, she picked up her fork and cut into the eggs, moaning as she popped a bite into her mouth.
You didn't tell me you could cook."
"I don't know if I'd call that actual cooking." He prowled through the apartment's walk-in pantry to peruse his booze selection. "Unless I'm barbecuing, that's about the extent of my culinary expertise." She took another bite.
"Then what do you eat in this sleek bachelor pad?"
"A lot of protein-based smoothies. Easier way to get in nutrients without dirtying up my kitchen."
"You should teach me how to make them. I cook for myself a few times a week and eat the same meal for a few days."
She wrinkled her nose.
"It's boring."
Zai nodded, knowing full well that nothing coming out of her mouth resembled anything on her mind, but she was still in responsible mode,
still trying to be a perfect non-burden. He really hated that. She just needed to let go. He'd catch her. With a sigh, he plucked up a bottle, grabbed a lime from his fridge and a shaker of salt from the cabinet above the stove. Then he withdrew a shot glass and poured. "You at least half done." She eyed the plate.
Pretty much. Tequila shots, huh?
"It will be easy and work fast."
I'm game. Let's do it.
Zai shook his head. "I'm the responsible one tonight. You go for it."
You trying to get me drunk?
If life were just about you and me and we had nothing else to consider, would I really need to?
No,
she whispered. He leaned in and looked her straight in the eye. Good. But I'd never get you drunk for that. I'd want you sober so you could feel every single thing I'd do to your body. Tessa's cheeks lit up fiery red.
Sigh,
drink up. Obviously, she'd done this before. She licked the back of her hand, poured the salt, knocked back the tequila, tongued the salt from her skin, then sucked the lime, eyes closed and moaning.
Pour me again.
When was the last time you drank?
Before I found out I was pregnant with Hallie.
So this wouldn't take long at all. They repeated the cycle twice more before he stopped pouring and gauged her level of sobriety. Already he could see her body relaxing and the stress melting from her face as her head slid back and she closed her eyes with a sigh.
I know this is a bad idea, but I'm buzzed enough not to care.
Then she was almost where he wanted her. Good. One more.
You don't have to ask me twice.
She socked the shot away with a moan. Done eating? Tessa nodded quietly and stood.
If it's okay, I'm just going to stretch out on your sofa and...
What about Hallie? He could hear her stirring in the next room. Maybe we should talk in the bedroom.
You're sure you're not trying to get me drunk?
She asked, but this time her voice was sassy. He liked it. Grabbing her hand, he led her past the playpen and through the doorway, toward the rumpled bed, and sat her on the edge. A little smile softened her face.
Thanks. I feel safe here.
Yeah, he loved hearing that. You are.
Your room smells like you. I like it.
Jesus, if she was trying to turn him on with just her words, it was working. But he had to put the brakes on the dirty workings of his brain, sit beside her, and pull her close. Why don't you get it all out now? Tell me what happened with your dad.
Ouch,
she reared back.
Are you trying to harsh my mellow?
I'm trying to get information. He curled an arm around her, loving the hell out of the way she was pressed against him from shoulder to knee, her face turned toward him.
I know,
she sighed as if dredging up this story took monumental effort.
I got there on Monday, right? My first time meeting Kathleen. She took one look at me and told me I looked like my mom. Then she said that she refused to have an unwed mother in her house.
Are you fucking serious? Zai wished he had the opportunity to tell Kathleen what a judgmental cow she was.
Oh, yeah. I pointed out it was my dad's house, too. But since my dad wasn't around, she put her foot down. Thankfully, before I had to plunk down the money for 11 days in a hotel, a childhood neighbor stopped by and offered me a place to stay. It was way better than dealing with Kathleen. She tried every which way to keep me from seeing my dad. He was too tired or too overwrought or too fill-in-the-blank. Whatever. I really thought on Tuesday that Dad had turned a corner, and I finally started going around the bitch and walking into his room whenever I wanted. Good for you. Wednesday was a great day. Daddy seemed alert and happy. He loved that I'd brought Hallie to meet him. The way he looked at her, I could tell he loved her the moment he saw her.
Tessa's bittersweet smile tugged at him.
He told me he was sorry for marrying so quickly after my mom's death. At the time, he'd felt alone and lost and helpless, and he hated that feeling. He'd been married for so long he didn't know how not to be married. He didn't love Kathleen, and he especially hated that she's jealous of my mom's memory. But it was obvious to everyone that she knew she was always going to be second place. Once I understood that, I stopped giving a shit what Kathleen thought. Anyway, Daddy was set to get out of the hospital on Friday if he continued to progress, and I was going to stay an extra few days. But then...
She teared up and crystal drops started rolling down her face.
He went to bed on Wednesday night and died in his sleep. His heart just stopped.
He curled his arm around her waist and squeezed her. I'm really sorry, baby. She laid her head on his shoulder with a sigh.
I am too. But at least I got closure. Dad and I were in a good place, and I got some great pictures of him with Hallie.
Then I'm glad you went. But he'd missed her like crazy.
Same. I just wish things had turned out differently.
Her voice broke. Zai knew her breakdown was coming, so he turned to face her and opened his arms. Come here, baby. Tessa went without hesitation, gripping his shirt as she hid her face in his chest. She was so quiet, so still. He didn't think she could possibly be crying. Then she sucked in a jagged breath and her body shuddered. Then she let go. He brushed his palms up and down her heaving back in a comforting path as she released her debilitating grief. Get it out. I'm here. She nodded.
I wished you were there so many times to help me, to hold my hand, to tell me it would be okay, even though I knew it wasn't.
It sucked that he hadn't been, but he'd be here with her now as long as she'd let him. Why didn't Cash come, at least for the funeral? Tessa snorted, and he heard her anger.
Why would he?
Was she kidding? Because he's your boyfriend. She reared back with a scowl.
Who told you that?
He did. Tessa rolled her eyes.
And you believed him? He's full of shit. But that's no surprise. If his lips are moving, he's lying.
Zai's heart stopped. So, you're not together?
No. We stopped dating shortly before I found out I was pregnant.
But not since then.
During the pregnancy, we didn't date. There was a time I thought we might get back together, but he wasn't interested in me or his daughter, just in sex. And once he decided I'd gotten too big for that, he was out.
What a douche.
Yep, I sure can pick him. When my dad asked about Hallie's father, I said he wasn't in my life anymore. To me, he's not.
So why are you living together?
We're not.
She held up a wobbling finger.
Well, we live under the same roof, but we're not living together. He moved in so we could supposedly co-parent, but he's useless as a dad. There, I said it. I can't pretend anymore.
The tequila had definitely loosened her up and gotten her talking. Zai was glad. So I'm guessing that when he told me you two fuck all the time, that was a lie too. Her eyes went wide in horror. Her half-drunken expressions would be adorable if the conversation wasn't so dead serious.
Ew. That asshole. It's a giant lie. Oh, he tried. About 3 weeks ago, he did that fast-talking thing to convince me that we'd be a better family unit if he and I were, intimate. I said no. You know what he said then? That you might have wanted to fuck me, but he'd make love to me so much better. It was all I could do not to laugh in his face. I mean, I don't actually have the real comparison, but I already know.
Zai did his best to keep a straight face. So you don't have feelings for him anymore?
None.
Suddenly she shook her head.
No, that's not true. I'm starting to loathe him. Like, a lot. I want him and his baggy boxer shorts and those balls he feels the need to scratch all the time off my damn sofa. And every time I see him across the house,
she teared up again.
I wish I was seeing you.
Tessa might not realize just how much she was admitting to him, but he heard it, even without her saying the words. I love you too, baby. He kissed her forehead. That was as close as he dared let his mouth near hers. Besides, she didn't need sex right now. She needed to rest in safety, in comfort, so she could escape and heal and rejuvenate. It's almost midnight. Why don't you try to get some sleep?
Because if I close my eyes, when I open them again, it will be morning. It will be time for me to go. And I don't want to.
Jesus, she was killing him. Honestly, he didn't want her to go either. They still had over 1,000 days before they wouldn't be fired for giving in to their feelings. Yes, he was counting. You can stay as long as you want.
Thanks, but I don't want to be a...
Don't say burden. Her lips curled into a crooked grin.
Or you'll spank me? Now that you clued me in, I can picture all of our bosses being that kind of guy.
It was probably a good thing that the tequila had her thoughts hopping from one subject to the next. If not, he probably would have asked her to move in and fuck the contract. And he knew without asking that she wasn't ready. Do you want me to go over to your place and clear cash out before you go home? She looked at him as if she wanted to cry, press him to her chest, and thank him profusely. So he was shocked when she shook her head.
It's really sweet of you to offer, but no. It was my screw-up for believing him. I need to be the one to tell him to go. I just can't right now.
No, not tonight. Maybe not even tomorrow. Zai didn't blame her. She'd endured a lot. And now that he knew the truth, he could handle Cash living at her place without feeling homicidal. Kind of. Get some rest, okay? Here. He guided her to her back and laid her head on his pillow. Close your eyes. Tessa tried to sit up.
I can't take your bed.
I want you to.
I only want to be here if you're with me.
Fuck. He was running out of strength. Baby.
Just lie next to me. That's all.
She blinked solemnly, looking as if she'd cry if he refused.
Please.
It was going to kill him, but better his pain than hers. With a sigh, Zai toed off his shoes and lay down beside her. All right. She turned her head, looking at him with a heavy-lidded smile as she reached for his hand.
Thanks. Since the Colonel called you to my house, my life hasn't been the same.
Mine either, baby. And as awful as seeing her every day and knowing he couldn't have her was, he wouldn't trade it for the world. Chapter 11, November 3. Come in, Garrett. Hunter called from the far side of the conference room. Sit down. We need to talk. Logan motioned him to an empty chair. Joaquin watched him with those expressionless eyes that gave him the heebies. He had no idea what the fuck they wanted, and he'd never stepped a toe over the contractual line with Tessa, no matter how badly he'd ached to. So why were they crawling up his ass first thing on a Monday morning? He planted himself in a chair in the middle of the room. What's up? We have a problem. To be honest, they had a lot of problems. Cutter and 1 Mile were at each other's throats constantly. Rumors were flying that the sniper had gotten the Boy Scout's girlfriend pregnant. The insults they kept slinging around the office were ugly enough for Zai to believe it. It wasn't his problem, but the bosses had called him in here, so they obviously thought he had a solution to at least one of their issues. And you need my help? Yeah, Hunter nodded, pacing and looking serious as a motherfucker. There have been some new developments over the weekend. What he's trying to say is, we've had this shitty situation that's been confusing, but now we have more light on it, and it's clearly beyond fucked up. Exactly. Joaquin's seldom-used voice sounded like a growl. Zai sat up straighter in his chair. What's going on? My brothers and I spent Sunday together looking at the chain of events this year relating to Valeria Montilla and all our missions to Mexico. You still think we have a mole? Logan shook his head. Now we know it. Dread started gnawing at Zai's belly. If they wanted to tell him this shit, there could be only one reason. It's not trees. Shut and listen before you say anything else, Hunter snapped. Zai clenched his teeth. We had that failed mission back in March, remember? You said at the time it felt like they knew you were coming. Yeah, but if Trees tried to set us up, why did he abort at the last minute? Logan shrugged. I don't know. But what I do know is that someone somewhere told Montilla exactly when, where, and how we were coming in. Zai couldn't argue with that, so he didn't. Okay. Then 1 Mile and your bestie took that trip to Mexico in August that went to shit before it even started. And Walker got taken while Trees walked away with hardly a scratch. He explained that. Yeah, Hunter raised a brow. He had a story and everything. One they didn't necessarily believe. We've been watching your buddy closely, waiting to see what else materialized.
But September rolled around and we got the info that allowed us to go in and rescue 1 Mile. Everything went off perfectly. It couldn't have worked out better if we'd drawn a fucking picture. Exactly, Logan jumped in. And remember who wasn't on that mission because of truck stop sushi? That's a damn coincidence. Is it? Hunter asked. It looked fishy. He smirked at his own pun. But we were willing to believe it was possible his absence had nothing to do with our success. Until this past weekend. Logan sent him an acidic smile that said the SOB had the proof they'd been looking for. Zai racked his brains for something that had gone down the past 2 days. What happened? We sent Walker on an errand for us week before last. They had. Zai didn't know much about it. The bosses had been pretty hush-hush, and he hadn't cared enough to be nosy. And? Recently, Emilio Montilla was spotted just a couple of miles from his estranged wife's safe house. Zai leaned in. He came onto U.S. soil. Logan nodded. Alone, to find his wife and son. How could he possibly have known to look in St. Louis? Suddenly, Zai remembered a snippet of news he'd caught over the weekend. Did he have anything to do with the 5 dead cops at that precinct in St. Louis? Bingo! Someone get the guy a prize! Shelve the sarcasm, Hunter demanded. It doesn't help. Fuck you, Logan scowled at his older brother. The only ones getting fucked right now are us if we can't get it together, Joaquin snapped. Finish your damn explanation. Fine. Logan crossed his arms over his chest. Walker moved Valeria, her son, and her sister, Layla, to a new safe house in another state. He was supposed to stay with them for a week and ensure they weren't followed. But you know Walker. They all did. He had a big mouth and really piss-poor listening skills, especially when it came to authority figures. He didn't stay a week. Not even close. He decided he'd rather bait Montilla, so he hauled ass back to St. Louis and set a trap. He already knew we suspect we have a mole in this office, so he took it upon himself to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. How? Zai knew the sniper was crazy, but that sounded beyond insane. He decided to send Trees an email as a professional courtesy because he was on that mission in which he was captured. In it, he told Trees the location of the St. Louis safe house and even helpfully provided a floor plan. And Montilla showed up for his wife with murder on his mind. Hunter nodded. Prior to that, Montilla had sniffed around for days, but the minute Trees got that email, Montilla showed up to Valeria's abandoned safe house in the middle of the night, sneaked in the back door, and went directly for the master bedroom, without a second of hesitation or a flicker of light. Then Walker, that crazy motherfucker, knocked him out, hogtied him, put him face down in a bathtub, and started the water, after threatening to hook him up to a car battery. Yep, that sounded like Walker. That's all circumstantial. It doesn't mean Trees is the mole, Zai argued. What about a hacker? That Stone guy was here a few months back. Stone didn't put anything on our network. He was here for a favor. It's still possible we have some virus that allows someone to spy on our communications. Maybe they can read all our instant messages and emails. Logan gave a half-hearted shrug. Anything is possible, in theory. But if someone else had done that, shouldn't Trees have eradicated it? Since Trees was their tech guy, yeah. He'd put a metric shit ton of security on the platform. Nothing is foolproof. Logan turned to his brothers, who both shrugged. Fine, Hunter stood. We'll have Stone scan it from top to bottom and see if there's any digital trace of an information-stealing virus. But since we're 99% sure that's not the issue, you need to do something for us now, before anyone else gets hurt. Zai dreaded where this was going. He didn't believe Trees would sell them out. He wouldn't until he saw it with his own 2 eyes, and even then, he knew there would be extenuating circumstances. What? You keep insisting your buddy is innocent. Because he is? So, we won't make you look for clues that he's guilty. Hunter sounded almost magnanimous. You just have to prove he's innocent. What? Why me? It's your fucking company. And he's your fucking friend. If we start looking, it will be to prove his guilt. But you'll do anything to show that he's innocent. Besides, Trees is kind of paranoid. He'd know if any of us sneaked into his computer, truck, or house. But if you snoop around, he won't think much of it. Just bring us concrete evidence that he's not dirty and, like what? This is fucking ridiculous, Hunter shrugged. Since we nearly lost one team member, we don't think so. But if you can't handle it, we'll have no choice but to let him go. And that would crush Trees. He loved it here, and despite his hard outer shell, his buddy had a marshmallow center. And if I refuse to do it, we'll still let him go, but it will be on your head. What motherfuckers. Zai hated being manipulated, but he had to play the hand he'd been dealt. What constitutes proof for you? Let's start with his financials. If they look clean, we'll talk more. But we're going to want to know who he's talking to after hours, who he's hooking up with, who his connections are. If you can give us a thorough forensic examination of his communications and they're as squeaky clean as you claim, then we might be willing to admit we're wrong. No, they wouldn't. They were convinced, so his better bet was to figure out who might be guilty and work from there. Because as much as he hated to admit it, the series of events from March to November made his buddy look guilty as fuck. How long do I have? We'll give you some time, Logan assured. Was that supposed to make him feel better about spying on the guy who was closer than a brother? Hunter glared at his younger brother. But not too long. This is bullshit, Zai growled. Well, as of right now, this is your only assignment. Hunter nodded in concurrence. Better get busy. Joaquin didn't say a word, just sent him a stoic expression, brow raised and smile tight. Fuck. You know what? Fine. I'll take this stupid-ass assignment, and I'll prove you assholes wrong. Good. We expect your first report in 2 weeks. Now get the hell out. November 14th. Another fucking Friday night alone. Zai shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans as he wandered down the crowded, wind-whipped street. What the hell was he doing here? It certainly wasn't looking for a place to eat. His stomach was in too many knots, and the dead silence of his apartment bugged the shit out of him. As it turned out, busy downtown Lafayette wasn't distracting him either. He'd been here 20 minutes, and the music spilling from open bars, along with a nondescript chatter and honking horns from hellraisers ready to party, all grated on his last damn nerve. He wasn't comfortable anywhere, not in bed, trying to catch some Z's, not riding around the city, definitely not in the office. 11 fucking days since the bosses had tasked him with saving his best friend's ass, and he discerned next to nothing. Worse, he couldn't consult the two people whose advice he most wanted. He refused to put the colonel in an awkward position by bitching about his pain-in-the-ass sons, and Trees would be devastated to know the people he worked for had accused him of something so against his grain. Unfortunately, Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin had made their priorities abundantly clear to Zai by sending every operator on assignment, except him. After protecting a clothing designer in Dallas a few weeks back, Golden Boy Cutter was now in Hollywood bodyguarding a starlet, identity undisclosed. Not that Zai cared. Better someone else in La La Land than him. Josiah had been assigned solid back-to-back posts, providing cover for visiting global bureaucrats attending swanky fundraisers up and down the East Coast. Trees had been tasked with various client cybersecurity issues, all from the comfort of his desk, with Joaquin hovering. Even 1 Mile, who had recently been near death's door, had watched over a senator's son during his Louisiana visit. Of course, Walker had also been assigned to work seniors bingo night. Nothing else told Zai more clearly how pissed the bosses were that the sniper had abandoned his post with Valeria Montilla after moving her to a new safe house so he could pursue her estranged husband. And if Zai didn't want to be in the boss's doghouse too, he needed to figure out how to prove Trees innocent. It sucked, but his options were limited. There would be no breaking into Trees' computer or onto his property without his pal knowing. Cybersecurity was his thing. But he was also paranoid as fuck about his house. No one got on or off his property without Trees knowing. Ever. Hell, he'd practically given the UPS driver an FBI-level interrogation before he'd been allowed to deliver packages. Zai thought again about admitting this whole mess to Trees and enlisting his help,
The chances of his pal not being butthurt and not going all scorched earth were nil. Once he opened that can, there would be all kinds of bad. Zai figured he'd get fired, too, for not keeping his mouth shut. Instead, Zai had tried to reverse engineer the situation. Since Walker had been the one to accuse Trees, to deflect blame, to project his own guilt elsewhere, he had some skin in this game. While the sniper had been out on the throwaway assignments meant to punish him, Zai had prowled through his desk, his computer, and his Jeep. He'd even revisited a part of his youth and done a little B&E at 1 Mile's house. Despite all that sneaking and spying, Zai hadn't found a damn thing except that Walker had interesting decor, expensive taste in booze, and a really fucking impressive gun collection. Now what? Time to try something else. Tiptoeing around the bullshit hadn't gotten him anywhere, and it wasn't his style. He'd rather approach this bitch head on, which meant talking to 1 Mile. Besides the fact he hadn't found any proof the sniper wasn't on the up and up, Zai's gut told him the guy wasn't dirty, just misguided. But if he didn't get to the bottom of this soon, Trees would be hitting the unemployment line. With a sigh, he leaned against the side of the blues bar on the corner and whipped out his phone. He never called Walker, but the operatives had been expected to program one another's numbers in their phones in case of emergency, so he wasn't shocked when the sniper picked up on the first ring. "What's up, Garrett?" Damn, he should have planned an approach before actually dialing. He could hardly jump down the guy's throat or call him a dipshit and expect to get answers. "Zai?" Walker prompted into his hesitation. "Oh, fuck it. You free tonight?" This was a conversation better had in person, and the timing was perfect. Trees was out with Madison and her friends at a fucking jazz fest, which sounded horrible, so he'd passed on the invite. "What do you need?" Walker sounded guarded. "I want to talk. About Trees. What's there to say?" "I want to go over the evidence." Hopefully the sniper didn't interpret that as, "I want to tear your head off." But Zai did. The sniper hesitated like he'd rather be doing most anything else on a Friday night. "All right. When and where?" Zai rattled off the name of a sports bar not far away. "Can you meet me about 9? That would give 1 Mile 2 hours to wrap up whatever or whoever he was doing and get his ass downtown." "I'll be there." But he didn't sound happy. "Thanks." Zai hung up and forced himself to find some dinner. After half-heartedly picking at a piece of chicken and some overcooked vegetables, he'd never understand Southern cooking. He headed to the sports bar and commandeered a pair of bar stools under a TV. After turning down a drunk blonde and ignoring some dirty looks from her posse, he hit the head. By the time he left the restroom, Walker had already plunked his ass on a stool, seemingly big, badass, and annoyed as fuck. Fine. That made 2 of them. "Hey, man." He did his best to make nice, slapping Walker on the back before sliding onto the stool beside him.
Sometimes all we need is a few minutes of soft music to come back to ourselves. This is your moment. Thank you for being here.
He had to give the guy credit. Looking at 1 Mile now, no one would ever know he'd nearly died in the middle of a Mexican desert 2 months ago. After motioning to the bartender, he got a beer, then turned to Walker. The sniper looked frozen and shell-shocked. What the hell was up with him? "You okay, man? You look shaken. Friday treating you all right?" "Yeah," he finally replied. But Zai wasn't buying it. Something was going on in his head. Was he trying to craft some reason he'd pinned his guilt on trees? Zai had been thinking that 1 Mile was too much of a straight shooter for that kind of BS. But he was also a loner and a pragmatist. What if he'd read the guy wrong? What if the asshole was preparing to shit out a big, steaming load of crap to mislead him? "Hell of a week, huh?" he prompted. "Yeah," 1 Mile said in a you-have-no-idea voice. "Okay, what was he missing?" "Look," Zai began, "I know you're probably not thrilled that I want to grill you about why you decided Trees is the asshole around here, but you hear that Cutter got engaged last night?" Talk about a subject change. Yeah. I overheard the bosses talking about it shortly after quitting time." "Did they say why?" Cutter popped the question? "No." Zai clapped his shoulder. "Look, I know you had a thing for the girl, but not anymore." Zai didn't believe that for a second. 1 Mile wasn't even close to being over Brea. And now that he thought about it, she and Cutter had chosen an odd time to get engaged while she was here and he was on the coast. And that rumor kept swirling that Brea was pregnant. Everyone knew Walker had spent a night between the sheets with the preacher's daughter a few months back. Any chance those events were related? "Walker, never mind. Let's talk through the evidence." Something was going on in the sniper's head, but Zai wasn't here for advice or gossip. He had to help the friend who was his brother in all ways except blood. "I've talked to Trees about the night you were taken from the parking lot in Acapulco. He said you told him to leave." "Yep, but I expected him to put up a little more fight, bring backup, something. He just drove off. What would you have done in his shoes? Shot a motherfucker or two?" Zai mentally counted to 10. "You know his specialty is computers and tech. He doesn't have your gift with a gun. Pretty much no one does, man." "Okay, but he didn't come back or call anyone for hours, did he?" Everyone said Walker was crazy. No one had ever called him stupid. "You didn't realize your food had been drugged. Why do you say that?" "Trees made it to the parking lot of the police station about a mile away and passed out. Some cop woke him up like 12 hours later. He didn't even remember driving there. I assumed you'd figured out that you'd been drugged too. Since they beat my fucking skull in and I passed out, I didn't notice. Why didn't Trees tell me himself?" "He's felt so fucking bad about what happened to you, man. He didn't know what to say." "Well, if you can prove Trees innocent, then I've got no hard feelings. If you can't, tell your pal to keep looking over his shoulder. Someday I'll be there." That pissed Zai off. "Wanting your pound of flesh. Wouldn't you?" "I get it, but I'm telling you it's not Trees." "Are you convinced it's not him because you have a shred of proof or because you don't want him to be guilty? Stop being an asshole. Trees and I go way back. I know because I know." 1 Mile sneered and stood. "Sure, whatever. I've got to go." Zai grabbed his arm. "I'm not fucking done talking to you." The sniper glared down at the fingers he'd wrapped around his arm, then into his face with a warning. "What are you looking for here? You want me to believe Trees is innocent because you said so? I don't work that way." Zai sank onto his stool again. "I just want you to listen. For shits and giggles, let's say you're right. Trees is a choir boy. But we have an internal mole, no question. It's not me or any of the bosses. We know that. It can't be Josiah or Cutter. Neither of them had the memo with the address and schematic of Valeria's house in St. Louis. I passed that on to Trees to see what would happen. Then I waited. What do you know? Company came, ready to kill. If it's not your pal, who do you think is the guilty fuck?" Mentally, Zai scrolled through the possible suspects, but the list was short, and Walker was right. On paper, Trees looked guilty.
Maybe someone hacked his email. Maybe you're grasping at straws. No, I'm looking at every potential possibility to explain what happened. But let's be real. If you hadn't decided to go all cowboy on us, Montia's crew would never have killed a handful of cops, and he never would have gotten away. 1 Mile glared, looking like the mean motherfucker everyone accused him of being. Don't deflect blame. I know what I did. But even if I snuff Montia, we'll still have a mole who will be susceptible to the next son of a bitch who comes through with a pile of cash and a desire to shut us down. I know, but I'm telling you, man, it's not trees. Walker rolled his eyes in exasperation. There's no evidence his email was hacked. The sniper cocked his head. Unless... What about Tessa? She's the only other person I sent Valeria's address and home schematic to. He had? Maybe she passed it on to Montia, 1 Mile suggested. Zai recoiled and started rethinking his earlier assessment. Maybe Walker was stupid after all. No. Hell no. How would she ever have met a monster like him anyway? 1 Mile shrugged. Maybe he found her. You're wrong. She's too sweet to sell anyone out. But she did need the money, no denying that. 1 Mile glared. You only think that because you're fucking her. Fuck you, I'm not. When it comes to the boss's non-fraternization policy, I have not stepped one toe over the line. Walker leaned in, elbow on the bar. Listen, either your best friend or your girl is our traitor. You better figure it out before the blind spots in your vision cost someone around here their life. And now I'm leaving. Zai cursed and restrained the urge to punch the asshole, but starting shit wouldn't solve anything. He turned away to grab hold of his temper and caught a glimpse of some trashy tabloid show on the big screen. But what, or rather who, he saw there made his jaw drop. Holy shit! What is this? 1 Mile followed his line of vision and peered at the TV. There it was. Very famous bombshell Shayla West kissing someone who definitely wasn't her co-star and reported off-screen lover. It wasn't a scene from a TV show, and it wasn't a mere press of lips, but a full-on, ravenous invasion as the man in shadow wedged her against a car with his body and plowed into her mouth like he owned her. Zai didn't have to look twice at the profile of Shayla West's mystery man, just like he didn't have to guess anymore who his teammate on the West Coast was supposedly guarding. Instead, Cutter Bryant looked like he was getting busy. Son of a bitch, Walker growled. You're seeing this too, right? Impossible to miss. We both know who that is. I'm not hallucinating? Nope. And the sniper sounded beyond pissed. Lucky bastard. Damn, Zai muttered. But I feel sorry for his new fiancée. He's never looked at Brea like he wanted to do that to her. At that observation, 1 Mile looked ready to tear Cutter's head off. In his shoes, Zai would be too, if his rival was chasing a woman who had just committed herself to a fiancé, now enthusiastically sucking face with one of the sexiest women on TV. Oh, I feel sorry for her too. But what Zai heard in 1 Mile's tone was pure determination. Bye. Where are you going? Zai called. They weren't fucking done talking about trees. But Walker clearly had other ideas because he didn't answer, just walked out the door. Zai would have gone after the asshole, but his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it free with a snarl until he saw the call was from Tessa. By mutual but unspoken consent, they'd both done their best to keep their distance for the last 2 months. He couldn't stop himself from staring. He caught her staring too. Hell yeah, he missed her. And hell yeah, he still wanted her. But he couldn't do a damn thing about it for another 961 days. So if she was calling now, something was wrong. Tessa?
Zai?
Her voice shook.
Please come. I need you. I'm afraid. The police won't help, and Cash is threatening to kill me.
Chapter 12. At 5 sharp, Tessa left the office, not just because it was Friday and not just because she looked forward to picking up Hallie from daycare every day so they could spend some quiet, mommy-daughter time together. Today, she needed to escape Zai. It had been too long since they'd talked. Really talked. Not small talk. Not office business. And she missed him. She craved the sense of safety when he wrapped his arms around her. She ached more than ever to feel his touch. And from Tree's phone conversation she'd overheard, it sounded as if Zai and Madison might double date tonight with him and one of Madison's friends. Tessa, on the other hand, would spend her evening alone with her daughter and a man she could barely stand the sight of. These days, talking to Cash was as enjoyable as talking to a dead houseplant, so she avoided it, and him. When she'd returned from Daddy's funeral, he'd left her place an absolute disaster. Cash had been passed out in the middle of her bed, with an empty bottle of vodka on her nightstand. She'd confronted him about his backslide into addiction, and they had fought before he finally apologized. She probably should have thrown him out that night, but Tessa had been too emotionally exhausted. Thankfully, he'd gotten off his ass and cleaned up his mess. Since then, he'd been slightly more conscientious, even tickling Hallie's ribs every now and again to make her giggle. But he had to go. She knew it. He probably knew it too. She suspected that was the reason he'd given her a wide berth since. After picking up her daughter, Tessa carried Hallie to the car and tucked the baby into her seat as the sun was setting. After a quick trip to the grocery store, a drop at the dry cleaners, and a few other errands she'd invented to avoid going home, she treated herself and Hallie to a dinner out at a favorite family-friendly diner. She found a reason to hit the drugstore, then accepted a spontaneous invitation from her boss's sister, Kimber, to take the kids out for ice cream. She enjoyed the woman's company, and she'd do anything to avoid Cash until she was sure he'd be wrapped up in his game. After she and Hallie finished off a strawberry cone, Tessa bid the gorgeous redhead and her adorable kids a farewell, then headed to the place she couldn't avoid anymore. Tessa let herself in the front door, which Cash hadn't bothered to lock, expecting to see him slouching on her sofa, thumbs pounding his controller as he attacked whatever he'd supposedly been paid to play, an arrangement she still didn't understand. Instead, she found him face down on the sofa, snoring like a chainsaw, an empty bottle of vodka on her coffee table. She barely managed to hold on to her temper long enough to shut the door, set her work computer in its usual place in her bedroom, and deposit Hallie in her crib, where she wouldn't have to see Mommy tear Daddy a new asshole. Once the baby had a teddy bear and some soothing music, Tessa closed the door and made a beeline for the living room, gathered up as much of his stuff as she could find, dumped it all in a giant trash bag, then lugged it to the front porch. Then she stomped back into the house, slamming the door behind her. Predictably, Cash jackknifed up, looking red-eyed and disoriented.
What? I've had it with your excuses and your bullshit. Get up and get out.
Jesus, don't do this, babe. He wilted back onto the sofa, tuning her out. Tessa wasn't even a little bit surprised. Her words didn't mean anything to him because she didn't. She never had, and neither had their daughter. He wasn't co-parenting in any meaningful way, and she'd be damned if she was going to keep picking up after him and making excuses for him, when the only thing he'd done to help her was pay the rent and child support. She still needed the money, but it wasn't enough to buy her sanity. She took hold of his arm and tugged.
Too bad. This isn't working out. All your stuff is in a garbage sack on the front porch. I want you gone now.
Stop being ridiculous. I'm not going anywhere. Leave me the hell alone and let me get some sleep, he mumbled into the sofa, unmoving.
No!
She rolled him onto his back and leaned into his face.
You're drinking again. When you moved in, you promised you wouldn't. You're violent when you're drunk, and I won't have you here. Now get up and get out.
He glared at her with bloodshot eyes.
Can't make me.
That rat bastard son of a bitch.
I can, and I will.
Tessa grabbed her cell phone and dialed Officer Mills. He'd helped her back in March, and she'd been really grateful he'd given her his card and direct line afterward. She'd programmed it into her phone, just in case.
Mills here,
he answered. She identified herself, then rushed to explain.
My ex, the one you helped me boot from the house before, won't leave and I want him out.
You lifted the restraining order, ma'am.
I did when he swore he stopped drinking and said he wanted to be a father to our daughter, but
Put the phone down, Tessa. She whirled to find Cash standing behind her, crowding her personal space. He looked not just furious, but violent. She'd never imagined he was capable of hurting her. Until now. Had she miscalculated?
I won't.
She backed away, frightened, as she murmured into the phone.
Please come quickly. He's scaring me.
Has he hit you? Mills asked.
No, but has he threatened you? Not verbally.
But the look on his face promised retribution and pain. For the first time, she was genuinely afraid of Cash.
Then I'm sorry, ma'am. If he hasn't committed a crime or threatened to do so,
there's nothing I can do.
Please.
She backed up through the living room into the kitchen.
He's going to hurt me.
Cash didn't reply, just prowled after her with a cold smile. Sober, her ex never behaved like a bully. But drunk? She didn't want to know what he was capable of.
But he didn't tell you that?
The officer asked.
Not in so many words.
Then I can't help you. I got my ass chewed for removing him from your house last time, so unless he's actually assaulted you or threatened to, my hands are tied.
Officer Mills,
his uncle is a big wig with the power to get me fired. He's not afraid to use it, and I've got a baby myself. This was going horrifyingly wrong.
Would you leave your wife and child with someone they were afraid of?
He hesitated before sighing with regret. I'm sorry. Then the officer hung up. Cash laughed, something low and cold as the silence on the other end forced her to pocket her phone. Did you really think you could just get rid of me? No, babe. I shut that shit down a long time ago. Cold dread slid through Tessa. She was trapped. He hadn't hit her, yet. But the tension in his body and the violence on his face had her bracing.
What are you going to do?
Whatever the fuck I want, and you're going to take it. The hell she was. Tessa refused to be anyone's victim, especially his. She had to consider all her options. Surely she had some. Yes, she could fight back. But physically he was stronger and angrier. Of course she'd try to talk him down, but when he was drunk, he didn't hear reason. Maybe she could call the colonel again, but he'd ultimately send the person she should probably break down and call in the first place. Zy. Would he come to her rescue? And what will happen if he does? Someone could wind up hurt or dead. Tessa swallowed nervously and tried to downshift into her reasonable voice.
Cash, come on. We both know this arrangement isn't working. You can't enjoy sleeping on an air mattress. I know you don't like Hallie crying when you're trying to focus on a game. You hate it when we come home at the end of the day and wake you up.
It would work a hell of a lot better if I was in your bed, which I will be tonight. If I'm stuck here, it's past time for you to put out.
You're not stuck. I just told you to go.
But you're here, he grated out as if she'd missed the obvious point. And Hallie is too, so I'm staying until I'm ready to leave. Nothing Cash said made sense.
Why?
I don't owe you a fucking explanation. Get my shit off the porch, now. He whipped a finger in the direction of the front door. And move it into your bedroom where it belongs. If you don't, you'll be sorry. Her dread turned to terror, and her eyes stung as she teared up. How had she ever been stupid and lonely enough to get tangled up with someone as despicable as Cash? Now, he growled through gritted teeth, or I swear to God, I'll fucking kill you. Sober Cash wouldn't have the balls to threaten her, much less follow through. Drunk Cash, she believed him.
Okay,
she placated, holding her hands up to ward him off.
Give me a minute, and some space.
Hallie chose that moment to wail.
I'll do it as soon as I tend to her.
Don't take too long. Cash drilled her with a contemptuous glower. Or I'll make you sorry. With her heart racing, Tessa ditched into Hallie's bedroom, picked up the stuffed bear the baby had tossed on the floor, and tucked it in her crib as she lifted her daughter, praying she wasn't making a critical mistake. Then she anchored the baby on her hip, sidestepped a still scowling Cash in the kitchen. Her keys were too far away, or she'd just drive the hell off. Instead, she hauled ass to the front door and left. She was safer outside, right? As soon as the portal shut behind her, Tessa dashed into the night, putting distance between her and her ex. She scrolled through her contacts until she found Zai's number. She had no idea what he'd be doing at nearly 10 o'clock on a Friday night, especially if he was out on a double date. For all she knew, they could be wrapping up a late dinner, in the middle of a movie, or busy. Praying he'd answer, she dialed her phone with trembling fingers, cuddling her daughter as she waited. But he answered immediately, as if he already sensed something was wrong.
"Tessa?" "Zai?" Her voice shook. "Please come. I need you. I'm afraid. The police won't help, and Cash is threatening to kill me."
He cursed. "Are you home?"
"Yes, in the front yard. I tried to throw him out, but he told me to bring his stuff back in the house or he'd make me sorry."
"That motherfucking son of a bitch," he cursed as she heard his feet pounding against the pavement. "I'm 15 minutes away. Can you go anywhere?" Not without her keys. And the neighbor she was friends with was on another business trip. Her kids were home with their grandmother, but she didn't dare risk them. She needed a plan B.
"Maybe. Let me find somewhere. I'll call you back."
She didn't wait to hang up. Every moment counted. The evening was on the chilly side, and she hated that Hallie wasn't wearing shoes or a coat, but she was still safer being cold than anywhere near Cash. So Tessa jogged toward the center of the neighborhood, dipping around bushes and picking up speed when she heard him shouting for her. Was he coming after her? Her heart thudded and her head raced as she huddled in a corner of the neighborhood gazebo, and she reached for her phone again, trying to keep herself together. "Tessa!" She heard Cash shout again. His voice was still far away, but closing in. She shut her eyes and tried not to panic as Zai picked up on the first ring again. "You okay? Find a place?"
"I'm hiding in the park, but he's coming after me."
"Fuck. I'm still 10 away. I'm driving as fast as I can."
"I know."
And she did. Through the phone, she could hear him gunning his engine.
"What do I do? It's too far to walk to the store or anywhere public, especially at 10 o'clock at night. I can't just hide. Hallie is getting fussy and I'm alone out here. If she cries and he finds me..."
He cursed again. "Listen to me. Walk around the neighborhood. Stay on streets where you see porch lights or other indications that people are home and awake while you slowly make your way back to your place. I'll be there as soon as I can, and I'll call in reinforcements. Stay near your phone. If he catches up to you, scream like your life depends on it." Because it probably did.
"Okay."
"I'll be there as fast as I can, baby."
"I'm sorry."
She failed miserably and not trembling with fear. "Don't ever apologize for needing me. I'm here for you." Then the line went dead.
"God damn it, Tess! Where the fuck are you?"
Cash was getting closer.
"I'm not chasing your ass in the dark."
She really wished he wouldn't, but she had a terrible feeling he wouldn't stop, until someone stopped him. With her heart lurching, she tiptoed out of the gazebo to the corner of the park and down the adjacent street, kissing Hallie's soft baby curls to quiet her fussy grunts and soothing her with a whisper. Seconds ticked by like hours. The neighborhood wasn't that big. It wouldn't take Cash long to find her unless... Could she possibly double back to her place, grab her keys, and slip away before he found her? Fleeing wasn't her first choice, nor was ceding her home to him, even temporarily. But it was better than whatever he had in mind. Tessa picked up the pace, doing her best to run back to her duplex in the high heels she'd worn to work on now tired feet. Her heart jerked. Adrenaline rushed through her veins. Her audible breathing jacked up her fear, especially as Cash continued snarling after her. But soon she realized he hadn't spotted her working her way down the street, ducking behind bushes and burrowing behind trees. If he had, he would have run after her. and she knew he wasn't because his voice was sounding farther and farther away. Finally, she rounded the corner back onto her block and made a mad dash for her place. The door was unlocked, thank God. She bolted inside, slammed and locked it behind her, then ran around her place in a frantic search for her keys. But they were gone. Her purse and Hallie's diaper bag had been turned upside down and the contents strewn everywhere. In fact, he'd messed with most of her stuff. Everything from her jewelry box, where she kept her extra cash that was now missing, to her work computer flashing the login screen. Shit. Suddenly, Cash stood in the entryway, holding up her key ring with a feral smile. "Looking for these?" Tessa's first instinct was to get out of the unit, but he was blocking the door. Terror gripped her chest as she held Hallie tighter.
Cash, whatever you're thinking, don't do this.
"Babe,
Come on.
he swerved on his feet.
You heard the police.
I have a blank check. It's past time I put you in your place and remind you who's boss. Then I'm going to get between those pretty legs again. After that, if you apologize nicely, I might cut you some slack. If not, well, no one is expecting you in the office for over 48 hours. A lot can happen in that time." Tessa tried not to let fear undo her.
Cash, please.
"Nah, the time for begging is past. Put the baby in her crib. Now."
All right.
Trembling from head to toe, she did as he bid, praying Hallie would be safer alone in her room. After all, Cash wasn't mad at the baby, just her.
She needs a change and some pajamas.
He ground his teeth. 2 minutes. She didn't dare drag her feet. She texted Zai that she was trapped in the house with Cash, then tended to Hallie, giving her a fresh diaper and some warm footy pajamas. Then she kissed her daughter's head as she set the baby in her crib. Instantly, the little girl protested, stomping her feet and holding out her arms, tears welling in her big green eyes. It nearly tore Tessa apart.
"Shut her up! You've got 10 seconds!"
That was never going to happen, and Tessa tried not to drown in worry. She kissed her baby, turned on the recorded lullaby she kept queued up to help Hallie calm down at the end of the day, then whispered,
I love you, sweet pea.
Tessa hoped it wasn't the last time she said those words. Then she shut the door behind her and prayed Hallie wouldn't draw Cash's ire. No matter what, Tessa would do whatever she could to keep her ex from unleashing his anger on their daughter.
I'm here.
And while she'd been in Hallie's room, Cash had clearly shut and locked the front door behind him. Her heart sank. How was Zai ever going to get inside? Cash sent her a nasty smile as he slurred his speech. "That little note of fear in your voice tells me you might finally understand who's in charge. Do you?"
Yes.
"Say it, so we both know."
You are.
God, she hated admitting that. But Cash clearly loved it. "That's right. Now come over here, lift your skirt, get on your knees, and open that dirty mouth for my dick." A glance told her he was serious. Tessa knew better than to ask what would happen if she didn't. Slowly she approached and started to kick off her shoes. Cash grabbed her arm. "Keep the heels on. As soon as you lose the rest of your clothes and get on your back, legs spread, they'll look sexy as fuck." He groaned as he grabbed his obviously stiff cock through his sweatpants. She felt sick and powerless, terrified and angry, and she hated all of it. But she hated him even more. He lurched at her, pointing her way, and Tessa could smell the booze pouring off him. "Oh, I see your face. Don't start feeling sorry for yourself. You've earned this by thinking that you're in charge and keeping me from banging you. But all that changes tonight."
You're never like this when you're not drinking.
"I'm not myself when I'm sober. I'm a sniveling pussy. I worry about stupid things like being polite and your ridiculous female feelings. But when I have vodka,
I'm free, and I see things much more clearly. You and I live under the same roof, and you've already had my baby. That makes you mine. And if I want to fuck you, I'll fuck you. I'm not going to tell you again. Get over here, lift your skirt, get on your knees, and open that dirty fucking mouth.
If she did, he'd use her horribly at best. At worst, he really might kill her. God, she didn't want to die. Not when her death would leave Hallie alone. She still had so much life in front of her. And right now she wished like hell she'd taken the opportunity to tell Zai that she thought he was strong, amazing, wonderful, and that she was sorry she'd ever let Cash back in her house because she didn't love her baby daddy. She loved him. She had to think of something. Anything. This couldn't happen. Sure, Zai would be here, probably in less than 2 minutes, but without a way to get in her house, and without any support from the police, she was doomed, unless she could get herself out of this scrape.
Do you want me to get you more vodka?
If he drank himself into a stupor, she'd be able to slip away.
Your bottle is empty and...
No! I want you to stop stalling and give me a blowjob, you stupid cunt!
He lunged at her and grabbed her arm in a cruel grip. She gasped as he jerked her against his body. Then he tangled his hand in her hair and pulled on the strands mercilessly, seeming to take delight in her chin trembling in fear and the tears filling her eyes.
Oh, I like you afraid of me. I should have done this sooner. Just like I should have done this.
He grabbed the front of her blouse with both hands and pulled. Fabric ripped, buttons pinged, and the cool air that had come in with the open door breezed across her chest. Tessa tried to wrest free, but Cash grabbed hold of her bra, working his fingers under the band just between her breasts.
You're not going anywhere until I'm done with you.
Then he shoved her to her knees as he bent to hike her skirt up. Once he'd wedged it around her hips, he grabbed her hair once more, anchoring her in place. With his free hand, he worked at the drawstring of his sweatpants, lust and power gleaming in his bleary eyes, his fist tightening painfully at the strands at her nape when it took too long to undo the knot. Finally, he loosened the ties, shoved his pants around his hips, and took his cock in hand, guiding it toward her mouth. Every instinct told her to turn her head or bear down with her teeth. But if she did either, what would he do to her? To her daughter. While she tried to think of some way to escape, he jammed the blunt tip of his penis against her lips in warning.
Open up. Make it good.
God, she didn't want to do this, but she didn't see a way out. For that alone, she'd hate Cash forever. As she sat frozen in indecision, she heard a jangling, followed by the slide of metal. Then the door crashed in. The knob banged against the wall of her foyer. Relief surged when she saw Zai fill the doorway, looking strong and furious and hell-bent on saving her. He charged in their direction.
Let her go!
Cash blanched and cursed, frantically yanking his pants up to cover his junk.
How the fuck did you get in here?
Key. Zai pocketed the shiny object, giving him 2 free hands, which he curled into fists that promised pain if Cash didn't relent.
You gave him one?
Cash hissed as he yanked mercilessly on her hair.
No.
That was the truth, but she was so grateful that he'd apparently swiped hers and copied it. She'd think about why later. Cash sneered at Zai.
Then leave it here and get the fuck out. We're busy getting busy.
No, you aren't. Step away from her.
Or what?
Zai smiled. I'll pound you into next week.
What the fuck ever? You can't touch me. And if you do, I'll have you arrested.
Cash's mean grin said he was really looking forward to that. You think they'll arrest me? I'm not the one attempting to rape Tessa. That seems way more serious to me.
Rape?
Cash scoffed, then tugged on her hair again.
Tell him how willing you are, babe.
She pressed her lips together, stubbornly remaining mute. Cash's face burned red.
Now!
Zai gestured in her direction.
She's not willing. That's in your head. That's your wishful thinking, asshole. She's totally willing. We have a baby together. Yeah, but she hasn't agreed to have sex with you the whole time you've lived here. Zai sauntered closer and moved in, his smile nasty. Ever ask yourself why? Maybe it's because I'm giving it to her so much better. Bullshit! Is it? What the hell was he doing? Zai! He sent her a glance, just a fraction of an instant, but even that connection calmed her. He had some trick, some plan. She just had to play along. See, even she's calling bullshit. Or she's trying to convince me not to spill our secrets. Zai raised a brow. Let her go. I'm not going to tell you again. He would flatten Cash. Her ex liked to play big and tough, but he wasn't. Zai was, just by breathing, by being. What do you think you're going to do to me? He sneered as if he'd never allow Zai to touch him. Is your imagination as small as your dick? Is that why you need me to spell it out? Shut up! You don't know anything about my dick! I just saw it. Zai gestured to his fly with a snide grin. I couldn't decide whether to laugh or call the Guinness people to see if you set a world record for the tiniest. Finally, Cash released his terrible grip on her hair and she bolted to her feet, riding her clothes as he lunged at Zai, fists first. That's it, you motherfucker! I'm going to beat the shit out of you! He swung at Zai, who reared back just in time to avoid the fist flying at his chin. Zai didn't wait to counter. He was sober, faster, and far more skilled. His right hand slammed into Cash's jaw in a fierce roundhouse. Then his left propelled an immediate uppercut to his stomach. Oof! Cash doubled over, looking up at Zai with murder in his eyes, and croaked, You're a dead man! Suddenly he reached into his pocket, and with a press of a button, out popped a gleaming switchblade. Horror washed over Tessa. She didn't want to think about how close she'd been to that knife, or what he'd been planning to do to her with it. Now she had to help Zai. While Cash sprang at him with a blade, taking a vicious swipe at his face, she glanced around her living room for a weapon. Nothing. He'd probably hear her coming at him with something as big as a chair, and her fireplace tools were on the other side of the room behind Zai. In desperation, she whirled to her kitchen and found a wealth of options. The closest and least messy was her kettle. She grabbed it off the stove, kicked off her shoes, then tiptoed up behind Cash. Zai caught sight of her and his eyes widened. Tess, no! But it was too late. She was swinging the kettle in an arc toward his head, and he turned at the last moment, getting a whap of stainless steel right across the face. The shock of her blow had him dropping the knife. She shrieked and kicked it away, sending it clattering across her kitchen tile. He reeled back and cursed in a groan, then swiped at his offended mouth with his thumb, glaring at her when he came away with blood. You should not have done that. It was obvious he had every intention of making her sorry when he seized her arm in a cruel grip and raised a threatening fist above her face. Tessa lifted her arms in defense and braced for his angry blow. Suddenly he was ripped away. Tessa opened her eyes to see Zai shoving him to the floor, straddling him with one hand around his throat. The other unleashed a series of punishing blows directly into Cash's face. Don't you ever fucking touch her again! Zai! She grabbed his arm to stay his punches because Cash would make good on his threat. He would press charges, and the man she loved would go to jail. He merely shrugged her off. He deserves this. She didn't disagree, but when blood spurted from his nose and his eyes began rolling in the back of his head, she feared Zai would kill him. What the fuck? Someone said from the door. Tessa looked up to find Logan running inside. Hunter was right behind him. She tugged the remnants of her blouse around her again, but it hardly mattered. The brothers were far too busy peeling a resistant Zai off Cash and shoving him back. Stop, Hunter growled. He's down. He tried to rape her. He intended to punch her. Zai surged for Cash's prone body again. Is that true? The colonel said as he entered, his stepson Joaquin right behind him. They were all looking to her for answers. Tessa felt herself shaking all over,
Everything had happened so fast. She swallowed and tried to collect herself. Finally, she managed a nod.
Yes.
He threatened her, so she called me. I came. Zai struggled against the brothers holding him.
The colonel shook his head.
The police?
They told me they couldn't help. The officer I talked to didn't want to be fired for messing with Cash.
She hated the catch of anger and fear in her voice. But everything that could have happened, was still happening, was melting her composure.
Fuck,
the colonel muttered. Zai continued to struggle against Hunter's and Logan's grips.
God damn it, let me go. You're not beating him again,
Hunter insisted.
Logan nodded. As it was, we'll have to perform one hell of a tap dance to keep you out of jail. That's not what I give a shit about,
Zai exploded. He looked right at her. At once, everyone seemed to realize his concern, and they released him. Instantly, Zai charged for her, and she went running into his sheltering embrace. He wrapped his arms around her, breathing hard and holding her so tight she could scarcely breathe. She finally felt safe.
You okay?
Better now. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm glad you called me. His restless grip roamed through her hair and sent searching touches down her back before he cupped her face and forced her to look at him. Always call me. The eldest Edgington cleared his throat.
Especially if the police refuse to help. Chief Broussard and I go way back. He's going to hear from me about that shit. Is the baby all right?
Tessa managed to nod, though she hated leaving the safety of Zai's embrace.
She's in her room.
Go see to her,
Joaquin suggested, kneeling beside Cash.
We're going to have to call the police and the paramedics. He's out cold.
Oh, God. But Tessa merely nodded, then looked back at Zai. His glance reassured her, even as he reluctantly released her. Luckily, she found Hallie more asleep than awake in her crib. In the dark room, she smoothed her shaking hand over her baby's back and tried to stop the tears from falling. Right now, they were stupid and useless and wouldn't solve anything. She had to put Zai first, the way he'd done for her. Within 10 minutes, her little duplex was full of police, including the chief himself. After he bickered with the colonel for a few minutes, they finally agreed not to arrest Zai, proving the good old boys network still operated in this small town, and the chief promised he'd be calling Cash's bigwig uncle to ream him a new asshole. The paramedics took Cash to the hospital for stitches and an evaluation. A detective asked her some questions, and she managed to locate Cash's knife, which shifted the conversation even more in Zai's favor. 2 hours later, the police and EMTs were gone. Hunter, Logan, and Joaquin insisted she call if they needed anything else, then departed too, leaving her alone with the colonel and Zai.
What are you going to do?
Her former boss asked. Physically, she was exhausted. She wanted a shower. She wanted sleep. She wanted to forget. But mentally, fear still wired her, and she doubted she'd relax enough for any of those things tonight. She shouldn't be alone, Zai supplied. I'll stay with her. The colonel turned to him.
And what will happen if you do?
They would wind up in bed. Zai looked like a man itching to claim her now that he'd saved her. And she was so desperate for his touch and his comfort that she would probably let him. Consequences be damned. She would regret it tomorrow, when she was unemployed, and the colonel knew it. Tessa swallowed.
Do you have any other ideas?
Edgington hesitated.
Let me make some calls. I'll get something temporary arranged.
Then he turned to Zai.
Garrett, go home.
Zai looked at him like he'd lost his mind.
Colonel? Sir, don't do this to me. I'm not doing it to you. I'm doing it for her. She'll be protected, I promise you that. You can call her all you want. You just can't stay here alone with her.
She would appreciate him tomorrow. Tonight she wished she could have Zai. That was her desperation talking.
Thank you.
You're welcome, the colonel said softly as he pulled his phone from his pocket and gestured Zai to the door.
You did good playing the hero. Now you need to go.
Zai clenched his teeth and cursed as he sent her a gaze that burned with anger and unquenched need. Bye. Her reaction was irrational, and Tessa blamed leftover adrenaline and emotion, but the thought of him leaving was nearly enough to make her weep. Still, she had to let him go, but it was one of the hardest things she'd ever done.
Bye.
Chapter 13, November 17th. The weekend passed so slowly Zai thought he'd lose his mind. 100 times he picked up the phone to call Tessa. Every fucking time he put it back down. If he called her, he would have insisted on being with her. And if he'd gotten anywhere close to her, he would have pulled her into his arms to reassure her, and himself, that she was all right. And once she'd been that close, he couldn't promise that he wouldn't have kissed her, wouldn't have touched her. If he'd done that, even once, he would have done anything to feel her against him, under him, alive, safe, naked, and his. So he'd stayed away and waited for her to call. She hadn't. And now that Monday had finally rolled around, Zai was about to lose his fucking mind. Yeah, he knew the colonel himself had stayed with her that night, just like he knew the bosses and their brother-in-law, Kimber's husband, Deke, had rotated guard duty for the rest of the weekend. She'd been safe. But how upset had she been? How much had she needed a friend? When Tessa finally walked into the office a little before 8, she looked so damn gorgeous with pale curls skimming her breast-hugging gray sweater and black sheath skirt that it fucked with his head. But at least he was seeing her. He could breathe again.
Zai.
She looked him over like she was thrilled to see him and wanted to touch him every bit as badly as he wanted to touch her. You didn't call. She glanced down almost guiltily.
You did so much. I didn't want to make anything harder for you.
Fuck. Everyone knew he'd fallen for her, even Tessa. So he wasn't allowed to touch her. Yeah, he got it. He hated it, but he got it. You okay? Let her breathe, Garrett, Hunter admonished, crossing the foyer to step between them. You okay? What the hell? He'd just asked the same question.
Fine.
She gave Edgington a smile that said she wasn't fine at all, and Zai's worry multiplied. The baby okay? Her smile turned more genuine.
Hallie seems no worse for the wear, and I think she enjoyed playing with the other kids this weekend. Thank you for that.
Our pleasure, the boss assured, then turned to him with a glare. Don't you have an assignment? Yeah. To prove his best friend was innocent, even though they thought he was guilty as fuck. Zai was really starting to resent these assholes. On it. Good. Hunter shot him a biting smile and gestured him to his desk. Jesus. Tessa had lost her father, but she'd seemed to gain a handful of overprotective daddies. Glowering, he made his way back to his corner of the building, threw himself into his chair, and bit back a curse. Trees sipped his coffee and looked up from a screen. Tessa okay. She's fine. Something is wrong with everyone else around her. They've turned into fucking hens. His buddy laughed. Would you like some good news? Fuck, I could use it. I did some digging this weekend. Madison has a friend who's a reporter at a local rag, and her beat is covering city politics. Apparently, Tessa's ex spent Friday night in the hospital and the weekend in the county jail. Zai froze. No shit. He couldn't muster the money for bail. He was denied bail, at his uncle's request. Seriously? Even though he weaseled Cash out of trouble after he smashed Tessa's window? Yep. When word broke that Cash had threatened to beat and rape his baby mama, and that Councilman Bennett had allowed his nephew to get off scot-free once, the women of the community, led by his own wife, had a collective shit fit and demanded Cash spend the weekend in the clink. The rest of the city council seemed to agree. Bennett issued a statement that said he hadn't seen the harm in helping his wayward nephew when Cash had stupidly broken a window while drunk. But the councilman drew the line at his nephew being violent with a woman who'd given him a daughter. Thank God for politicians and appearances. So where's Cash now? Tree smiled. He'll be seeing the judge in less than an hour.
The consensus is that he'll probably be shown to a court-mandated rehab facility rather than prison. Zai would prefer to see him go down, but if the asshole got some help and he learned a lesson or two, primarily to stay away from Tessa, he'd count it as a win. At least that would get him out of her hair for, 60 days? Something like that. Depends on what the judge decides. True that. Thanks for the info, buddy. Trees clapped him on the shoulder. What are friends for? By the way, in case you need to blackmail Councilman Bennett into being harsher with his nephew, I hacked into his computer and printed out a complete history of his porn habits. That's some sick shit, man. I'll never look at vegetable shortening and barbed wire the same again. Zai didn't want to know. Thanks, man. Unless I need it, keep that shit to yourself. They laughed as Zai sat and booted up his computer. You haven't been on assignment lately. What do the bosses have you working on? Damn. Trees was observant, and he'd been purposely evasive. He should have seen this question coming. Just some background for a potential new client. Trees frowned, and Zai did his best not to wince. He felt like shit for lying to the friend who'd had his back through thick and thin. Eventually, when he proved Trees wasn't their mole, he hoped the big guy would forgive him. Sure, Trees said dismissively, then focused stubbornly on his screen. Look, Zai dropped his voice. They gave me an assignment I can't talk about yet, okay? I'll explain as soon as I can. And he would. The promise appeased Trees a little. Sure. But as his friend focused on his work again, Zai merely stared at his own computer. What the hell could he do to prove his friend innocent when Trees was sitting a mere 6 feet away? Everything 1 Mile had said on Friday evening swirled through his head. Hey, I got a question. How secure is our network here? Is it pretty hack-proof? That came out of nowhere. Why do you want to know? Shit. How the hell was he supposed to answer that? Zai shrugged. Just curious, since you were talking about hacking the councilman shit. I know you usually like to put your 2 cents into whatever cybersecurity you work with. We good here? Trees raised a brow. You hiding the fact you're into Crisco and barbed wire too? Fuck no. His friend laughed. Good to hear it. We're safe. Right after I hired on, the colonel and I put our heads together and shored up the internal firewall. They'd done a decent job, but I like to put my touch on everything. That should make EM's network 100 times harder to break into than a bank vault, which meant the chances of anyone on the outside hacking past Trees' safeguards to mine their information were almost nil. But that also meant anyone on this side of their firewall stood the best chance of wreaking havoc. 1 Mile had ruled out everyone except Trees and Tessa. But Zai refused to believe either was guilty. Someone else around here had to be on the take. But when he reviewed the list of suspects again, they were the only 2 who made sense. Is something going on? Trees asked. So much I don't even know where to start. Nothing important. Trees clearly didn't believe him. You know I've always got an open door and an ear, right? I do. Thanks, man. Trees nodded. What are you going to do about Tessa? Cash apparently is going to rehab, which means he's out of her house and out of her life for a while. But my hands are still tied. That's gotta be fucking miserable. Sorry. Zai nodded. You still seeing Madison? I'm not dating her. We're friends. She'd sleep with you if you asked. But Zai knew what Trees was going to say. I know. She told me. But she's not what I need. Trees was looking for the sort of female who could survive by his side through any sort of apocalypse, one he seemed convinced was imminent. And she had to have the birthing hips to give him lots of kids. Madison wasn't that woman. She was a high-maintenance waif from start to finish. Doesn't mean it's not okay to want her for now. Trees nodded like that had crossed his mind. I know, but no offense. She'd had too many guys like you talk her into bed for a night and walk away. Her heart has been broken, and I don't want to add to her unhappiness simply for a few minutes of thrill. Ouch. Madison had seemed casual and happy for the pleasure.
Until now, Zai hadn't thought he'd actually hurt her. Shit. Now I feel bad. I told her you're actually a good guy. Deep down, Trees sent him a wry smile. Still not sure she believes me. Zai hadn't given her any reason to. The hours until lunch passed by at a snail's pace. Tessa usually took her break around 12:30, preferring to finish her morning tasks first. A few minutes beforehand, he ensured all the bosses were either wrapped up or out finding food before he approached her. Hey. She didn't smile, but her eyes glowed with something like yearning.
Hi. Good weekend?
No, I worried like hell about you. Let me take you to lunch.
I shouldn't.
I just want to talk. Tessa hesitated.
All right. Give me 5 minutes.
Sure. Zai hit the head and locked his computer, then headed to Tessa's desk. As he arrived, she slipped her purse strap onto her shoulder and dug for her keys.
Ready?
She drove, since he usually rode his bike to work, though this morning's chill had convinced him that Louisiana definitely had more in the way of winters than he was accustomed to. Maybe having a car wouldn't be a bad idea. After all, he wasn't in Cali anymore. But he'd be damned if he rode home and asked for the overpriced Porsche his parents had bought him. He'd fucking buy something himself. Yeah, Mexican, Chinese, burgers? She sighed as he held the door open for her and they headed into the parking lot.
Salad. I'm doing my best to stay healthy. I keep trying to exercise during evenings and weekends like I used to, but Hallie is too mobile now to sit on the floor with a few toys while I do my own thing.
You can always call me, he offered as they slid into her little sedan. I'll watch her. She smiled, an expression rife with both apology and regret.
It's not your problem. I'll figure it out.
Zai wanted it to be his problem, but she needed this job. And every moment he spent with her was a moment fraught with desire that was getting harder and harder to resist.
So, what did you want to talk about?
She asked as she backed out of the parking spot. Anything. He just wanted to fucking be with her. But he had to keep his head screwed on straight and use his time with her trying to get the bosses off his back, not trying to get into her panties. Nothing in particular. The bosses gave me a, side assignment. I'm working with Trees on some internal security stuff. Mind if I ask you about a few things? Fuck, he hated lying to her. And he didn't think Tessa was the mole any more than he thought Trees was. But he had to start somewhere. Establish who, if anyone, might have fucked with her computer or broken into her emails. But his questions went nowhere. She'd never spotted anyone in the office messing with her machine or noticed anything amiss when she'd come back from the restroom or a break. She took it home most nights to get ahead for the following day. And on the rare occasions she didn't, she locked it up right in her desk drawer, as instructed. So there was almost no way someone would have unauthorized access to her computer. And Zai already knew Trees was way too sly to let someone into his computer without him knowing. So none of this shit made sense. He was still stuck with two questions. How had someone known Trees and 1 Mile would be in Acapulco? And who had passed Walker's email with a schematic of Valeria's safe house to Montilla? He'd keep trying to figure it out. He had the shitty feeling the answer was staring him in the face, but he was too twisted up to see it. Probably because that wasn't what kept him up all weekend. Maybe it should have been, but all he'd thought about was Tessa. Are you really all right? He asked. What I walked into on Friday night...
Don't.
She stopped at a light and closed her eyes.
I don't want to think about it.
Because what Cash had nearly done to her was horrific enough. Zai didn't want to think about how much worse it would have been if she hadn't called him and he hadn't intervened. I know.
You don't. I feel so stupid. I've known for months Cash isn't a good person, and I was never in love with him. He was a mistake that came from carelessness and loneliness. I'll be forever grateful for Hallie, but
why didn't you kick him out sooner?
I wanted to, but I needed the money, and Cash promised he'd pitch in financially, which he did. He also promised to give me much-needed help with Hallie, which he didn't. I talked myself into believing that I shouldn't separate my daughter from her father.
Zai got that, and in her situation, maybe he would have made the same choices. Anything else?
Are you going to make me say it?
Since he had no idea where she was going with this. Yes.
I needed to distract myself from you.
Tears filled Tessa's eyes. She tried to look away, but Zai couldn't unsee her pain.
But I'd kind of liked Cash once, and I think some part of me was hoping that he'd make me forget about you, especially after you and Madison started, you know.
He didn't know. You think we're hooking up?
Yeah.
Baby, we're not.
Semantics, she scoffed. You were. You called her after I signed my contract and all but announced you intended to fuck her again.
It had clearly hurt her, and that made him feel like shit. But I didn't. I couldn't. I haven't had sex with her since early March. Fuck, he and Tessa weren't going anywhere. They couldn't, but he wanted to be honest with her. I haven't with anyone else either. She turned to him, open-mouthed and gaping.
You haven't slept with anyone since...
I met you.
No.
Tessa swallowed.
I haven't either. I haven't wanted to.
On some level, he'd suspected that, but her admission still thrilled the fuck out of him. And his reaction was nothing short of stupid. What could he possibly do with the information except want her even more? Unless... The offer still stands. Quit your job. I'll support you. We can be together and...
I can't.
She looked at him as if that fact was tearing her in two.
I need to make my own way, and I need this job.
A tear fell down her cheek.
I wish things could be different.
If it was, if that fucking contract wasn't in our way, would you? She didn't even hesitate.
Yes.
If a path ever opened up between them, he'd be on her doorstep in less than 5 minutes.
I know we can't, and that won't change any time soon, but I think about you,
she admitted, her voice shaking.
A lot.
Fuck, she was gouging out his insides. Baby, I think about you too. I worried about you being alone all weekend.
I wasn't alone.
Weren't you? Who held you? Who made you feel safe so you could shower after Cash was gone? So you could sleep? So you could feel like you hadn't been totally violated in your own home while you were grieving for your dad? More tears fell.
No one.
Zai couldn't fault her for feeling the need to care for her daughter and make her way in the world, but damn it. What the fuck were they supposed to do? They had nowhere to go from here but up in flames. Fuck.
As hard as it is to be near you when I can't be with you, it's harder being without you at all.
He'd come to the same conclusion. Every minute he wasn't with her, he missed her so much. Every night he craved her. He spent it stroking himself to empty orgasms that only left him wanting her more. It was a vicious cycle that needed to stop. So what do we do? What can we do?
Nothing.
She was right, and that made Zai feel so fucking helpless. But he'd be goddamned if he didn't think of something, some way to get out of this fucking tangle so he could finally make her his. Christmas Eve. Over the ensuing 5 weeks, Tessa was both happier than she'd been in forever, and sadder. Every moment she spent with Zai was euphoric, filled with tingles and butterflies and giddiness. He made her feel beautiful. He made her feel important. And without touching her at all, he made her feel like a woman. But inevitably, the bosses would pull Zai away for assignments or schedule meetings during their lunches. And she knew why. They meant well, especially since spending a cozy hour every day with Zai was reckless. Still, even if they did nothing more than talk, listen to music, and disagree about their favorite movies, she hated losing the moments they'd planned together just because. She'd hated losing the moments they'd planned together because just being around him made her happy. but tonight filled her with mixed feelings. Yes, they had attended a Christmas party together earlier in the month at the very swanky home of former FBI agent Sean Mackenzie. He apparently shared the place, and his wife, with club owner Mitchell Thorpe. They were lovely people and gracious hosts, even if Tessa didn't understand their relationship. By comparison, Tree's Christmas Eve dinner would be intimate, and she was nervous. If she and Zai slipped and got too close, no one tonight would stop them. She shimmied the skirt of her sexy red holiday dress into place and kissed a cooing Hallie, who sat in her car seat, wearing a green velvet onesie that matched her bright eyes.
"Ready, gorgeous?"
she asked her daughter. Hallie gurgled and clapped. They'd both been happier since Cash had gone. She'd spent the weekend after his arrest scrubbing away every last trace of him in her house. The rest of his belongings, like his computer and all his games, she'd taken to his father, who'd been relieved that she hadn't pressed charges, and grateful that she'd brought Hallie to visit him. Tessa felt sorry for the older man. His wife had passed, and his son was a mess. She hadn't seen any reason to add to his burden. In fact, she hoped Cash finally found some peace in rehab and got himself straightened out. Not that she would ever trust him again. Ever. His days of being a staple in her life were over. But she hoped they could behave civilly for Hallie's sake. Her doorbell rang. Tessa shelved thoughts of Cash and focused on Zai instead. Inside, she leapt with excitement. Yes, she knew she was playing with fire. But she couldn't help herself. She wanted to be near him, with him, surrounded by him. She loved him, and she suspected he loved her too. Neither of them had ever said the words. They would only be throwing gasoline-soaked kindling on the flame. But she felt it every moment they spent together. Tessa tugged the door open. Zai stood there with a pointy jingle ball hat, a jaunty grin, and a Santa suit unlike any she'd ever seen, complete with an open jacket and tight red pants. The look was way more hot man abs than ho-ho-ho. "Merry Christmas, baby. You want to sit on Santa's lap and tell me if you've been a good girl? Or are you on the naughty list?" She giggled.
"Oh my gosh, that's what you're wearing?"
Why not? That only made her laugh harder. "Every girl needs some Santa in her life, don't you, Hallie Boo?" He bent to her daughter and whipped out a present from his pocket. "Here's a little something to make your car ride happy." Hallie grabbed the little cardboard book by the attached red handle and shook it with an excited cry. It made a jumble of noises, from jingle bells to animal sounds to a rumbling Santa laugh. The gesture warmed Tessa's heart. Her baby would love this gift, and she loved the way he always thought of her.
"Thank you, but you didn't have to do that."
"I kind of did. It's a long way out to Tree's place. Are you ready? You must be, because you look..." He scanned her up and down with a hungry stare. "Amazing."
"Yeah."
She leaned closer.
"You look pretty good yourself, but I don't think Santa has abs like yours."
He grinned. "Santa is full of surprises." Tessa laughed again as she lifted Hallie's car seat, and they made their way to her sedan. She unlocked the vehicle and situated the car seat in its cradle. When she looked up, Zai had settled himself behind the wheel.
"What are you doing?"
"Trying to make tonight as fun and safe for you as possible. Finding Tree's place isn't easy, and the dirt roads are a bitch."
"Dirt roads?"
"Oh, yeah. In the office, Trees might seem quiet, laid back, and easy to get along with. At home, he's a paranoid badass looking for any reason to shoot anyone who steps foot on his property. You'll see what I mean." She'd never glimpsed that side of Trees, but if Zai said it existed, then it did. She'd never trusted anyone the way she trusted him, even, in the end, her own father. That told her a lot about the depth of her feelings. So did the fact that she'd spent the last month job hunting again, hoping to find a position with comparable pay and benefits working for someone who wouldn't care anything about her personal life. Unfortunately, the search had merely reinforced the reality that, in a city of 125,000 people,
The opportunities for someone with her skills requiring her pay just weren't there. But she refused to give up. Maybe something would materialize in January. Pasting on a smile, she gestured to the steering wheel.
Then lead the way.
He backed out of her driveway and headed for the highway. Christmas carols played softly in the background, and Tessa was painfully aware of the fact that she sat less than a foot from the man she wanted so badly she could taste it, the seatbelt pressing the open Santa jacket to his sides, leaving her a mouth-watering view of his strong, solid chest and amazing 12-pack abs. Lord have mercy. No, she wasn't in love with him because his muscles made her drool. She'd fallen for the man inside, but no denying the outer packaging stirred her interest, along with parts farther south. She had to stop thinking like this, or if she got a little booze in her system, she'd be all over Zai.
Tell me what I'm in for tonight.
I'm not entirely sure. Tree said Christmas Eve dinner. Dress festive. He has the food and booze covered.
That's all I heard, too. Can he cook?
Zai winced. No. And I hate to break it to you, but he's too much of a survivalist to order a holiday dinner.
Oh.
Good thing she'd eaten a sandwich just in case.
On the bright side, I offered to bake desserts, and he took me up on it, so I brought them to the office yesterday. At least we know that part will be edible.
He gave her an enthusiastic nod. I can live on pie for a night.
Me too. We're good.
They laughed and settled in for the rest of the car ride, enjoying small talk and holiday tunes. They weren't on the highway long, and the streets of the small town they passed through quickly gave way to unpaved roads. It was scary dark out here. No street lights, no houses, no signs of life.
Trees lives here voluntarily.
Oh, he chose this place on purpose, Zai sighed. Finally, they turned a corner and passed a group of thick shrubs. An imposing gate appeared, and Zai hopped out of the car, waved to the top of a tree, then punched a code into a keypad on the surrounding fence before shoving the gate wide. While Zai slipped behind the wheel again and drove on, Tessa turned to watch the gate shut behind them.
Wow, he's serious about security.
Absolutely. It doesn't matter whether he's hit by an armed robber, civil unrest, or the zombie apocalypse. He's prepared to survive. She'd known his work, mostly via his expense reports, to be fastidious and detailed. She hadn't imagined he had a crazy streak.
All righty then. Do you know why he's so cautious?
Yeah. And Zai didn't sound like he wanted to talk about it. They rounded a few more bends and finally stopped in front of a single-story, ranch-style house with white shutters fashioned like barn doors, a tin roof, and a carport. Outside sat his beat-up truck alongside a flashy red compact that looked out of place. Fuck, Zai muttered as he stopped the car and put it in park.
What is it?
Trees, invited someone else. He was out of the car and slamming the door before he elaborated. Confused, Tessa stood and retrieved Hallie in her car seat. It was a party. Didn't Zai expect that Trees would have invited other people? Zai grabbed the diaper bag from the back seat, locked the sedan, and followed her to the front door, suddenly dragging his feet. Try not to be mad, huh? Trees means well. She had no idea what Zai was talking about as she rang the bell, but as soon as the door opened, the reason for his sour mood became obvious. A gorgeous brunette with sun-kissed skin, blue eyes, and a pair of pouty lips stepped back with a smile.
Hi, Zai. Good to see you again. And you must be Tessa.
When the woman held out her hand, she didn't see any choice but to shake it, even though Tessa had a suspicion who she was. Good to see you too, Zai said, though his tone suggested the exact opposite. He wrapped his arm around her waist a moment later and gestured to the other woman. Tessa, this is Madison. Yep, that's what she'd thought. And she was a little hurt. Why would Trees invite Zai's one-night stand to their holiday party? Unless he was trying to get them back together. Maybe she shouldn't blame him. If Zai ended up with Madison, it would probably be better for everyone. A glance told Tessa that the other woman was earnest and sweet. Zai wouldn't get fired for having a relationship with her.
and he wouldn't be alone anymore. All true, but it hurt too much to think about. Somehow she managed to smile and shook Madison's hand.
Nice to meet you. Wow, no wonder Zai never called me again. You're beautiful, and your daughter is such a cutie. Her name is Hallie, right? Come in.
Madison seemed so genuine. Tessa felt like a bitch for every jealous, unkind thought she'd ever had about the woman.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey! Trees popped around the corner, still managing to tower over everyone, while wearing an oven mitt and a smile. We're all here, and we're almost done with dinner. Come on in. Drink? I'll take a beer, Zai said, sounding like he expected to need it.
Got it chilling,
Madison assured, then turned to her.
Wine? Eggnog? Margarita? Whatever you're drinking is fine. Margarita it is.
She shut the door behind them. Tessa followed the woman down the narrow foyer and into a wide-open living room, dining room, kitchen. Madison veered to the refrigerator while Trees took a hot casserole out of the oven and set it on the stove to cool. While the duo was busy, Zai divested himself of the diaper bag in what looked like Trees' bedroom. Tessa took the opportunity to turn to him with a whisper.
You didn't know she was going to be here?
No. And he looked uncomfortable.
Are they a couple?
Just friends. Zai's best friend, cozying up with his cast-off, seemed odd.
Why?
It's Trees. He can't help being the hero. He wants to save everyone who's broken. Was he intimating that Madison had been broken after Zai left her? A few minutes later, Tessa had a salt-rimmed margarita in hand, and they were all clustered between the kitchen and Trees' dining room table, something sturdy made out of salvaged wood with strong edges and clean lines. Madison set the table, refusing Tessa's help. Next, Trees set out a collection of Mexican food dishes before tossing the oven mitts aside. Let's eat. Tessa arranged Hallie in her car seat on the nearby counter, glad to see her little eyes drooping like she might nap. When she turned, Zai stood at the back of her chair, pulling it out for her to sit. Trees did the same thing for Madison. To all of us, Trees called once he'd sat, holding his beer up in a toast. It's not always a merry season when you don't have your family and you find yourself alone. Zai squeezed Tessa's hand under the table, and she tried not to think about the fact that this was her first holiday without Daddy, without any hope of ever spending another Christmas in her childhood home, or even without any plans. Across the table, Madison sniffed back tears that were a lot like her own. Tessa didn't know who or what Madison had lost, but her heart went out to the woman. So, a Christmas wish, Trees continued. May you never forget what is worth remembering, or remember what is best forgotten. Zai and Trees exchanged a weighty glance, and Tessa saw a wealth of meaning there. They'd known each other a long time and had been through more than a few trials. Maybe she'd ask Zai about them someday. But now was for celebrating, and they had a lovely dinner full of laughter and tequila. Trees hadn't cooked, which was a good thing, according to the others. Madison's enchiladas were amazing, as were the tamales her grandmother had cooked. It should have been a really awkward meal, but Tessa actually liked the other woman. And once Zai saw that she wasn't uncomfortable, he loosened up and had fun too. After they'd demolished dinner, Hallie woke and wanted some chow. So while Tessa carried her to the living room and fed her little one, Zai and Trees did the dishes. Madison sat beside her, smiling and cooing.
She's gorgeous. Thanks. I feel really blessed. She's such a good baby. Can I feed her?
Sure. Tessa wouldn't mind the break, even if it was just for a moment. When she stood and glanced over her shoulder, she caught Zai watching her with warmth and wanting in his impossibly blue eyes. An answering gong of need echoed in her belly. She tried to look away, and she couldn't. Being too near him was a dangerous game for so many reasons. Still, she didn't want to stop playing. It's going to take me a few minutes to start the coffee pot and dish up dessert, Trees said. Why don't you relax for a few minutes, maybe check out the stars. They're exceptional tonight. Tessa headed for the kitchen.
No, let me help you.
I've got it. Seriously, Trees smiled. Go.
But
He's got it. Zai took hold of her arm and dragged her out of the kitchen.
Seriously, you should see the stars.
Madison seconded as she spooned more of the jarred chicken noodle casserole in Hallie's waiting mouth.
Trees showed me earlier. They're amazing.
Then we don't want to miss out. Zai took her hand and led her to the back door. Good idea. No, it was a horrible idea. Terrible in every way. But Tessa couldn't resist the opportunity to spend a few moments alone with Zai. To take a breath she shared only with him.
You two okay?
She asked Madison. The woman's smile brightened.
We're great. I'm really enjoying this. Thanks.
Madison looked like she couldn't wait to be a mom, and Tessa hoped she found the right man soon.
Thank you.
Let's go. Zai flung the back door open and led her down a couple of steps and into the yard, curling his arm around her waist and bringing her closer to ward off the December chill. You didn't bring a coat.
I'll be fine.
You're already shivering. He cuddled her closer and tucked her as deep into his oversized jacket as he could. Come here. Santa will keep you warm, baby. She smiled. As soon as she curled against him and wrapped an arm around his back, his warmth enveloped her. Or maybe that was just being near him, because he always made her hot. By unspoken agreement, they looked up at the night sky. Trees in Madison were right. Out in the country, away from the city lights, the stars twinkled and gleamed like diamonds nestled in a blanket of blue-black velvet perfection.
Breathtaking.
It is. One star captured Tessa's attention because it outshined the others. She pointed.
What's that? Do you know?
Nope. Trees could tell you. He has a telescope and even knows what he's talking about. Unfortunately, I know nothing. She laughed.
Me either. And I even took an astronomy class once.
That puts you ahead of me. All I did was tune trees out when he'd go on about some constellation or another. Zai fell quiet. I'm sorry about Madison.
It's okay. She's nice. I can see why you...
Tessa didn't want to finish that sentence. She didn't even want to think about Zai being with any other woman. And it was ridiculous. Unless she found another job, they'd probably never be together. And shouldn't she be focused on her daughter anyway?
Maybe you two should try again.
He turned her to face him, no longer making any pretense of stargazing. I don't want Madison. I don't think I ever did. I barely know her. Coming off a long stint in the desert, I just wanted sex. It wouldn't be fair to use her again like that.
But you could get to know her and maybe...
It would still be a lie. The only woman I want is you.
Zai.
I know what you're going to say, but avoiding the truth isn't making anything we feel go away. It wasn't.
I don't know what to do.
I don't either. Part of me, a lot of me, wants to say fuck the bosses and their rules. We might owe them our 9 to 5, but we don't owe them our personal lives. That part insists I should just grab you and kiss you, take you home and take you to bed.
I can't. If we get caught, I'm the one they'll fire. I'm overpaid for what I do, and they could replace me tomorrow.
If Aspen, the temp who took over your desk while you were on maternity leave, is any indication, that's not true.
You know what I mean. They could find someone. You're harder to replace. Your demolitions experience
isn't replaceable either. And they've made it clear they would unload me too if I broke their precious fucking rules. It felt hopeless. Even though it was the last thing she wanted, the smartest thing to do would be to put distance between them. How else would they ever survive another 2.5 years of this torture?
I think I should go. It's getting late for Hallie and it's cold out here. You stay with your friends and have fun.
Don't do this. Don't give up on them. That's what he meant. Her throat closed up as she fought tears. Did he think she wanted to?
I don't see another way, at least not right now.
Tessa. He gripped her shoulders, staring straight into her eyes, willing her to stay and fight for them. I love you. His words slammed in her chest, knocking the breath from her. She closed her eyes. So many times she'd hoped he was feeling what she was feeling. She'd even fantasized about the moment they revealed what was in their hearts. In her dreams, she returned the sentiment and they kissed long and deep, an expression of the commitment they shared before they gave in to passion. "I love you too." The words were on the tip of her tongue. Everything inside her wanted to say it, but she didn't. What good would come of it?
"Zai, if I didn't have any other responsibilities..."
"We can figure it out together." Maybe they could, but everyone she'd ever trusted to take care of her, Daddy, Cash, even good friends, had eventually fallen by the wayside when she needed them most. If she gave up her job to be with Zai and the relationship didn't work out, what would become of her and Hallie? She couldn't afford to find out the hard way.
"I don't see how. I'm sorry."
Barely holding back her tears, Tessa dashed inside, collected Hallie, said her thank yous and goodbyes, then left before she did something fantastically foolish, like change her mind and tell Zai he already had her heart forever. Chapter 14.
Congratulations on butt-fucking the evening, champ.
Good job. Zai sagged against the wall of Tree's place and sighed. His impulsive, "I love you," had been a colossal backfire. Definitely not the reaction he'd hoped for. He'd never said those 3 words to any female, ever, and Tessa's reaction had been to run. Shit. The crazy thing was he was convinced she felt the same. The moment he'd said the words, love had softened her face and lit her eyes. He hadn't hallucinated that. Then she'd shut it down. Zai waited until he heard Tessa fire up her engine and saw the lights retreating from Tree's yard until she turned and bumped back down the dirt road. His soft curse made a visual puff of air in the December chill before he pushed the back door open and stepped inside. Both Madison and Trees waited for him with pity on their faces.
"Sorry, you two."
"Want to talk about it?"
Zai was surprised when Madison offered, but why talk through a hopeless situation? Words wouldn't change anything.
"No, thanks."
"But..."
"They'll be fired if they get together, and they both need their jobs,"
Trees supplied. Zai was grateful. He didn't want to be rude to Madison, but he also didn't want to explain. It would only make everything feel more real and more shitty.
"You two obviously care a lot about each other."
Madison awkwardly cupped his shoulder.
"I'm sorry."
Zai looked at her. Really looked. And he saw a compassion he never expected. "No. I'm sorry for the way I treated you before. You were nothing but nice, and I wasn't."
Trees explained. "I understand. I don't blame you. I felt a little foolish, but the only thing you hurt was my pride."
Good to know he hadn't really torn her heart in two, but he also hadn't helped. "It was never my intention to hurt you at all." She gave him an understanding smile.
"I know. Want to ride home?"
A glance up told him the table had been cleared, the dishes done, and the kitchen righted. "You're not staying?"
"No, Trees and I aren't together. Besides, I have to get up early and help my mom cook Christmas dinner for the rest of the family."
"Then, yeah, I'll take you up on that. Thanks. I just need a few." Because every moment Zai was apart from Tessa, his chest got tighter and his fury multiplied. He was a fucking mess with no outlet to unleash it on. He needed to get his damn head together before he took another step.
"Sure, I need to use the ladies' room anyway."
Madison turned and headed to the far side of the house, leaving him alone with Trees.
"You look like shit,"
Zai huffed. "Don't hold back."
"I never do."
"Yeah, well, I feel like shit. I'm stuck, man."
"I know. I wish I had an answer."
Zai hardly expected him to. No one does.
"Hang in there. Everything happens for a reason. Stuff often turns out for the best when you let it."
Believing that had gotten him and Trees through some really horrible times, courtesy of Uncle Sam. Zai had questioned that wisdom before, then always been proven wrong. Now, He didn't see how not being with Tessa would ever be a good thing. I don't know, man. I just don't know. Trees nodded and stepped back. I'll give you a few minutes. Take your time. Let me know if you need anything. The big man in front of him was probably the most unlikely friend he could have made in life, but he was also the best. He'd never believed Trees was guilty of betraying him, the bosses, and the rest of EM security for $1. That wasn't him. With Madison in the other bathroom, Zai loped into the master bedroom and shut the door behind him, sitting on the bed with a sigh. He'd never had to make any efforts not to cry in his life, but fuck if he wasn't giving it one hell of an effort to keep his shit together now. Tessa was all but lost to him. She trusted him enough to call when she was in jeopardy, and he'd taken that as the best sign. She'd opened up after that, been both eager and candid during their lunches over the past month. So tonight had been like a kick in the balls. Where did he go from here? It wasn't denying himself, and it sure as hell wasn't letting Tessa go. This wasn't his fault or hers. It was their motherfucking bosses, their paranoid delusions, and their inability to use their brains to see there might be other suspects who were less obvious. They wanted proof that Trees wasn't their man. Game on. He swiped his phone from his pocket and flipped on his camera, then started rolling video. Hello, cocksuckers. You want proof that Trees isn't guilty of stabbing you 3 in the back? Here you go. I've already told you I found nothing at his desk. I'm not getting into his work computer without admin access, and even then I wouldn't find anything because A, he's too smart to make anything he does online easy to trace, and B, he's not fucking betraying you. But just so you know I tried, I'll take you on a tour of his personal space. See? Zai opened the drawer of Tree's nightstand and filmed the contents, hating every second he breached his best friend's privacy. There's nothing here that should worry you. A loaded gun, a flashlight, some money, fishing gear, a survival checklist. I see a few kinds of rope. Zai didn't want to know why Trees had that near his bed. And an old porn mag, which I'm not touching. That's it. After easing the last drawer shut, he made his way to Trees' dresser and repeated the process, digging through the man's clothes and filming everything he saw, down to the last scrap of underwear and the final pair of socks. He made his way to a little alcove with Trees' desk. I can't break into his computer without him knowing, so if you want access to his files, you'll have to hire someone with more skill. But I know he keeps paper bank statements because he doesn't trust handling his money online. One at a time, Zai extracted the documents from the last 6 months of neatly organized envelopes and ran the camera over each page, front and back, making sure the boss has got an eyeful of every number. He's been saving all his life, and you can see he hasn't received any sudden infusions of cash. The 3 deposits he gets every month are the pair of his paychecks from you and one from the trust his grandparents left him. Zai resisted the urge to stomp as he marched to Tree's bathroom to repeat the process, careful to keep his voice down because the tile echoed. But if his pal was a borderline hoarder who kept scraps of crayons for their wax and boxes of organic seeds in their kitchen, he was a minimalist when it came to grooming. Toothbrush and toothpaste, floss, beard trimmer, soap, comb, shampoo, nail clippers, vitamins, hand lotion, and condoms. That, along with clean towels, is everything in the bathroom. I've been all over Tree's kitchen and living room tonight. Nothing. I've also been in a spare bathroom and bedroom multiple times. More nothing. He has a prepping shed that I helped him reorganize a few weeks back. It's boxed supplies from reputable vendors. That's it. And I'm done with this shit. Put me on another assignment. And take out the fucking clause in my contract that doesn't allow Tessa and me to have a personal life together. How the fuck would you feel if someone kept you from your wife for entirely arbitrary reasons? You'd kill a motherfucker. And I'm about ready to. Fix it or I'll quit. With a stab of his fingers, I ended the video. He didn't know how he'd walk away from EM security management. In order to repay his bonus and satisfy the penalty, he'd owe them way more money than he had saved. He'd think of something, even if he had to swallow his pride and call his father. A worst-case scenario for sure. But nothing was more important to him than having Tessa. and if he had to burn down everything to make that happen, then by God he would. January 11. The Monday after Zai made the video, he sat the bosses down in the conference room and showed them every second of the footage. Unfortunately, by then, catching their mole had moved farther down their priority list. Logan, Hunter, and Joaquin were in crisis management mode because all hell had broken loose. After that, the holidays had been anything but quiet. Zai's teammate, Cutter Bryant, had gone from sucking face on the side of a California road with famous TV beauty Shayla West to being her tabloid lover. Just after Christmas, Cutter had told the bosses that he and Shayla would be getting married on the first Saturday of the new year in a private ceremony at her grandparents' ranch in the small town of Comfort, Texas, and that they should plan on replacing him because he was moving to Los Angeles. After that, the trio of assholes had been in hyperdrive, trying to find someone big and bad enough to fill Cutter's shoes. Zero luck on short notice. They interviewed a few, and even Zai had to agree the fit wasn't right. Besides being down a teammate, things had gone from bad to worse when the paparazzi hounded Cutter and Shayla from wedding to honeymoon. An old-timer in her tiny town had been murdered on their wedding day. Then a local group of eco-religious fanatics had started threatening Shayla's grandparents. Josiah Grant had gone to the event that weekend to provide extra muscle and was still there because the danger hadn't let up, despite Cutter and Shayla having jetted off to Hawaii on their honeymoon. In fact, the shit was getting deeper, and rumors were swirling around the office that Josiah was lingering in Comfort because he was fucking on the job with Shayla's younger sister, Magnolia. And from the scuttlebutt he'd overheard, it wasn't just sex. Zai had a feeling deep in his gut they would soon be down another teammate. And where the hell would that leave them? Especially since 1 Mile had gone rogue and been in Mexico for damn near a month, trying to kill drug lord Emilio Montilla. The good news, he'd finally managed 2 days ago in a one-and-done shot. Then he'd escaped clean and ducked out of the country. Zai hoped that Walker's success meant that Valeria, her baby son, and her sister, Layla, the one they'd rescued from Montilla's compound, would be safe and could get on with their lives. Time would tell. At least the mole who had been feeding information to Montilla and his cartel would seemingly be out of business now. But as soon as 1 Mile had returned home, the crazy, sarcastic fucker had somehow finished sweeping the pregnant preacher's daughter, Brea Bell, off her feet, despite the fact that her father was no fan of his daughter's baby daddy. Now there was talk of another wedding on the horizon. Would the team lose the sniper to Wedded Bliss too? Fuck. Zai knew that if he quit, he'd be stranding Trees, who seemingly had no intention of leaving his job. He couldn't even tell his best friend why he should. Then Trees would be in situations he might not be prepared for, trying to be not just the tech guy but the muscle, the hostage negotiator, the spy, the sniper, and the demolition's go-to. That wasn't him. But if Zai stayed, he stood almost no chance of ending up with Tessa, especially since she'd cut off most communication since the Christmas party. They both knew they'd been playing a dangerous game of chicken. Tessa had simply flinched first, and he wasn't surprised. He'd pushed her too far because he wanted her too much. He missed her like hell. What a shit show. But he had to be patient, for now, because if he left Trees to fill all those roles alone and something happened, Zai would never forgive himself. "Conference room, Garrett, now." Joaquin wasn't smiling before he walked away. "What's that about?" Trees looked concerned. Zai tried to shrug off the confrontation as he stood. "Oh, you know me, always pissing off someone." But he wasn't under any illusions. The bosses were finally ready to talk about his video at Tree's place, if Munoz's snappy anger was anything to go by. Do or die time. He was beyond ready to tell them to shove the contract up their asses. Either they let him have Tessa, or he walked. And someday he'd figure out how to confess his betrayal to Trees and apologize, and hope like hell his friend understood. After following the quietest boss's broad back down the narrow hallway, they entered the conference room. Zai didn't have to be told to shut the door behind him. "Sit," Hunter snapped. Zai shook his head, standing, arms crossed at the back of the room. Heel. Roll over. Play dead. I'm done being told what to do. I've given you all the proof I can that Trees is innocent. And I'm telling you he's still the most likely suspect. So he didn't keep anything incriminating at his house. No big surprise. How the fuck am I supposed to prove a man innocent, other than to point out the absolute absence of proof? It's not like anyone pinned a handy guiltless badge on his chest. Ha ha. We're going to attack this problem from a different angle and hire a capable someone to do a forensic study of his computer and online activities. So you're off the hook for that. We want you with him, watching him. God damn it. He's not guilty, and I'm not spying on my best friend anymore. Would you be willing to keep him safe? Logan put in slyly. We're sending him to Comfort to help Josiah deal with those Enlightenment Fields kooks. There's already been one local murdered, and after Josiah talked his way into the compound yesterday and got a look around, the shit is going to get ugly. Hunter scoffed. Huh. Coupled with the fact we know he's fucking Maggie on the job, they haven't exactly been quiet about it. Especially last night in the parking lot of a bar. Logan sounded pissed at Josiah's lack of judgment, and Zai was surprised because Grant was usually a dependable operator. And if we know, it won't be long before Enlightenment Fields knows too. Then they may well put a target on Maggie's back. If they did, Trees would do anything to save her. He wasn't a chauvinist who thought women weren't capable of self-defense. He was a protector who thought women shouldn't have to fend off violence alone. And one guy, no matter how big and menacing he seemed, wouldn't be enough to ward off a whole cult if they had murder and mayhem in mind. Fuck. Coming around to our way of thinking, Logan sounded almost smug. Zai wanted to tell him to fuck off, but what was the use? He'd give his life to protect Trees. Hell, he owed the guy for more reasons than he could even remember. There was no walking away from this. If I play along, you'll talk to me about the situation with Tessa when I come back. Logan turned to his brothers. How cute. He thinks he has a bargaining chip. That pissed Zai off. I fucking do. I can walk out there right now and tell Trees everything. He'll believe me, which was true. And he'll walk, which was a bluff because Zai wasn't sure how Trees would react. You're already short one team member, maybe two if Grant's fling with Maggie turns serious. But what about Walker? You sure he's going to hang around now that he's getting married and has a baby on the way? How'd you like to be short two more? That would leave you with a team of 0. Good luck running a business with that. Yes, Joaquin said. When you come back, we'll listen. Hunter and Logan both turned to him with identical scowls. What the fuck? This isn't the battle we should be fighting right now. We have bigger problems than Junior's love life. If he wants to bang the secretary, shut up and don't be so fucking disrespectful. I've never touched Tessa. Not once in the 10 months I've known her. And it's been hell. I did that because you fucking made me. I've asked you to bend a little, but you just keep putting my balls in a vice and don't seem to give two shits about either of us. Hunter let out a deep breath. All right, I get it. You go to Comfort with Trees, and we'll find a workable solution to your problem. Once everything is calm in Texas, you come back here and we'll negotiate. It wasn't perfect, but it was more than they'd been willing to give. And it would have to do for now. Otherwise, they would send Trees into danger alone, because no one else was around to protect his flank. Fine. Logan leaned in. But while you're there, watch everything Trees says and does. Everyone he communicates with. Everything he focuses on. All of it. Are we clear? Fuck you. Crystal, when do we leave? Tomorrow, Joaquin put in. We'll keep an eye on Tessa while you're gone. They had him twisted up in so many knots he didn't see another way out of the situation. But since Cash was still in rehab and Tessa was barely speaking to him, he didn't think it mattered. Once he figured out how to maneuver the situation here at work and she knew she wouldn't lose her job, he'd do his best to marry her, give Hallie siblings, and love her for the rest of his life. Thank you. Trees and I will get this done fast. Then I want more than lips moving.
I want real action. I want Tessa. We know.
Chapter 15, January 25. Zai sat beside Trees in his beat-up truck as they bounced east out of San Antonio. They had spent 2 fucking weeks in Texas, giving Josiah a hand in breaking up the group of fanatics who had been after Shaylin's grandparents' land. It had been some harrowing shit because Enlightenment Fields hadn't been averse to murder to get it. At least he and Trees were finally heading back to Louisiana. While in comfort, they had also tried to keep Josiah from falling for Shaylin's gorgeous sister, but they'd failed. Now Josiah and Maggie were engaged, and just as Zai suspected, Grant wasn't coming back to Louisiana or to the EM team. He would be replaced, starting tomorrow, by Comfort's former deputy, Kane Preston, who had admittedly done a decent job of helping them shut down the Enlightenment Fields crazies. Still, in a team full of SEALs, Green Berets, and other elite warriors, he didn't see this Roscoe P. Coltrane working out. Yeah, Preston had some military experience, and he seemed all right, but come on. At least the hazing would be fun. Oh, and along the way, Zai had watched his best friends every step while reporting back to the Three Stooges, or rather, the bosses. But he was fucking done. Tomorrow morning he would get free of their fucking contract so he could finally make Tessa his. Well, if she would have him. Zai refused to accept that they were done. He wished like fuck he could have a do-over on Tree's Christmas party. But she'd made herself clear. Her job and her daughter came first. He was just the asshole who kept pushing her boundaries because he couldn't fall out of love with her. Hell, he'd never even tried. The way she'd grabbed Hallie and run from him that night before they'd even had dessert had been a stab in the heart. And Madison's pity during the long, mostly silent drive home had been humiliating. "You've been quiet for 100 miles, Trees remarked. "I've been ready to get back to Lafayette since the day we got to Comfort. How tiny was that damn town, anyway?" Trees laughed. "Around 3,000 people." Yep, it sounded exactly like it was, a place where excitement was watching tumbleweeds blow. "What's really bothering you?" Trees quizzed. "You've never cared in the past where assignments sent you. You always got in, ran a clean op, and got the hell out. Why are you like a bear with a sore ass now? Something to do with Tessa?" "Everything to do with Tessa, but no offense, I'd rather not talk about it." "Something obviously changed between you two at my Christmas party." He flung a clenched teeth glare his buddy's way. "I said I'd rather not talk about it." "Fair enough, but I'd like to talk about that night." Zai stiffened. "What about it? If I ended the conversation between you and Madison prematurely, I stop." Trees gripped the wheel. "You know what you did that night. Alone in my bedroom. I know it too." Fuck. "It was a spur-of-the-moment mistake. I was in such a bad place with Tessa, and I fucking put a gun to my temple and offered to die for you." Trees glared at him. He had, and the shame of having been a shitty fucking friend that night torched Zai. "You're right. I'm sorry. I don't want an apology. I want the truth. You finally going to give it to me?" "Yeah." Clearing the air with Trees would be a relief, and he could truthfully tell the bosses that he hadn't blabbed about their suspicions. Trees had merely guessed. "Love to." "I assume you videoed yourself searching my room because that trio of assholes we work for think I'm the mole, and that you've been on top of me nearly every moment for the past 2 weeks, except when I wiped my ass, for pretty much the same reason?" "Yeah. I told them a dozen times it wasn't you, and you thought they'd listen. Of course they weren't going to. I was with you during the first botched mission to Mexico, but not the successful one thanks to food poisoning. Man, no one sane eats truck stop sushi." Trees shrugged. "It looked good. I won't make that mistake again. And I'm guessing the most incriminating part is that I was with 1 Mile when he got taken in Mexico, and I couldn't save him or call in the cavalry until it was too late." "You nailed it. And it turns out 1 Mile emailed the schematic of Montia's estranged wife's safe house in St. Louis to you,
and no one else to test you. So when our unfriendly neighborhood drug lord showed up, Walker assumed I was the guilty one and blabbed to all the bosses. Yeah, I told him it was possible your computer or our network had been hacked. Trees shook his head. I would have known. Let me ask you something else. Did Walker also tell you he emailed that schematic to Tessa first, asking her to send it to me? Zai knew what his friend was implying, and that had his blood boiling with rage. Yeah, but come on. Tessa isn't any more guilty than you are. How do you know that? Because I know. She wouldn't betray us like that. Abruptly, Trees exited the freeway and pulled onto the shoulder in the middle of nowhere. Stop thinking like a guy in love for 2 minutes and start thinking like an operator. If I'm not the mole, and she's not the mole, and no one else got the schematic, how the hell did Montilla get it? I don't know, but you don't know, because no one else could have done it. How badly does she need the money? Fuck you. Trees just shook his head. Seriously? You're going to say that to me? He was right, and Zai scrubbed a hand across his forehead where he felt a headache developing. No, I'm not. But Tessa couldn't possibly need money that bad. Are you sure? He wasn't. Daycare couldn't be cheap, nor were the baby food, diapers, and clothes for a constantly growing little girl. Granted, her situation is probably tight, but she won't even entertain leaving her job to be with me because she can't find another employer who pays her as well and provides the benefits and flexibility she needs. Why would she fuck that up? Or she won't leave her job because she wouldn't be in any position to pass on information to Montilla for cash. She wouldn't do that. You can't be sure of that, and you definitely can't prove it. Trees was right, and Zai fucking hated it. This is the same argument I've had with the bosses. They're convinced you're guilty, and no amount of trying to prove otherwise has put a dent in their collective thick skulls. I'm fucking over this. She's not guilty because I know she's not guilty. Man, this isn't the same. If you'd stop thinking with your heart and start thinking with your brain, you'd know that. We almost died together. We've both almost died for each other. Neither of us would be sitting here today if we hadn't proven ourselves to one another and earned complete trust. Zai cursed under his breath. I know. You and this woman. You're in love with Tessa, so you feel like you know her. But you don't. I get why you'd see it that way. But when I was assigned to protect her, I spent nights under her roof. We talked. We got to know each other. I learned who she is. You didn't, and knowing someone purely from office interaction isn't the same. Maybe not, Trees conceded. But Zai didn't buy his conciliatory tone. Have you taken her to bed? You know the contract says I can't. That's not what I asked. My best friend, the one I've known backward and forward for almost a decade, he doesn't give too many shits about rules, especially arbitrary ones. And that non-fraternization clause is totally arbitrary. Goddamn Trees for knowing him too well. Zai cursed. No, I haven't taken her to bed. I'd be happy to ignore that stupid-ass rule. Tessa is too afraid of getting fired to break it. I'm telling you, she's a good person, a rule follower, who wants to do the right thing. Trees seemed to weigh his words. Or she won't sleep with you because she doesn't want to get in too deep with someone in the very organization she's spying on. Sure, it probably has something to do with being a single mother, too. But if I was in her shoes and I was guilty of passing on information for money, the last thing I'd want is to get close to anyone who could find me out. What his friend said made a lot of sense. Zai couldn't deny that. But you're way off base about Tessa. I think you're the one who's way off. And Trees would, unless someone showed him proof. Zai cursed again. What the fuck was he supposed to do? I don't want to argue. You gotta help me, man. Do what? Prove you're not our mole, and that Tessa isn't either. Still can't get the bosses off your back. No. They texted me just before we pulled away from the West's place, asking what I had for them. Trees raised a brow. What did you tell them?
I haven't answered yet. Zai didn't know what the fuck to say. Avoidance isn't going to make those bastards stop asking. You're pointing out the obvious. Tell you what, the clues you're looking for should be on our network and on our teammates' computers, right? Yeah. Let me out them. When we get back, I need you to head into town to pick up groceries anyway. I'll spend a few hours at the office and look through the network, just to make 100% sure we haven't been hacked. Then I'll start taking apart computers. Josiah and Cutter seem like the easiest because they're both gone. I've got Josiah's computer in my duffel in the back of my truck. He gave it to me this morning before he slid his arm around Maggie's waist and waved goodbye with a big old smile. And Cutter turned his in the day after Christmas, before he took off for L.A. again with Shayla. That would be great. It might not turn up anything, but would at least allow him to look at other possibilities. What are the chances that the guys leaving to get married were on the take? Zai tried not to put a number to that, because he was afraid it would be near zero. But it wasn't Tessa. He knew that in his heart. Thank you, he added, for pitching in, for not hating me. I wasn't thrilled. I didn't say anything at first because I was too pissed. Then I realized you wouldn't have searched my place without cause. When I tried to imagine what that was, it wasn't hard to figure out who would put you up to spying on me or why. And once I had that answer, I figured you were as pissed as I was. Maybe more so. They've had me working on this almost full-time for nearly 3 months. Trees laughed. Is that why you've suddenly become a hardcore Sudoku champ? Zai felt heat rush up his face. I knew you weren't guilty. And when they refused to give me another assignment, I had to pass the time doing something. How did you know? An educated guess. They're paranoid. A few months back, they asked me to look at everyone's online profiles and make sure no one was surfing porn or gambling online. That was news to Zai. What did you find? You gotta tell me. Bryant was an absolute Boy Scout, just like Walker calls him, until he met Shayla. Then he was all too happy to look up the sexiest pictures of her he could find. It seems like the only things 1 Mile gets a boner for are guns and a certain preacher's daughter. Or she wouldn't be pregnant. And Josiah? Nothing, except an occasional trip to this dirty little site focused on spanking videos. Zai could see that. It wasn't something he'd ever been into, but he also hadn't tried. That would explain why Maggie seemed like she had a sore ass the day we met her. Trees grinned. It would. And the bosses? He shook his head. Logan and Hunter both have pictures of their wives I won't talk about, but I'm pretty sure that's their version of porn. Joaquin, he doesn't have anything on his machine. I'm not shocked. He's a cool customer, but there was something going on in those deep waters. For sure. So, do you want to tell me why you keep rope in your nightstand? Trees merely smiled. I don't. Zai laughed with his best friend, like old times. But he was anxious to get back home, both so Trees could start proving who their slippery mole was, and so Zai could confront the bosses, and he could finally be with Tessa. Then you better start driving, or I'll start asking more questions. Good luck with that. Trees pulled off the shoulder and onto the road. But don't worry, we're going to figure out who's been selling our secrets to Montilla and his folks. If anyone can, it's you. I hope for your sake it's not Tessa. Zai shook his head. It's not. After all, she'd still been on maternity leave when their first mission to Mexico had gone sideways. How could she have had anything to do with that? Trees shrugged. Maybe you're right. But Trees didn't think so. Zai heard it in his friend's voice. January 26th. Zai made his way to the office before the sun had even risen. After a night of tossing and turning, he hadn't seen the point of pretending to sleep anymore. Today was the day, and since the bosses were usually here early, he'd come to have it out with them. But the minute he opened the door, it wasn't Hunter, Logan, or Joaquin who greeted him. Instead, the place was still dark except for a hint of a light from the far right corner of the office, and Trees stood waiting for him, looking both tired and grave. Jesus, Zai peered at him. You're still wearing yesterday's clothes. Did you even go home last night?
No, I made my way through Cutter's computer in a few hours. Josiah thought he'd be cute and added all sorts of extra bits of security and encryption that took forever to get around.
Zai's heart started pounding.
And? Grab coffee and meet me at my desk. Trees turned away then. He was always a man of few words when he wasn't sure what to say. Dread crawled through Zai's gut as he poured some much-needed Java in what looked like a clean mug. Besides Tessa, Cutter was the only other person around who'd washed the cups regularly. Vaguely, Zai wondered if he should step up and pitch in. Another day. Right now, there was too much happening to worry about someone else's day-old cooties. Sipping his joe, Zai made his way to his desk, sat, and rolled his chair beside Trees to peer at his friend's screen. What did you find? Anything? Nothing on Cutter's. It was clean to the point of boring. Since the bosses texted me late yesterday and asked me to wipe it for the new guy, I started there. I thought Josiah's would be similar, but he tried to be a wise guy. To hide something? It's taken me about 9 hours and cost me a night of sleep to give you an answer. But no. Did you find anything? At all? Trees shook his head. It looks like he merely added his own layer of security, just in case. It wasn't a horrible idea. Of all of us, he took most of the dangerous missions, so if his machine fell into the wrong hands... True. As former CIA, Josiah had taken those gigs because no one had his field or spy experience. His shoes would be incredibly hard to fill. And Zai wasn't totally shocked that Trees hadn't found anything incriminating, just frustrated. Who the hell was their fucking mole? Yeah, did you check the network? Only enough to ensure that we haven't been breached and don't have any detectable Trojans or malware. But I haven't done any sort of deep dive through internal communications. I ran out of time. He sighed. And now I'm out of steam, so I'm going to go home, grab a few hours of sleep, and I'll be back in this afternoon to finish up. I called Hunter to let him know. He told me he's got a new assignment for me in Florida starting tomorrow, so I'll be sure to finish this before I go. Zai's impatience made him wish Trees had all the answers now. But his buddy had done what he could after their 7-hour drive yesterday, and he needed to tamp down his expectations. Thanks, man. I appreciate it more than I can tell you. Really. He nodded and got to his feet, then grabbed his keys before lumbering for the door. Try to hold your shit together while I'm gone. We'll have more answers soon. Zai nodded and let him go. He didn't want to, but fuck. He couldn't expect Tree's engine to rev when he had no more gas in his tank. Do you need me to take you home? Nah, I'm good, his buddy waved. Then he was gone. In the silence, minutes ticked by like hours while he waited for the bosses to arrive so they could have the conversation he'd been dying for since Christmas Eve. He downed coffee and tried to catch up on emails, watching the door all the while. Finally, Hunter came in, went straight to his office, and shut the door. Logan came in a few minutes later and did roughly the same thing. Joaquin finally appeared 30 minutes after that, and the bosses immediately holed up in the conference room for what appeared to be some super-secret powwow. Motherfucking sons of bitches. He was tired of waiting for them to make good on their promise. At close to 8, Zai rose and paced the reception area in front of Tessa's desk, feeling like he might crawl out of his skin. He wanted to see her, talk to her, and if this negotiation with the bosses, when he finally got to have it, went well, he wanted to touch her. But she was running late. Hopefully nothing was wrong. Suddenly Logan emerged, grabbed a black coffee, then approached him. You have a desk. He did, way in the back and around the corner where he couldn't see Tessa walk through the front door. Logan knew it too. Waiting to say hey to the new guy, Zai lied. Logan shot him a dubious stare over the rim of his mug. Sure you are. Lucky for you, Kane is already here, finishing up some paperwork with Joaquin. I'll take you right to him since you're so eager to shake his hand. Bastard. His boss was calling his bluff. What the fuck do you want? We're ready to talk. Conference room, 5 minutes. Come with less attitude. We've got a new mission for you.
Seriously? He'd just gotten back, goddammit. They knew what he wanted. The last thing he wanted to do was leave town again. Yeah, this was his life, and he'd signed up for this job. He was often gone for weeks at a time with almost no advance warning, but he needed to fix this contractual situation and settle everything with Tessa before the wedge she'd put between them over a month ago grew bigger. Zai didn't bother to swallow down his sarcasm. Can't wait. Don't worry, you're going to love this mission, Logan assured with an evil grin. Right before you hate it. Then the son of a bitch disappeared. What the fuck did that mean? He didn't have time to figure it out before the door behind him opened. Zai turned, and there she was. His gorgeous bundle of blonde, all big green eyes, soft mouth, and lush tits. He'd missed everything about her, right down to her southern sass and bless your hearts. Jesus, even the sight of her had his breath catching and his body pinging. Yeah, he had it bad for Tess, and every fucking person on this team knew it. She dumped her keys in her little pink purse, gripped her laptop bag, and looked up, stopping mid-stride. When their gazes locked, the heavens fucking parted. He felt it. You're back. Zai wanted to touch her so damn bad, but he didn't dare. Yet. As of last night, he managed to say, past the knot in his throat. You okay? Fine. Hallie okay? Adoration softened her eyes. She's fine. Walking everywhere now. I can hardly keep up. What about, let's go, Garrett, Hunter Edgington called out as he made his way to the conference room. Shit's hitting the fan and time's wasting. Zai gritted his teeth. Lunch later? Her gaze fell. We shouldn't. After the Christmas party? Nothing happened. Absolutely fucking nothing. No matter how badly he wished otherwise. Maybe not physically, but, she whispered, you're splitting hairs. I'm being factual. But she was right. He'd tossed out the L word like a bomb, hoping to persuade her to break all the rules with him. He'd been close to piling on and kissing her senseless until she'd given in, too. Tessa sent him a pleading expression. This job pays better than everything else. You know I need it. Yeah. He hadn't told her that he was trying everything he could to change their situation. No sense unless he succeeded. I just want to talk to you. I won't touch you, try to seduce you, tell you all the ways I'm dying to make you mine. He cleared his throat. Please, I missed you. She sighed like she couldn't refuse him. Fuck, he wished that was true. All right. I'll come around about noon. Tessa smiled at him again. Looking forward to it. Now, Garrett, Joaquin Munoz growled as he stuck his head around the corner. For fuck's sake. Go, she encouraged. Whatever it is seems important. It was, and soon he hoped she'd know precisely why. If something comes up, I'll let you know, Zai promised, then stomped down the hall, hung a left, and barreled into the conference room, barely refraining from slamming the door. I'm here. But he didn't say more. He couldn't with the new guy in the room. Around 6 foot and built broad with an obvious hard-on for bodybuilding, he had piercing dark eyes, a black mustache, and a watchful mien. You met Kane Preston? Hunter offered. Briefly. While all the shit had been going down with the creepy cult, the deputy had been cleaning up the absent sheriff's mess. Josiah highly recommended him, said he'd done an excellent job the last couple of years in Comfort. Kane stuck out his hand. But I was looking to make a change. Some folks call me Scout, but as long as you don't call me motherfucker, I'll probably answer. Zai tamped down his impatience to get the bosses alone and clapped his hand to the other guys. I'm Chase Garrett. You've probably heard everyone call me Zyron. Yep, good to see you again. Got everything you need? Joaquin asked the former deputy. I do, Kane replied. I'll go make myself useful. Perfect, Logan said to the guy's wide, retreating back. The minute he'd gone and shut the door behind him, the younger Edgington turned an intent gaze his way. We need to talk. Hell yeah, we do. We'll get to you and Tessa in a minute. More urgent stuff has come up in the last 48 hours. Sit. Fuck. He'd run out of patience with their sidestepping him, but this sounded serious. Damn it. Zai took a seat in the nearest chair, across the table from Logan. What's up? Our mole struck again. The only people who knew the location of Valeria Montia's new safe house were the three of us and 1 Mile. At least until last night. Zai froze. What happened? Someone broke into their new digs in Orlando. Valeria was at a concert, thankfully, but Layla stayed behind to babysit her nephew. She and baby Jorge barely escaped with their lives. We have to relocate them all now. You need me to go? He hated to leave Tessa with so much on the line between them, but to save Valeria's younger sister and son from being snuffed and slaughtered, he would. No, we're sending Kane and Trees to bring them back here. Hunter jumped in. A couple months back, we started working on a plan to relocate Valeria and her family nearby. Then shit happened. You've got everything in place now? Zai asked. He nodded. We'll be watching their new safe house ourselves, but we worry it's for nothing until you figure out who our fucking mole is. If it's not Trees, we need you to prove it now. He tried to keep a leash on his temper. I know you all have a boner to blame him, but he isn't guilty, and I've proven it as best I can. Hunter sent him a cutting glare. Forgive me if we're not willing to just take your word about your bestie. I've spent 3 fucking months digging. I've seen zero evidence he's leaked even a drop of urine out of this place, much less critical secrets. Seriously, I spent every waking moment with him in comfort, just like you insisted. We slept in the same bunkhouse. I dug through his phone. Unless he was shitting or showering, I watched him. He's done nothing, and I don't know what you want as proof that he's innocent. The trio fell silent and exchanged glances. Hunter raised a brow. Here's what we know. It's not the 3 of us. It's not 1 Mile, who almost died in Mexico as a hostage. It's not you. Cutter and Josiah are gone now, so I doubt it's them. That leaves Trees. Or, Logan cut in before Zai could push back, Tessa. This shit again. It was all he could do not to punch the asshole. No. Fuck no. She's the goddamn receptionist. She doesn't have access to those secrets. She wasn't even here in March when... We didn't think so either. But now we're rethinking. Based on what? This is bullshit. Shut up and listen, Joaquin growled. We've eliminated every other possibility. It's either your bestie or your girl. She's not my girl. Logan rolled his eyes. Oh, please. We all know you're one bad decision away from breaking your contract. Unless you already have and there's something you want to tell us. I haven't touched her. The 3 of them exchanged another glance, then seemed to come to some silent conclusion he wasn't privy to. Then here's the deal. You've got 2 weeks to figure out which one of them is guilty, or we're letting both go. Zai's heart stopped. What? Hunter picked up where his brother left off. We're going to make it easier for you by sending Trees out of town. Invent a reason you need to stay at his place while he's gone or something. Search it from top to bottom. If he's got dirt, you need to hand it the fuck over. He doesn't. I told you. I showed you. Zai knew he kept repeating himself, but Trees wouldn't stab him, or anyone else, in the back like that. If you're convinced he's innocent, I am, then investigate Tessa. Were they insane? How am I supposed to do that? You've all but threatened to fire her for doing anything more than speaking to me. Logan reached behind him and plucked a file folder off his credenza, then whipped out a small pile of papers held together by a staple. He flipped a few pages, drew a giant X on one, then jotted something in the margin. He passed it to his brothers next. Each of them also scribbled on the side. Finally, Logan shoved the document back in the folder and slid it across the table to him. No need to negotiate a damn thing now. You're welcome. Zai opened the folder and found his employment contract inside. The non-fraternization clause had been crossed out. All 3 of them had initialed. They had removed the restrictions keeping him from pursuing Tessa. Just like that? Even the goddamn idea made his skin tingle. When he looked up, Logan smiled,
Yes, you're now free to fuck her. Congratulations. But you better think with something other than your dick. Too late. His dick was having a party, and his conscience was choking on guilt. They wanted him to get close to her so he could deceive her. He couldn't do that to Tessa. No, Joaquin shrugged. Told you we should have just fired Trees and Tessa and been done with it. It took everything he had not to jump out of his seat and tell them to go fuck themselves. Neither of them deserves that. No? Hunter shrugged. Then prove it. Over the past 10 months, he'd seen the three of them push, shove, and maneuver some of his fellow operators into tight spaces and corners to get what they wanted. Zai had tried to keep his nose clean, but now that he was on the receiving end, they really were manipulative motherfuckers. Tessa won't touch me. She needs this job. Joaquin flashed him a rare smile. I'm going to take her aside this morning and present her with a new contract. Better sick pay and vacation, tighter non-disclosure, and no non-fraternization clause. She'll sign. Then you'll both be off the hook. God damn it. Their coercion pissed him off. But the thought of touching Tessa while proving she'd done nothing wrong? Fine, I'm in. We figured. Logan sounded like an arrogant prick. You've got 2 weeks, max, or both Trees and Tessa are off the payroll and we bury them professionally. If you fail, we'll do the same to your fucking ass too. Now get busy and get it done. Ready for Zai and Tessa's epic conclusion and more of the Wicked and Devoted series? Get ready for Wicked and True. This concludes Wicked as Lies by Shayla Black, narrated by Troy Duran. Copyright 2021 by Shelley Bradley, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shelley Bradley, LLC, care of the Whalen Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.